Foreword of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror and Burning of the Reichstag by Lord Marley. It is always difficult to secure authentic information as to what is happening under a well-organized terror. Even experienced journalists find it difficult, in spite of their training, to get anything like the truth. Special credit is due to a few of the foreign press correspondents in Germany who, at the risk of losing their posts, have contrived to get so much of the truth across the frontier. Many authentic documents have been placed at the disposal of the World Committee for the Victims of German Fascism, some by journalists, others by doctors and members of the legal profession, to whom special means of discovering the truth were available, but who did not dare, and indeed were unable, to publish their information in Germany. Other documents have been sent by the tortured and martyred victims themselves. For the greater part of the material, the committee has to thank its own reporters, who have been working in Germany at the risk of their lives. We have not used the most sensational of these documents. Every statement made in this book has been carefully verified and is typical of a number of similar cases. We would have been able to publish even worse individual cases, but we have not done this, just because they were individual cases. Not a single one of the cases published in this book is an exceptional case. Each case cited is typical of many others which are in our possession or in the hands of the national committees. These manifestations of fascism are appalling. But the memory of the public is short, and public opinion is unfortunately only too ready to reconcile itself to a fait accompli, as in the case of Italy. This book aims at keeping alive the memory of the criminal acts of the Nazi government. It is a contribution to the fight against Hitler Fascism. This fight is not directed against Germany. It is a fight on behalf of the real Germany. Marley, Chairman of the World Committee for the Victims of German Fascism. House of Lords, London. End of foreword.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of the Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Herskovits-Nagami. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 1. The Path to Power, Part 1. The German Labour Party was founded in Munich in January 1919. In July of that year, Adolf Hitler, at that time education officer in the Reichswehr, joined this party. He was the seventh member of what later developed into the National Socialist German Labour Party. Who were the founders and first members of this party? From what sections of the population did they come, and what interests did they represent? In the first place, they consisted of soldiers and officers who had come back from the war completely disillusioned. For 4 years they had honestly believed in the chauvinistic slogans with which they had been fed. They had staked their lives in the struggle for a greater Germany. They believed in the legend that pacifist and social democratic traitors had stabbed the German army in the back and brought about its defeat. These men who came back were deeply embittered by what they thought was the weakness of the ruling class, the treachery and flight of the Kaiser and of the deposed princes, and the failure of the generals of the Great War to strike down the November criminals. These deeply disillusioned soldiers and officers could no longer find a place for themselves in civil life. To a great extent, the professions which they had once practiced now no longer existed. This was true particularly of the professional soldiers, military cadets, and a number of categories of officials. They were joined by members of the uprooted nobility, students who had been torn from their studies by the war, and declassed and radicalized members of the middle classes, who now began to feel the ground giving way under their feet. All of these elements, who at that time also flocked into the many other military bodies which arose at that time, the Einwohnerwehr, the Stahlhelm, and the Erhard Brigade formed the first basis of the Young National Socialist German Labour Association, as the party first called itself officially. For 2 years after its formation, the National Socialists were quite an insignificant group. The November Revolution of 1918 had been beaten down, and the capitalist system had got a new lease of life. The Social Democrat Friedrich Ebert became the first president of the Weimar Republic. The old forces of finance capitalism consolidated their rule again. The trade union leaders had concluded an agreement with the employers, based on negotiations in November 1918 between Hugo Stinnes and the president of the General Committee of the Trade Unions, the Social Democrat Karl Leigh. What at that time could Hitler do for the leading groups of German capitalists? At that period they were not yet in need of the National Socialists. Hitler's association therefore remained without any significance. He himself continued in the service of the Reichswehr until April 1920, giving political lectures to the soldiers. On instructions from the Reichswehr, he also observed political organizations and meetings, bringing in reports and information. This was how Hitler first came into contact with the German Labour Party. Not long afterwards, the political importance of the party began to grow. The political situation in Germany began to change rapidly under the effect of the dictated Peace of Versailles and the losses of the war. Milliards of marks were demanded in reparations and had to be paid. Important industrial areas were lopped off. Alsace-Lorraine, Upper Silesia, the Saar territory, Posen and West Prussia, the so-called Polish corridor, Danzig and Eugen-Malmedy. The German market was still further restricted by the loss of a considerable portion of its European and oversea connections, in addition to the German colonies. The cost of demobilization and of putting the war industries onto a peace basis was a terrific burden on the smaller taxpayers, as the dominant circles of German monopoly capital were continuously devising new methods of transferring the reparations payments and all other losses onto the shoulders of the workers and the middle class. This development reached its highest point in the inflation which had begun during the war, but was only widely felt among the population in the course of 1921 and 1922. In the autumn of 1923 it reached the point of catastrophe. It had brought about still further impoverishment of the workers, and had transformed a considerable section of the middle classes into proletarians. Millions of the poorer sections of the middle class were literally robbed of everything they had by the inflation. The state paid the banks and heavy industry concerns 600 million gold marks as compensation for the occupation of the Ruhr by the French, and these concerns also made enormous profits. The economic chaos produced far-reaching political disturbances. Erzberger and Rathenau fell victims to the bullets of nationalist murderers. Among the working class, a process of radicalization was taking place. The Spartacus struggles in Berlin in January 1919 were followed by the rising of the workers in the Ruhr during the Kapp Putsch of March 1920 and the workers' revolt in March 1921. The workers began to leave the social democratic organizations, making their way first to the independent Social Democrats, then, after the autumn of 1920, to the Communist Party. Great demonstrations culminated in the Hamburg Rising of October 1923. The 25 points of the Nazi program. In 1920, the National Socialist German Labour Party first began to develop importance. In February of that year, Hitler himself, at a meeting in Munich, put forward the program of the party, the so-called 25 points. These are a hash of theses and demands, which in parts are self-contradictory. The political practice of the Nazi Party has at no time followed the principles laid down in the 25 points, nor did it matter to Hitler and his vassals that at the end of the programme the following passage occurs: "The leaders of the party undertake, if necessary at the risk of their own lives, to work unceasingly for the carrying through of the points enumerated above." This was not the only promise which the Nazi leaders gave and failed to keep. In a general meeting of the party in May 1926, a resolution was once again adopted stressing the unalterable character of the party's programme. Gottfried Feder, the joint author of the 25 points and theoretician of the party, in his commentary on the programme laid stress on the fact that there must be no tampering with the basis and fundamental conceptions of this programme. There must be no twisting and turning on any opportunistic grounds. There must be no hide-and-seek with the present state, economic and social order of things, and there must be no weakening of our principles. Those who in the Jewish question, in our fight against high finance, against the Dawes Pact and the policy of impoverishing Germany, or in any other questions on our programme, cannot see eye to eye with the irrevocable aims and methods which we have laid down, those who believe that the freedom of the German nation can be bought through the League of Nations or Locarno by compromise and cowardice, such people need have nothing to do with us. Let them remain outside of our party. But all these magnificent words cannot hide the fact that the National Socialist leaders have repeatedly repudiated and betrayed their own half-hearted and compromising programme. Their treachery to their programme begins with the first 2 points. Point 1. The union of all Germans on the basis of the right of self-determination of peoples to form a greater Germany. Point 2. The equal right of the German nation with all other nations, and the cancellation of the peace treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain. Neither of these 2 points in his programme prevented Hitler, both before and after his seizure of power, from concluding compromises with the signatories of the Versailles Treaty and sending envoys to negotiate with the League of Nations, France, Poland, England and Italy. Nor did either of these points make him hesitate to betray the South Tyrol to Mussolini. In the first edition of Feder's commentary on the programme, the following passage occurs: "We shall not give up a single German in South Germany, in Alsace-Lorraine, in the South Tyrol, in Poland, in Austria, the colony of the League of Nations, and the succession states of what was formerly Austria." In the second and all later editions the words "in the South Tyrol" were omitted. It may be noted in passing that in his foreword to the 5th edition, Feder remarks, "The only alterations which have been made are in the case of a few stylistic expressions and passages which might have led to misunderstanding." It is the same with other points of the programme, particularly the demands of an economic and social character, such as the abolition of income derived without labour and effort, abolition of the dominion of interest, point 11, the complete confiscation of all war profits, point 12, the taking over by the state of all concerns which have already been trustified, point 13, participation in the profits of large concerns, point 14, a considerable extension of provision for old age, point 15, the creation and maintenance of a healthy middle class, the immediate municipalization of the large stores and the leasing of them at low prices to small tradespeople, close control of all small tradespeople in their sales to the Reich, to the constituent states of the Reich, or to the local authorities. Point 16. Land reform suited to our national needs, the establishment of legislation to provide for expropriation of land without compensation where required for public purposes, abolition of the land tax, and measures to prevent speculation in land. Point 17. It is not necessary to examine each of these points in the programme in detail. Some of them will be dealt with in later chapters, as for example the points relating to the Jewish question, points 4 through 8 and 23. At this stage we are concerned only with indicating the general basis of the National Socialist programme and with showing how the leaders of the National Socialist Party have unscrupulously betrayed their own programme. The demands themselves are in part reactionary lower middle class demands, as for example, the creation and maintenance of a healthy middle class. Here too we have half-heartedness and contradiction, such as is characteristic of the programme throughout. For how is the middle class to be maintained if the capitalist economic system, which necessarily destroys the middle class and brings them into the ranks of the working class, is also to be maintained? This is also true of the point dealing with agrarian policy. How can Hitler save the peasantry if he maintains private property intact, if he repudiates any expropriation of the big landlords in favour of the landless peasant? In April 1928, Hitler expressly stated that the National Socialist Party was determined to protect the private ownership of the means of production with all the strength it could command. In an explanation of the phrase expropriation without compensation in point 17 of his programme, he stated that this only referred to legislation authorizing the expropriation where necessary of land which was not being properly used from the standpoint of the welfare of the people, and that this passage was in the first place directed against Jewish land speculation companies. On the other hand, the National Socialist programme also contained demands which had previously been the stock in trade of liberal parties, and also demands embodied in the Weimar Constitution. Point 13, the taking over of the trusts by the state, is stolen straight out of the programme of the German Democratic Party of 1919. Other points are unfulfilled promises made in the Weimar Constitution. Examples of this are point 15, extension of provision for old age, point 20, full opportunities for ability. Compare with the Constitution and the Welfare Act of 1924, point 21, improvement of the health of the people and protection for mother and child, and point 24, public service before private interest. Compare paragraph 156 of the Constitution. The growth of the Nazi movement. Hitler appeared in the first great meetings organized by the Nationalist Socialist Party to put forward this programme. At that period, the agitation against the Versailles Treaty was put in the forefront of the Nazi agitation. The more the middle class was affected by the continuous inflation, the more popular the Nazi demonstrations became. It cannot, however, be disputed that in the middle class it was not only the material losses they suffered through reparations, inflation, and the occupation of the Ruhr which affected their outlook, but also the blow to national sentiment which was inflicted by the dictated Peace of Versailles and the entry of French troops into German territory. In February 1921, soon after the reparations negotiations, a great National Socialist demonstration was held in Munich with the slogan, "Germany's future or extinction." For the first time, motors carrying swastika flags passed through the streets of Munich advertising the demonstration. Posters were put up everywhere with the demagogic text, "If 60 million Germans, young and old, declare their united determination, we will not pay. Then the will of these millions will at least secure the respect which is not given to those who kiss the lash which whips them. We are men, not dogs. The 60 million Germans must tell the government clearly that whoever negotiates will be overthrown." This demonstration was a great success for Hitler. The national parties and associations, which had been using old pre-war methods of propaganda, ridiculed the young man when he came to them proposing the organization of giant demonstrations against the government's policy of fulfillment, and still more when on their refusal he himself undertook the task with his own tiny party. But the programme of the nationalist parties, which was that of the Junkers and big capitalists, was not suitable for the middle classes, who, however, were carried away by the 25 points and Hitler's unscrupulous agitation. The failure of the Kapp Putsch had shown the weakness of the Junkers. The putsch was based on the support of the big landlords and parts of the Reichswehr and the higher grades of the civil service, besides a few military groups. But it was completely out of touch with the discontent in the middle class. It was therefore beaten by the working class within 24 hours. The Stahlhelm, too, could never win more than a very limited influence, chiefly among peasant and urban youth and the most backward sections of the workers, members of the yellow unions and agricultural labourers. But the National Socialists were different. They put forward their imaginary fight against international Jewish banking and speculative capital, and their slogan of the National Union, in which all sections of the population would live at peace with each other under a strong state, and with this programme they were able to penetrate widely different groups, including large numbers of the middle class. In 1921, the membership of the National Socialist Party grew from 3,000 to 6,000, but its sphere of influence at that time was almost exclusively limited to Bavaria. In North Germany, the movements under Graefe, Wülle, Henning and Count Reventlow were very much stronger. In 1920, the first Congress of the National Socialist Party was held in Salzburg. This Congress was attended by members of the Austrian National Socialist Party, which dated from before the war. It had been formed in 1904 as a German Labour Party, and in May 1918 this joined with other groups to form the National Socialist Party of Austria. National Socialism dates, therefore, from the early years of the century. It developed first in Bohemia, where the national question played a particularly important role. Hitler, an Austrian by birth, had taken a great deal from their programme, but he was unable to reach an agreement at Salzburg with Jung, the leader of the Bohemian Party. The next Congress was held at Reichenhall in 1921. This Congress was held jointly with Russian and Ukrainian White Guard associations. Hetman Skoropadsky was among the speakers, in conjunction with the National Socialist Alfred Rosenberg, whose family came from the Baltic provinces and who later became editor of the Völkischer Beobachter and Nazi expert in foreign politics. The White Guard emigrants developed their plans of intervention against the Soviet state, which had just driven out the last of the troops of intervention. Already at that period, Rosenberg had developed connections with Dederding and the German industrial employer Reichstag, both of them violently hostile to the Soviet Union. It is interesting to note that in the Völkischer Beobachter, Rosenberg writes his first anti-Bolshevik articles, which were pro-Polish. In a manifesto issued in connection with the Congress of the Party in Munich in January 1922, Hitler, who had still to win his position as sole dictator of the Nazi Party, stated that it was necessary to purge the movement, as it had become a breeding ground for well-meaning fools who were all the more dangerous because of their good intentions. This was evidently directed against the other founders of the party, including Anton Drexler and Körner, who were not prepared to follow Hitler in his new and unscrupulous methods. High and influential officers in the Reichswehr at Munich had for a considerable time given support to the movement. Among them were some of Hitler's former colleagues of 1919 and 1920. With their help, he set up, alongside of the party organization proper and the press and propaganda department, a third organization, which in the following years and later on served as his main fighting weapon, the Storm Troops. In the summer of 1920, the National Socialist Party, under the pretext of protecting their meetings against attacks by the Reds, had set up what they called a corps for maintaining order. But this was too small and weak for Hitler, who in August 1921 set up his own protective organization, the Storm Troops. These formed the terrorist section of the National Socialist Party and were brought directly under the political leadership of the party. Who financed Hitler? Not long after this period, a number of capitalists, particularly in South Germany, began to take an interest in Hitler and the National Socialist Party, with a view to drawing them in to support their own reactionary politics. They realized the value of the National Socialist movement as a weapon against the militant sections of the working class, and they were therefore prepared to support the Nazis, particularly with finance. In the Hitler-Ludendorff trial of 1924, it was proved that Hitler had received considerable sums of money for his party from Aust, the director of the Bavarian Employers' Association. Bechstein, the piano manufacturer, Maffei, an industrial employer in Munich, and Hornschuh of Kulmbach, and Grandl of Augsburg, 2 manufacturers. Hitler also gave lectures on his aims in the select clubs of bankers, landlords, and big employers of labor. In return, he received contributions in support of the National Socialist press and for similar purposes. Hitler also received subsidies from Borsig, a large industrial employer of Berlin, who was chairman of the Union of German Employers' Associations. An agent of Hitler's in Switzerland, Dr. Gausser, is also said to have secured for Hitler finance from Henry Ford, and also from French capitalist groups who were speculating on the Bavarian separatist movement. It is probable that the full sources of Hitler's finance will only become known when the archives come into the hands of the German workers. But political proof of the source of his finance is already clear. The whole policy of the National Socialist Party and the declarations of sympathy for it made by important capitalist groups such as Thyssen and Schacht are proof of the great interest necessarily taken in the Hitler movement by the ruling class. Hitler's debts and the immense expenditure on propaganda and for the maintenance of the storm troops were factors which played a certain role in bringing him into action in 1923. The Putsch of November 9th, 1923. The Munich Putsch of November 9th, 1923, was the highest point and also the end of the first upward movement of the National Socialist Party. All through 1923, Hitler had been urging his allies in the Bavarian government and the Reichswehr to take action. Early in November he mobilized the fighting associations, and in a great demonstration of patriotic associations in Munich announced the formation of the National Republic. He announced the deposition of Ebert, appointed himself Chancellor, Kahr his vice-consul for Bavaria, Pöhner, the chief of the Munich police prime minister, and Ludendorff, minister of the Reichswehr. The Bavarian ministers were arrested but released by Ludendorff a few hours later on parole. At first Kahr supported Hitler's proposals, but in the evening went with General von Lossow and General Seisser to the barracks of the 19th Infantry Regiment, from which they declared in a broadcast that they repudiated the Hitler Putsch. Kahr stated that his consent had been obtained from him by the threat of force. He also announced the compulsory liquidation of the National Socialist German Labour Party, as well as the fighting associations Oberland and Reichsflagge. This report and the order for the dissolution of these organizations was published in the Munich papers on November 9th. Hitler and Ludendorff made a despairing effort to take power, although Hitler had given his word of honor a few months earlier to the Bavarian Minister of the Interior that he would not make any attempt at a putsch. They marched with their fighting organizations through the streets. The Reichswehr maintained an attitude of neutrality. It would not fire on the marching troops. Bavarian police awaited Hitler's approach in one of the public buildings. The police fired one volley. 15 of the Hitlerites fell dead. Hitler himself fled, and was arrested in the villa of a princess before he was able to cross the Austrian frontier. Göring fled to Italy and later to Sweden. Ludendorff was not arrested. The trial of the putschists of November 9th took place in the spring of 1924. The judges were merciful and sympathetic, for the accused were nationally minded people who had acted with the best intentions. The accused were Hitler, Field Marshal von Ludendorff, Frick, a police official who was to become Minister of the Interior in 1933, Captain Röhm, Lieutenant Pernet, Ludendorff's stepson, and a few others. Nazi historians record that the accused were in cheerful mood and were smiling and cracking jokes. Hitler was sentenced to 5 years' detention in a fortress, subject to being released on parole when he had served a portion of the sentence. A few months later, in December 1924, he was released from the Landsberg fortress. Röhm, Frick, and Bruckner got away with only 3 months' detention. Ludendorff was released without punishment on the ground that he had been carried away in the excitement of the moment. Hitler, then still an Austrian citizen, was not expelled, but was allowed to continue to reside in Germany. The Nazis disappear from the scene. The failure of the 1923 putsch formed the close of the insurrectionary period of the Hitler movement. The time of plans for armed uprisings against the Jewish government in Berlin had now passed. The German economic situation had reached a certain stability, and the position of the middle class was improving. Hence, for some years, the National Socialist Party virtually disappeared from the scene. The United People's and National Socialist parties, which in the Reichstag elections of May 1924 had obtained 1,900,000 votes and 32 seats, in December of that year secured only 840,000 votes and 14 seats. They sank down among the splinter parties, while the German Nationals secured over 100 and the Social Democrats 120 seats. The following years were marked by internal struggles within the Nationalist and National Socialist parties. In the summer of 1925, the German People's Freedom Party split, and a large section of its former supporters went over to Hitler. In the meanwhile, the employers continued to take back from the workers the concessions they had won in 1918. In January 1925, a government was formed of the reactionary parties under the leadership of the German Nationalists. 3 months later, Field Marshal von Hindenburg was elected by the combined forces of the right to succeed Ebert as President of the Reich. The National Socialists, who in the first ballot had supported the hopeless candidature of Ludendorff, in the second ballot voted for Hindenburg. This was the beginning of the transformation of the National Socialist movement. The Nazis support the princes. In 1926, in connection with the referendum for the expropriation of the princes, the National Socialists joined the chorus of all the reactionary parties, from the German Nationalists to the Centre and the Democrats, in shouting, "The expropriation of the princes is robbery of well-earned wealth." Moreover, the Nazis have never changed their line in connection with this question. The leader of the Nazi fraction in the Reichstag declared, in connection with a communist motion for the expropriation of the princes and the discontinuance of payments to the Kaiser and the nobility, "A sense of justice makes us reject the communist motion for the expropriation of the princes. German socialism must also recognize the rights of the Hohenzollerns." The German princes and former nobility have rewarded the Nazis for this attitude by putting millions of their compensation money at the disposal of the Nazis. We refer particularly to Prince August Wilhelm, son of the ex-Kaiser, Duke Karl Eduard of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, Prince Wilhelm von Hessen, whom Göring appointed President of Hesse-Nassau in 1933, Prince Christian of Schaumburg-Lippe, and recently the former Crown Prince has joined the Motor Corps of the Nazis. The National Socialists have not been in a position to deny that the ex-Kaiser Wilhelm II has also helped in the financing of the storm troops. Hitler then tried the policy of drawing closer to the reactionary parties in order to win back the confidence of the capitalists, which he had lost through the Munich Putsch. He attempted to win legal positions because he realized that this was the only way to win the favor and support of the ruling class. Once again he began lecturing in the employers' clubs in order to persuade the big capitalists that his ideas were not at all dangerous, and to explain to them how much better they could work with the National Socialists than with the unpatriotic Social Democrats. But now the leader did not restrict his activities to South Germany. He went to the western areas to find the industrial barons in their citadels. In 1926 he spoke twice to specially invited audiences in Essen and Königswinter, and again in 1927 at the Krupp Hall in Essen. The organ of heavy industry, the Rheinisch-Westfälische Zeitung, records the applause with which Hitler's remarks were greeted. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Herskovits-Nagami. The Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 1. The Path to Power, Part 2. Strasser and Goebbels speak of socialism. In the same period, and this is typical of the double-faced, unscrupulous propaganda of the National Socialists, Gregor Strasser, one of Hitler's lieutenants, toured through North and East Germany with socialist slogans of the German Revolution. At that time also Joseph Goebbels comes on the stage. He was a young Catholic writer from the Rhineland. In October 1925, Strasser started the National Socialist Correspondence, which became, as it were, the theoretical organ of the left National Socialists. Goebbels, at first editor of this journal, then went in 1926 to Berlin as district leader. Up to then the movement had made little headway there. From July 1927 he published a weekly called Der Angriff, with the pseudo-socialist mottos, for the oppressed, against the exploiters. Gregor Strasser, with his brother Otto, formerly a Social Democrat, started a small press in Berlin, the Kampfverlag. It produced 3 daily papers, the Nationaler Sozialist, NS, in Berlin, the Märkische Beobachter, for the Brandenburg province, and the Sächsischer Beobachter. At that time, these were the only Nazi daily newspapers in central and northern Germany. The Kampfverlag also published 3 weekly papers and a number of books and pamphlets. There is no doubt that at that period Gregor Strasser attempted to rival Hitler in North Germany. He had certain differences with Hitler and only made these up later. But he continued to carry out an independent policy, and eventually, at the end of 1932, Hitler relieved him of his functions when he had become too closely associated with General Schleicher. In all the publications of the Kampfverlag, a very radical tone was used, which was intended to make the reader believe that he was being spoken to by a friend of the workers and even a class fighter. National or International Socialism, a pamphlet published by the Kampfverlag, asserted that the National Socialist Party is the class party of creative labor. The author of this pamphlet was Jung, first president of the Austrian Nazis. Gregor Strasser's motto was freedom and bread, and his trademark is a hammer and sword. Goebbels uses the same tactics in his pamphlet, The Nazi Sozi, Questions and Answers for Nationalists. There can surely be nothing more hypocritical than a fat, well-fed capitalist who protests against the proletarian idea of class struggle, who gave you the right to throw out your chest, swollen with national responsibility, in indignation against the class struggle of the proletariat? Has not the capitalist state for some 60 years been an organized class state, which brought with it as an inevitable historical necessity the proletarian idea of class struggle? Are you not ashamed, you well-fed Central European, to fight the class fight against underfed, hollow-eyed, hungry, workless proletarians? Yes, we call ourselves the worker state. This is the first step away from the capitalist state. We call ourselves a labor party because we want to set labor free, because to us creative labor is the progressive element in history, because labor means more to us than property, education, rank, and bourgeois origin. This is why we call ourselves a labor party. We call ourselves socialist as a protest against the lie of capitalist social compassion. We want no compassion. We want no social outlook. We despise the rubbish which you call social legislation. It is too little to live with and too much to die with. We demand a full share of what heaven gave us and what we create with our hands and our brains. That is socialism. We protest against the idea of the class struggle. Our whole movement is one great protest against the class struggle. But at the same time, we call things by their right names. If on one side 17 million proletarians see their only salvation in the class struggle, this is because from the right side they have been taught this in practice for 60 years. How can we find any moral justification in fighting against the class struggle unless the capitalist class state is first absolutely torn in shreds and abolished through a new socialist organization of the German people? These words were written not so very long ago by the man who later became Reich Minister for Enlightenment and Propaganda. It is quite a different tone from that used in the 25 points, in which the word socialism does not occur. Compare Goebbels' demand for the tearing in shreds of the capitalist class state with the official organ of the Nazi Party, which in point 25 says, "For the carrying through of the above, the whole program, we demand the creation of a strong central power in the Reich, the absolute authority of the central political parliament over the whole Reich and all its organizations, the formation of chambers of trades and professions for the carrying through in the separate states of the Reich of the general measures laid down by the Reich." By the side of the policy as put forward by Goebbels, the Hitler program of 1920 seems colorless, conventional, Philistine, and liberal. Goebbels' manifesto against the fat, well-fed capitalist provides a fascist program which is much more suitable for industrial areas than the 25 points of Hitler. New defeats in 1928. Nevertheless, neither Hitler with his lectures to the well-fed capitalists of the Rhineland and the Ruhr, nor Strasser and Goebbels with their demagogy could succeed in extending the mass influence of the National Socialist Party. It is true that a certain internal consolidation of the party took place during this period. The membership rose from 17,000 in 1926 to 40,000 in 1927. 2 congresses were held, Weimar in 1926 and Nürnberg in 1927. The storm detachments were re-established. The party got rid of well-meaning, but for that reason all the more dangerous fools. The racial specialist, Dinter in Thuringia, was among those expelled. Moreover, in order to make the party presentable in drawing-rooms, the infamous murderer Heines was expelled, although his bloody record did not prevent Hitler from taking him back again later and appointing him police president of Breslau and head of the storm detachments of the whole of North and East Germany. In May 1928, the National Socialist Party again suffered a heavy defeat at the polls, securing only 12 seats in the Reichstag. The objective situation for the growth of the fascist movement had not yet developed. The years 1924 to 1927 had brought a certain restoration of Germany's economic life, and this had resulted in easier conditions for the middle class generally, and also for some sections of the working class. The economic crisis in Germany. The illusory economic prosperity, however, reached its zenith. Germany was the first European country to be affected by the developing world crisis. Production fell and unemployment rose. In the winter of 1930, there were already over 3 million unemployed in Germany. The employers began a general attack on wages. According to estimates made by the Berlin Finanzpolitische Korrespondenz, the average weekly wages of industrial workers fell as follows. In the summer of 1929, they were 44.60 Reichsmarks. In March 1930, 39.05 Reichsmarks. The average weekly wage throughout the year, which in 1928 and 1929 was 42 and 45 marks, fell to 37 marks in 1930 and 30 marks in 1931. Under the Papen-Schleicher government, the average weekly wage was reduced to 50% of what it had been in 1928 and 1929. It fell to 20.80 marks in August 1932, and since then it has fallen still further. The Finanzpolitische Korrespondenz estimates the total wage reductions of workers and employees in Germany from July 1929 to July 1932 at approximately 38 billion marks, at par about 1,900 million pounds. Together with the wage and salary reductions, there was also a tremendous rise in unemployment. According to the official figures of the Reich Ministry of Labour, unemployment rose to over 6 million. The official Trade Research Institute, however, showed that these official figures were not comprehensive, as they covered only those workers who were reporting at the labour exchanges, that in addition to the visible unemployed, there were also many invisible. On the basis of the health insurance statistics, which cover all employed persons, the invisible unemployment amounted to approximately 2 millions. While, therefore, the Ministry of Labour figures showed close on 6 million unemployed in the winter of 1931-32 and 5 million in the summer of 1932, the Institute estimated the figures at 8 million in the winter of 1931 and 32, and over 7 million in the third quarter of 1932, the best season. But even these figures did not accurately reflect the position. They did not include the hundreds of thousands of persons who had been unemployed for several years and were walking the streets of the towns as beggars or wandering through Germany as tramps, nor did they include the destitute children and the young unemployed who could find no work when they left school. They did not include the hundreds of thousands of small merchants and tradespeople, of people who had formerly been independent, and professional people who were living on the verge of starvation and were in fact unemployed. The real number of unemployed at the end of 1932 must be put at somewhere round about 9 million. The position of the middle class was increasingly getting worse. The specific weight of this section of the population in Germany is considerable. According to a statistical inquiry made by Theodor Geiger, Die soziale Schichtung des deutschen Volkes, Stuttgart, 1932, the percentage proportion of the various classes in the total number of occupied persons is capitalists, 0.84%, old middle class, small proprietors, 18.33%, new middle class, officials, employees, etc., 16.04%, proletarians, workers on own account, small traders, etc., 13.76%, proletariat, 51.03%. The proportion of the proletariat may be put too high, but the general distribution is probably correct. The crisis brought wide sections of the middle class down into the proletariat. The number of bankruptcies rose, compulsory sales became more and more frequent. The small tradespeople of the towns and the small peasants were particularly severely hit, and the crisis hit sections of people who had hitherto not been affected, and whose position had improved during the preceding period of relative stabilization. Unemployment began to creep into the most privileged sections of intellectual workers. The standard of living of teachers, engineers, doctors, lawyers, writers, artists fell lower and lower. A quarter of the university lecturers could find no posts. Of 8,000 graduates from the technical colleges and universities in 1931-32, only 1,000 found employment in their professions. 1,500 continued their studies provisionally, suffering great privation. 1,500 found temporary work as street hawkers, waiters, etc., but 4,000 remained totally unemployed. An investigation undertaken by the Hartmann-Bund, the officially recognized doctors' association, showed that in 1932 70% of the German medical profession were earning less than 170 marks a month, at par £8 10s. 0d. The German Legal Association found that its members were in much the same position. According to a statement issued by the Prussian Minister of Education, of 22,000 teachers who completed their training in the previous year, only 990 found posts, and even these were only temporary and auxiliary teaching posts. And these figures cover Prussia only. The number of unemployed engineers and chemists increased 5 times between April 1930 and April 1932, while unemployment among technical staffs doubled and among all employees rose by 1.5 times during the same period. The position of those university lecturers who were still employed got worse from year to year. Hours were lengthened, salaries were rigorously cut. In addition, there was an increase in short-time working. Many industries worked only 3 to 5 days a week. The immense burden of reparations sharpened the crisis. The promises and hopes of the Dawes plans and the Locarno Treaty were not fulfilled. The Young Plan of 1929 made a new regulation of debts, which brought fresh opportunities for the German capitalists to transfer the burden to the workers. A new wave of radicalization passed through the workers. After the electoral success of the Social Democrats in May 1928, the working class began again to turn toward the Communist Party. Sections of the middle class, which had hitherto been indifferent to politics, now began to become active. The peasants were roused. In North Germany in 1929 they were in a state of revolt, resisting by force the bailiffs sent to rob them of their last cow. There were conflicts with the police. Then came one bomb attack after another. In Schleswig-Holstein attempts were made to blow up government offices. In 1928 a great coalition government was formed, reaching from the German People's Party, the party of heavy industry, to the Social Democrats. Hermann Müller, president of the Social Democratic Party, became chancellor. In addition to him there were 3 Social Democrats in the government: Severing, Minister of the Interior; Hilferding, Minister of Finance; and Vinel, Minister of Labour. Stresemann, leader of the German People's Party, became Foreign Minister, his friend Dr. Curtius, Minister of Economics, and the Democrat Gessler, now a Fascist, Minister of the Reichswehr. It was under Müller's government that the Young Plan was put through. The chief delegate at the Paris Young Plan Conference was Schacht, president of the Reichsbank, who was removed from his post in 1930 and restored to it again in 1933 as a follower of Hitler. The Brüning period. In December 1929 Hilferding was removed from the government, and his place as finance minister was taken by Professor Moldenhauer, a member of the board of control of the great German chemical trust, the IG Farbenindustrie. A few months later, in March 1930, the Müller cabinet was replaced by the Brüning cabinet. The Social Democratic Party was manoeuvred out of the government. Nevertheless, the Brüning-Grüne Stegerwald government, which did not have a majority in the Reichstag, was willingly supported and tolerated by the Social Democrats. At the same time, this government was already thinking of bringing in the National Socialists. In the Gericke trial in June 1933, the former minister Treviranus explicitly stated that at that time Brüning had the intention of bringing in the Nazis. The Social Democrats represented to the workers that the Brüning government was a lesser evil than a government which was purely fascist and capitalist. The Social Democratic Prussian government of Braun and Severing firmly supported the Brüning government of the Reich. The period of democracy came to an end amid the difficulties which the economic crisis brought to Germany's financial, industrial and agrarian capitalists. Brüning ruled Germany with Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution, which in fact suspends the Constitution. But it was not the first time that the rulers of the German Republic had had to correct a political development which was beginning to get dangerous by the introduction of the state of siege and the suspension of democratic rights. During the years 1919 to 1923, when the Social Democrat Ebert was president of the Reich, Article 48 made it possible to prohibit strikes in so-called vital industries, to organize strike-breaking corps for technical assistance in emergencies, to send the Reichswehr to Saxony and Thuringia in 1923, to restore constitutional conditions, and to appoint General von Seeckt as military dictator for the prohibition of the German Communist Party. Zürtgiebel, the Social Democratic police president of Berlin and a former trade union leader, prohibited the working-class demonstrations of May 1, 1929, and when the workers broke through this prohibition and demonstrated, he sent police against them, killing 33 Berlin workers. A few days later, Severing prohibited the Red Front organization, which was the anti-fascist defense organization of the revolutionary workers, while in Prussia the Nazis were allowed to continue legally building up their fighting organizations. The Reichstag was sidetracked by Brüning. The Social Democrats gave their consent to this, and Brüning ruled with emergency decrees on the basis of Article 48 of the Constitution. He decreed the reduction of unemployment payments, the lowering of the miserable pensions of the victims of the war, of the sick, of old people, widows and orphans. He decreed new taxes on the masses, the poll tax, the crisis tax, the bachelor's tax. He decreed increases in import duties and thereby increases in the price of food. He put an end to the rent protection legislation. Banks and industrial concerns received millions in subsidies. The great landlords were able to put themselves right at the expense of their workers. They received millions out of the so-called Aid for the East. And the police presidents, of whom more than half were members of the Social Democratic Party, put down with intense severity the defensive movements of the workers, prohibited the communist press, and forbade working-class demonstrations. Through this policy, the Social Democrats not only actually helped forward the development of the reactionary and fascist forces in Germany, but also gave the National Socialists the pretext for their demagogic campaign against the failure of the Marxist system. The Social Democrats tolerated the Brüning government, which increased the burdens of the workers until they became intolerable, and ruled by dictatorial methods, preparing the way for the summoning of the National Socialists to government power. During this period, the second revival of the National Socialist Party began. Together with Hugenberg, the spokesman of the reactionary wing of German heavy industry and of the landlords, with the support of the Stahlhelm and other nationalist organizations, the National Socialists demanded a referendum against the Young Plan. It was conveniently forgotten that in 1925 Hugenberg's German National People's Party had set aside one half of their fraction in the Reichstag to help to secure the acceptance of the Dawes Plan. The gigantic propaganda apparatus of the Hugenberg concern, with its hundreds of newspapers and its telegraph agency, the Telegraphen Union (TU), was now at the service of the National Socialists. The referendum came to nothing, but the National Socialists could record definite successes in the elections for the Diets of Saxony and Thuringia and in the Prussian local elections. In 1930 Frick became Minister of the Interior and of Education in Thuringia, the first National Socialist minister in Germany. In Thuringia they joined a coalition with all the parties of the right, including the German People's Party, which at that time was in the Reich coalition with the Social Democrats. Only a year earlier, Goebbels, in his small ABC of National Socialism, had called the German People's Party a representative of the interests of big capital. Hitler shows his true colors. One section of the Socialists in the Nazi Party, under the leadership of Otto Strasser, considered that they could no longer follow the legal tactics then used, and in May 1930 left the party under the slogan, "The Socialists leave the National Socialist Party." Before this, Strasser had a long discussion with Hitler, who told him, "The great mass of the workers wants nothing more than bread and circuses. It has no comprehension of any ideals, and we shall never be able to count on ideals to win the workers in large numbers. We want a selection from the new master class, who are not guided, as you are, by a morality of sympathy." Strasser asked Hitler, "If you took power tomorrow, what would you do the day after, for example, with the Krupp concern? Will everything remain just as it is now for the shareholders and the workers in regard to ownership, profits and management?" Hitler replied, "But of course. Do you imagine I am so crazy as to destroy trade? The state would only step in when people were not acting in the interests of the nation, but for this no expropriation is necessary, nor any joint share and control, but the power of the strong state, which alone is in the position to let itself be governed entirely by wide viewpoints, without consideration of individuals. The expression socialism is in itself bad, but above all it does not mean that these concerns must be socialized, but only that they can be socialized if they conflict with the interests of the nation. So long as they do not do this, it would be simply a crime to interfere with trade. In this connection we have a precedent which we can adopt without further question, namely Italian Fascism. Just as the Fascists have already put this into effect, in our National Socialist state also employers and workers will stand alongside each other with equal rights, while the decision in disputes is left to the state, which takes care that economic struggles do not endanger the life of the nation. With this guarantee to the capitalist economic system, Hitler once again recommended himself to the ruling groups of German finance capital. He showed them that, as in the case of the Italian Fascist program, so the nationalist economic program only aimed at guaranteeing the reconsolidation of capitalism. He has kept the promises which he then gave. The Reichstag elections of September 1930 gave the National Socialists their first great electoral success. They secured 6,400,000 votes and 107 seats, becoming the second strongest party after the Social Democrats. The Communists won 600,000 votes. The German Nationalist Party lost half their seats. The German People's Party won third. The National Socialists owed their success to propaganda aimed at winning the radicalized middle-class elements. This propaganda offered unlimited promises to all sections, and it was conducted with gigantic resources supplied by capitalist donors. The Nazis promised the workers higher wages, the employers higher profits, the tenants lower rents, the house owners higher rents, the peasants higher prices, the middle class cheaper food. But they did not succeed in effecting any real penetration of the working class. They merely attracted large sections of former voters for the capitalist parties. Should Hitler be Chancellor of the Reich? Brüning continued in office and issued new emergency decrees. The Social Democrats supported him in carrying through this policy. And with the growth of the National Socialist Party, the question of openly calling it to power became more and more frequently raised. In April of 1932, Hindenburg was elected a second time as President of the Reich, with the votes of the Social Democrats, who issued the slogan, a vote for Hindenburg is a blow at Hitler. In May 1932, at the instigation of the East Prussian Junkers, Chancellor Brüning was overthrown, and a Pappenschleicher government took his place. The new government started to bring in even more severe dictatorial measures. On July 20th, 1932, Papen was appointed Reich Commissioner for Prussia. A captain with 3 soldiers of the Reichswehr sufficed to break the resistance of the Social Democratic ministers of Prussia. For a short time, martial law was in force in the Berlin-Brandenburg area. The Social Democratic leaders offered no resistance, although they still had under their control the whole of the police in Prussia and in several of the other states of the Reich, and although the Social Democrat police officers were urging armed resistance. On the contrary, the Social Democrat leaders denounced the Communists, who were calling on the workers for a general strike, as provocateurs. They weakened the working class forces and abandoned their positions in order to be able, as they thought, to save at least something from the wreck, and so the Prussian home of democracy fell into the hands of the reactionaries without a struggle. In August 1932, after a second electoral success for the Nazis, 13.5 million votes and 225 seats in the Reichstag, the appointment of Hitler as Chancellor began to be discussed. Hindenburg still hesitated, but the demand for Hitler's appointment grew more insistent. The Deutsche Führerbriefe, a private bulletin of the Union of German Industry, published an article which disclosed the plans of the dominant capitalist groups under the title "The Social Reconsolidation of Capitalism." It contained the following passages: "The problem of consolidating the capitalist regime in post-war Germany is governed by the fact that the leading section, that is, the capitalists controlling industry, has become too small to maintain its rule alone. Unless recourse is to be had to the extremely dangerous weapon of purely military force, it is necessary for it to link itself with sections which do not belong to it from a social standpoint, but which can render it the essential service of anchoring its rule among the people, and thereby becoming its especial or last defender." This last or outermost defender of bourgeois rule in the first period after the war was Social Democracy. National Socialism has to succeed Social Democracy in providing a mass support for capitalist rule in Germany. Social Democracy had a special qualification for this task, which up to the present National Socialism lacks. Thanks to its character as the original party of the workers, Social Democracy, in addition to its purely political force, also had the much more valuable and permanent advantage of control over organized labor, and by paralyzing its revolutionary energies, chained it firmly to the capitalist state. In the first period of reconsolidation of the capitalist regime after the war, the working class was divided by the wages victories and social political measures through which the Social Democrats canalized the revolutionary movement. The deflection of the revolution into social political measures corresponded with the transference of the struggle from the factories and the streets into parliament and cabinets, that is, with the transformation of the struggle from below into concessions from above. From then onwards, therefore, the Social Democratic and trade union bureaucracy, and with them also the section of the workers whom they led, were closely tied to the capitalist state, and participation in its administration, at least so long as there was anything left of their post-war victories to defend by these means, and so long as the workers followed their leadership. This analysis leads to 4 important conclusions. 1. The policy of the lesser evil is not merely tactical, it is the political essence of Social Democracy. 2. The cords which bind the trade union bureaucracy to the state method from above are more compelling than those which bind them to Marxism, and therefore to Social Democracy, and this holds in relation to the bourgeois state, which wants to draw in this bureaucracy. 3. The links between the trade union bureaucracy and Social Democracy stand or fall from a political standpoint with parliamentarism. 4. The possibility of a liberal social policy for monopoly capitalism is conditioned by the existence of an automatic mechanism for the creation of divisions in the working class. A capitalist regime which adopts a liberal social policy must not only be entirely parliamentary, it must also be based on social democracy, and must allow social democracy to have sufficient gains to record. A capitalist regime which puts an end to these gains must also sacrifice parliamentarism and social democracy, must create a substitute for social democracy, and pass over to a social policy of constraint. The process of this transition in which we are at the moment, for the reason that the economic crisis has perforce blotted out the gains referred to, has to pass through the acutely dangerous stage when, with the wiping out of these gains, the mechanism for the creation of divisions in the working class, which depended on them, also ceases to function, the working class moves in the direction of communism, and the capitalist rule approaches the emergency stage of military dictatorship. The only safeguard from this acute stage is if the division and holding back of the working class, which the former mechanism can no longer adequately maintain, is carried out by other and more direct methods. In this lies the positive opportunities and tasks of National Socialism. If National Socialism succeeds in bringing the trade unions into a social policy of constraint, as social democracy formerly succeeded in bringing them into a liberal policy, then National Socialism would become the bearer of one of the functions essential to the future of capitalist rule, and must necessarily find its place in the state and social system. The danger of a state capitalist or even socialist development, which is often urged against, such as incorporation of the trade unions under National Socialist leadership, will in effect be avoided precisely by these means. There is no third course between a reconsolidation of capitalist rule and the communist revolution. These paragraphs give the key to an understanding of the political situation. The Papen-Schleicher period. The Papen-Schleicher government was a further stage on the road to a Hitler dictatorship. Its emergency decrees were models for Hitler to follow: the death penalty for high treason, the death penalty for political acts of violence, the establishment of emergency courts which imposed long sentences of imprisonment for minor offences. But this government of big capitalists, Junkers and generals, had no mass following. The Stahlhelm and the German National People's Party were entirely inadequate. Papen's much advertised economic program of September 1932 laid new burdens on the workers and gave new millions to the rich. Powerful anti-fascist demonstrations under the leadership of the Communist Party, which was carrying on the only serious extra-parliamentary fight against fascism, were broken up. These reached their highest point in the Berlin traffic strike of November 1932, which demonstrated the helplessness of the government in face of the determination of the workers. At this period, too, National Socialism was passing through a serious crisis. In the November elections it lost almost 2 million votes. The total vote for the Communist Party reached 6 millions. At the end of November, Papen fell, and Schleicher succeeded him early in December. Behind the scenes, negotiations were carried on in one direction with the trade unions, and also with a view to the drawing in of Hitler. No government can sit on bayonets. Schleicher hesitated, did nothing, and merely modified some of Papen's emergency decrees. On January 22nd, the National Socialists staged a provocative demonstration in front of the Communist Party headquarters, the Karl Liebknecht House. General Schleicher sent the whole police force to protect the Nazis from the workers' counter-demonstrations. The situation grew more and more acute. General Schleicher was considering the immediate proclamation of a military dictatorship. Papen worked against Schleicher's plan, by negotiating with Hitler and Hugenberg. At last, the ruling groups of Germany, as the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung put it, tried a leap in the dark. On January 30th, 1933, Hindenburg, the candidate for the presidency, who had been supported by the Social Democrats, appointed Hitler Chancellor of the German Reich. End of Chapter 1, Part 2.
Chapter 2 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 2. The Reichstag is in flames. Months of intrigue in President Hindenburg's palace had preceded the fall of General Schleicher. Pappen's cranking up of industry had come to nothing. The economic difficulties were increasing. At every step, Schleicher stumbled up against obstacles which were created for him through the influence wielded by his predecessor, Papen, over President Hindenburg. From the moment of his own resignation, Papen was working systematically for the overthrow of his opponent, Schleicher. Round Hindenburg there was a number of more or less definite groups fighting each other. But they were not fighting over personal antipathies or sympathies, but over partial interests of sections of the ruling class, the separate interests of politically influential groups. General Kurt von Schleicher had risen from the Reichswehr to the position of Chancellor of the German Reich. The man who announced in his wireless broadcast following his appointment as Chancellor that he was a social general had for 14 years had his hand in the political pie whenever it was necessary to push the political development of the Weimar Republic one step further in the direction of reaction. Schleicher first appeared in November 1918 as the connecting link between the General Staff of the Army and the Social Democratic People's Delegates in the beating down of the revolution. The name of the young captain attached to the General Staff appeared in those days linked with the names of Hindenburg, Gruner, and Ebert. He had considerable influence in the newly created Reichswehr. In October 1923, he put through the state of emergency when Ebert handed over all executive power to the Reichswehr General von Seeckt in order to meet the revolutionary menace which resulted from the misery of inflation. Since his youth, Schleicher had been in close communication with Hindenburg and his son, Colonel Oskar von Hindenburg, through his service in the 3rd Guards Regiment and on the General Staff. Schleicher succeeded in becoming a personal informant of Hindenburg. He had the strings in his hands when, in March 1930, Hindenburg threw the Social Democratic Chancellor, Hermann, and with him Social Democracy, out of the government. Schleicher arranged Brüning's fall, when the controlling groups of German capitalism were tending more and more towards the summoning of the National Socialists to power. Schleicher himself took Gruner's place as Minister of the Reichswehr. Even when Papen was Chancellor, Schleicher had already begun to fill the most important posts in the government apparatus with his own reliable men. It was Schleicher who turned the scale when Papen's government was rocking and induced the majority of ministers to deliver the ultimatum that Papen must go. Schleicher had to come more and more into the open, but it was easier to maneuver on the smooth parquet floors of the government offices than to carry out a policy on the precipitous ground of the deepening economic crisis. His short term of office ran out without a program, without a policy, with nothing but vague hints at all kinds of plans. His government was only to serve the most powerful capitalist groups of Germany as a bridge to the fascist attack on the growing revolutionary movement among the workers. In the group closely associated with Hindenburg, there was, in the first place, his son and personal adjutant, Colonel Oskar von Hindenburg. His Secretary of State was Dr. Meissner, who had filled the same position under Ebert. Von Papen, too, after his term as Chancellor, was in Hindenburg's confidential circle. Papen had special support in the Herrenklub, a very influential association of politicians, bankers, big employers, and big landowners, high civil servants, and officers. Papen had connections with the National Socialists, with Hitler and Göring, with the Stahlhelm, and with the German Nationalist Party under Hugenberg. A few weeks after his fall from office, Papen met Hitler in Cologne at the house of Schröder, the banker. Hitler, who on November 7th had issued a manifesto calling for a fight to the last breath against Papen, in the banker's drawing room agreed to the confidential proposals put forward by Papen. From Cologne, Papen went to Dortmund to conduct secret negotiations with Springorum and other representatives of Rhenish-Westphalian heavy industry on the question of the government. Schleicher, too, had close relations with the National Socialists, especially with their socialist wing led by Gregor Strasser. Schleicher attempted to exploit for his purposes the crisis in the National Socialist Party, which was marked by the loss of 2 million voters in the elections of November 6th. He had links with the Social Democratic Leipart, president of the German Trade Union General Council, with the Christian trade unions, and with the German Nationalist Commercial Employees Association. He tried to create some kind of trade union mass basis for himself through these cross threads from the trade unions under social democratic leadership to the socialist wing of the National Socialists. At the same time, Schleicher presented the Junkers with millions and millions for relief. Confidential agents carried on negotiations between these groups. Every day new coalitions were being formed and dissolved. Every day the situation changed. Newspapers changed their owners, and their editors changed their political views. A struggle raged for the control of the liberal papers of the Ullstein and Rudolf Masse concerns. The Tägliche Rundschau, once Stresemann's organ, became Schleicher's mouthpiece. There was talk of money which had found its way to the paper from the well-filled chests of the Reichswehr. A new editor was appointed, Hans Zehrer, leader of the so-called Action Group and editor of its journal Action, which carried on a special sort of fascist propaganda with pseudo-revolutionary slogans. Papen tried to secure control of the Berliner Tageblatt. The export industries, the big shipping companies, and the Reich Railways, Siemens, had as their organ the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, which they had been subsidizing for a considerable time. During those weeks, Schleicher also had the backing of Herr Krupp von Bohlen and Halbach and Privy Councillor Duisberg of the IG Farbenindustrie, the chemical combine. These were the leading figures in the Reich Union of German industry. Papen had close connections with Springorum and Thyssen, Hugenberg, and the big agrarian interests. All groups were agreed that the National Socialists would have to be drawn in as the political prop for a government of capitalist dictatorship. But there were differences of opinion as to the form and extent of their participation in the government. The intrigues in Hindenburg's palace reflected these differences. The East Prussian relief scandal. Towards the end of January 1933, Schleicher felt that his government was being more and more undermined by the intrigues of Papen and the big agrarian interests associated with him. He felt, too, that he was being pushed out of the circle of Hindenburg's confidential advisers. He therefore decided to have recourse to a defensive maneuver which he had been contemplating for some time. And an immense mass of material appeared in the papers exposing the Osthilfe corruption of the big agrarian Junkers. A commission of inquiry was set up by the Reichstag. The working masses were roused to fury. The scandal threatened to involve even Hindenburg himself. As far back as the time when Hermann Müller was chancellor, the Junkers had received millions through the so-called Osthilfe to put their bankrupt estates onto a paying basis. The small peasants had got practically nothing out of it. The big landowners pocketed the lion's share. In the Reichstag Committee of Inquiry, it was now revealed, at the end of January 1933, that in addition the rich landowners had received many hundreds of thousands of marks to which they were not entitled. An immensely rich owner of 6 manorial estates and a personal friend and neighbor of Hindenburg's had secured 621,000 marks by giving false particulars. 2 counts took 700,000 marks in this way. A certain landowner who had ruined his property on gambling, wine, and women secured 281,000 marks. 2 controllers of offices through which the Osthilfe was distributed paid off their own debts and pocketed tens of thousands in addition. A certain lord of the manor transferred his livestock to his wife in order to secure 154,000 marks of the Osthilfe. Day by day, new names appeared in the list of those who were involved in the Osthilfe scandal, including neighbors of Hindenburg's estate, people who had the run of his house. There was a great uneasiness in the Hindenburg family, for some of the Junkers involved in the scandal were among those who had organized the presentation of the Neudeck estate to Hindenburg on his 80th birthday. No gift tax had been paid on this gift, and the estate had been registered not in Hindenburg's name, but in that of his son, so that the state was also robbed of the future succession duty. The Junkers and industrial magnates had twice collected funds for repairs and equipment for the Neudeck property, and a third time for the purpose of putting it on a paying basis. The mud of the Osthilfe scandal spattered the walls of the president's palace. The Junkers decided Schleicher must go, as they had decided before that Brüning must go. Hitler becomes Chancellor. On the morning of January 28th, the Schleicher government resigned when Hindenburg refused to give authority for the dissolution of the Reichstag. Papen was instructed by Hindenburg to negotiate with Hitler for the formation of a government of national concentration. 2 days of unparalleled tension followed. The Communist Party broadcast leaflets calling for a general strike against the imminent Hitler dictatorship. Schleicher negotiated with Leipart. The struggle behind the scenes grew more acute. On the night of January 29th to 30th, Schleicher was toying with the idea of the immediate proclamation of a military dictatorship and the march of the Potsdam garrison on Berlin. It seemed that a critical situation might develop at any moment. Then Hindenburg decided to appoint Hitler Chancellor on conditions. And so it came about that the Hitler-Papen-Hugenberg government was formed on the morning of January 30th, 1933. In June 1932, the Papen-Schleicher government had depended on National Socialist toleration. Goebbels later charged the representatives of the Herrenklub with having adroitly clambered to power over the broad backs of the Nazis. In November 1932, the leader of the National Socialist fraction in the Prussian Diet, Wilhelm Kube, declared that the National Socialists would never march with the battle cry of "With Hugenberg for the Stock Exchange and Capital." But during the following months, Papen had been preparing the National Socialists to throw overboard their thundering declamations as superfluous ballast when Hindenburg gave them the call. The chancellorship fell into Hitler's lap, but not as the fruit of some heroic struggle. January 30th was not the culmination of a national revolution which had conquered power by a bold attack. Adolf Hitler was given the post of chancellor when the leading sections of the ruling class wanted not only to strengthen their power against the working class, but also to smother the smell of the Osthilfe scandal. On the evening of January 30th, the stormtroopers and the Stahlhelm marched with flaming torches along the Wilhelmstrasse, cheering Hindenburg and Hitler. The stormtroop men and the Stahlhelmers knew nothing of what had been going on behind the scenes, and when they acclaimed the day of national awakening, they did not know that corruption and the lust for profit were its godparents. The wave of resistance rises. On January 30th, 1933, the Communist Party made an official proposal to the executive of the Social Democratic Party and to the General Council of the trade unions under Social Democratic leadership, and also the Christian trade unions, that they should jointly organize a general strike for the overthrow of the Hitler government. Social Democracy and the trade unions answered, "Hitler has come to power legally. It was necessary to wait," they said, "until he violated legality. No fight should be put up now." The general attitude of the Social Democratic press was that Hitler would soon be finished with. Considerable sections of the German workers accepted these statements. The Communist Party was unable, as yet, to bring the majority of the working class into action. The hastily formed Hitler government would have been unable to cope with the united assault of the working class in those first days of February. The Nazi stormtroops had just been passing through a severe crisis, and in some places had lost half their membership. The police apparatus could not yet be relied upon by the new government. It would also have had difficulties with Schleicher's Reichswehr. But the refusal of the general strike gave the Hitler government the time it needed. Nevertheless, the resistance of the workers was growing in Berlin, in Hamburg, in the Ruhr, in the Lower Rhine area, in central Germany, and in all parts of the Reich. The Hitler dictatorship was opposed by a working class whose fighting strength was as yet unbroken. On January 22nd, they had refused to allow themselves to be provoked. Now a wide movement was developing for united action against the raging fascist terror. Social Democratic, Christian, and Communist workers united to defend newspaper and trade union buildings. Hitler could prohibit papers, refuse to allow demonstrations, and send his stormtroops into the working class quarters, but the working class answer was the rise of a wide anti-fascist movement in which all sections were united. The need for a provocative act. Hitler had held power for some weeks, but the situation was far from favorable. The new cabinet had dissolved the Reichstag and ordered new elections. Papen's terrorist decrees were again brought into force in sharpened form, and the Osthilfe scandal was buried in a secret commission. Hitler proclaimed on the wireless his non-existent 4 years plan. But the millions of his voters who were looking forward to German socialism could not be put off merely with a couple of emergency decrees and vague promises. At the end of January, Hitler had been compelled to enter the government on the restricting conditions imposed by Hindenburg. There were many reasons why he was ready to compromise: the discontent among his members and supporters, crisis, and numerous resignations from the National Socialist Party, besides the enormous debts of the party. In bourgeois circles, a number of former Nazi voters had already begun to show a tendency towards the German nationalists. On November 6, 1932, the Communists had won 11 seats in the Reichstag, while Hitler had lost 35. In the new government, there were 3 National Socialist ministers, opposed by 8 representatives of the German nationalists and of the Stahlhelm. There could be no change in the cabinet without Hindenburg's consent. In view of the growing anti-fascist feeling among the workers, Hitler's election prospects were not good. Hugenberg and the German nationalists held all the economic posts of vantage in the cabinet, and masses of the people were beginning to realize that Hitler was carrying out the policy of the worst firebrands among the capitalists. The disillusionment of the masses would show itself in an increased communist vote on March 5th. It had become an imperative necessity for the National Socialist leaders to change the situation by an act of provocation planned on a grandiose scale. Then the elections could be carried out while the pogrom feeling against the Communists and Social Democrats was at its height. At the same time, the position of the National Socialists within the cabinet could be strengthened. Goebbels provided the plans for the most outrageous of all the acts of provocation which a ruling class has ever used against the insurgent working class. Goering, president of the Reichstag and commander of the Prussian police, was responsible for the exact fulfillment of the plan. The original plans of the National Socialist leaders to bring all stormtroopers to Berlin for the night of March 5th to 6th had been shattered by the threat of their allies to bring out the Reichswehr against them. But the new plan of provocation provided the means to satisfy the National Socialist demand for complete governmental power and also to prepare the way for an unrestrained Nazi terror. The National Socialist leaders moved into action. The German nationalist police president of Berlin, Dr. Melcher, was transferred to Magdeburg, and his place in Berlin was filled by the National Socialist retired Admiral von Levetzow. On February 24th, the Karl Liebknecht House, the headquarters of the German Communist Party, was once again searched by the police. Although the Karl Liebknecht House had already been in the possession of the police for some weeks, and was only left by the police after a thorough search which produced no results, now suddenly seriously incriminating material was found. The day before the Reichstag fire, gigantic headlines in the whole bourgeois press told readers of the secrets of Karl Liebknecht House, of subterranean passages, treasonable material, and plans for a Bolshevistic revolution. The press also reported an alleged communist bomb outrage on the railway in East Prussia. This outrage was never mentioned again. On January 25th, there was a small fire in the Berliner Schloss, which was announced sensationally as a communist act. In this way, public opinion was carefully prepared, from paper to paper, from day to day, for the great coup. The Communist Party received reliable reports that the government had planned an act of provocation. The deputy Wilhelm Pieck spoke of it in the Sportpalast in Berlin. He mentioned a Nazi plan for a faked attempt to assassinate Hitler or some other act of provocation, which was to take place some days before the election and lead to the prohibition of the Communist Party. The Communist fraction in the Reichstag made a similar statement at a conference of foreign press representatives. The Hitler press, following instructions, raised the campaign against the revolutionary workers to boiling point. Everyone who was following the political situation realized that a crisis was imminent. Everyone felt that there was something in the air. Then, on the night of February 27th to 28th, all German wireless stations broadcast the message, "The Reichstag is in flames." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 3. Van der Lubbe, the Tool. Marinus van der Lubbe was born in Leiden on January 13, 1909. His father owned a small shop and also traded his wares through the neighboring villages. At the age of 16, after a short period as assistant in a shop, Marinus van der Lubbe became a worker in the building trade, which he had to leave after an accident which permanently injured his eyesight. Shortly before this, he joined the Leiden branch of the Young Communist League. He was always ambitious and seeking prominence, and in January 1929 he resigned from the Young Communist League because he was not appointed leader of the Pioneers organization. He rejoined, but in December 1929 again resigned owing to a conflict with the Young Communist League in connection with leaflets which he wrote and distributed over his own signature. He joined the League again in 1930, but was distrusted and did not take any active part. In April 1931, the question of his expulsion was raised, and van der Lubbe immediately resigned. From that date, he had no connection whatever with the Young Communist League or Communist Party, but attacked the Communists whenever he had the opportunity. Van der Lubbe's life. Marinus van der Lubbe was 5 months in the Leiden hospital after his accident. He could not go back to his trade and tried to earn his living in various ways. In the winter of 1927-28, he worked as a temporary waiter in the station restaurant in Leiden, and in the summer of 1928 he was a porter in the Van Holland Hotel at Noordwijk. After that he did a little trading in potatoes on his own account, and then worked on a ferry transporting building materials between Noordwijk and Sassenheim. In the summer of 1930 he went to Calais, and on his return stated that he had worked as an excavator and had also made some attempts to swim the channel. We have made detailed enquiries in Calais, but can find no evidence that he ever made such an attempt. But the fact that he boasted of this on his return to Leiden is characteristic of his outlook. Enquiries into his life in Leiden have definitely established the fact that he was homosexual. This is of great importance for his later history. His tour through Europe. Together with a friend of his, Holverda, he planned a workers' sports and study tour through Europe, and had cards printed with his and Holverda's photographs and the statement in 4 languages that they were undertaking a tour through Europe and the Soviet Union. Before they left, there was a quarrel, and Holverda remained in Leiden. Actually, the postcards say that the tour was to begin on April 14th, 1931. We have in our possession one of these cards, dated from Potsdam, April 14th, 1931. Not long after, van der Lubbe was back in Leiden. He makes Dr. Bell's acquaintance. When van der Lubbe returned from his first short visit to Germany, he told his friends of a gentleman who had taken him on a long tour in his car. We do not know whether Lubbe's story was true, or whether he invented the gentleman from Leipzig. But we do know that on that first visit to Germany, van der Lubbe made the acquaintance of a man who played a decisive part in Lubbe's future life. In April or May 1931, Lubbe met Dr. Bell. We know this from a friend of Dr. Bell's. He writes, "If I remember rightly, it was in May 1931 that Bell told me he had made the acquaintance of a young Dutch worker who had made a very good impression on him. He must have met him when he was out in his car, near Berlin or Potsdam. They met a hiker on the way and gave him a lift in the car. He was a young Dutch workman. This young Dutchman later visited Bell in Munich. Bell called him Renus or Renus. He had frequent meetings with him." Marinus van der Lubbe visits Munich. In September 1931, van der Lubbe again started out for Germany. He still had the postcards which he had had printed for his tour through Europe, and sold them on his way. At the frontier village of Gronau in Westphalia in September 1931, he was arrested for selling cards in the street without a license. The court in Münster imposed a small fine. At Bacharach on the Rhine, van der Lubbe got into conversation with a motorcyclist. He was also a Dutchman, Plucht, a railway engine driver whose home was in The Hague, Bloemfonteinstraat 24. Plucht gave Lubbe a lift in his sidecar, and they put up overnight in Rothenburg, Plucht at the hotel and Lubbe at a youth hostel. Plucht told our investigator of the conversation he had had with van der Lubbe, who, in reply to the question what he was doing in Germany, said that he was looking for work. Plucht then asked van der Lubbe whether he would not be much more likely to find work in Holland than in Germany, to which Lubbe replied with great assurance that he would get work in Germany. Plucht recalls that he was surprised at van der Lubbe's tone of assurance. From Rothenburg, the two went on to Munich, parting on the outskirts of the town. We know that van der Lubbe visited Dr. Bell in Munich. We do not know exactly how long he stayed there, but it must have been some days, as on his return to Leyden he gave his friends a detailed and accurate description of the town. He talked not only of the town, but also of the grand time he had had there, and of the many gentlemen whose acquaintance he had made there. The most important acquaintance made by van der Lubbe in Munich was Captain Röhm. At that time Dr. Bell was still advisor in foreign politics to Hitler's chief of staff, Röhm. He was a close friend of Röhm's, so close, in fact, that Röhm gave him the confidential task of establishing connections with the Reichsbanner commander, Major Meyer. Röhm then felt that he was being persecuted by the National Socialist murder gang, and he tried to get protection from Meyer through the intermediary Dr. Bell. All these facts were established in court in October 1932, when Captain Röhm brought an action against the Social Democratic journal Münchener Post. Bell was not only advisor in foreign politics to Röhm, he was also his confidant in personal matters. The Münchener Post and other papers in 1932 published letters from Röhm to young men, from which it is clear that Röhm was homosexual. Dr. Bell knew many of Röhm's relations with young men, for the reason that he himself procured many of them for Röhm. Bell, who had intimate knowledge of the situation within the National Socialist Party, kept a list of these young men, intending to use it as a weapon against Röhm if any conflict developed with him. Van der Lubbe's name was on this list. A voyage of adventure. After leaving Munich, van der Lubbe did actually carry out part of his tour through Europe. We are in possession of a postcard written by him from Krakow. Our investigator in Holland saw a letter which he had written from Budapest and a card from Belgrade. When van der Lubbe returned to Leyden in January or February 1932, he had a great deal to tell his friends about his tour. One of these tales deserves to be told. Van der Lubbe said that he had been in Poland and had reached the frontier of the Soviet Union. A mighty river, he said, divides Poland from the Soviet Union. He had tried to swim this river, but was driven back by shots from the Polish frontier guards. He was then arrested and kept a few days in a prison from which he could see the Soviet frontier across the river. Then he was sent about his business. Van der Lubbe's friends were greatly astonished when our investigator informed them that there was no mighty river between Poland and the Soviet Union. This tale again is characteristic of van der Lubbe's boastfulness and desire for notoriety. The cards and letters which van der Lubbe had written to his friends in Leyden are proof that at the end of 1931 and the beginning of 1932 he was in several towns in Hungary, Poland, and Yugoslavia. It is probable that he was not alone, but in the company of some rich man. On his return to Leyden, he said that a gentleman in Budapest had given him new shoes, that the Dutch consul in Yugoslavia had given him his fare back, and other improbable things which suggest that he actually traveled with some rich friend. Dr. Bell introduced Lubbe not only to Captain Röhm, but to other National Socialists as well. From then on, he was in regular communication with National Socialist circles. His friends in Leyden are unanimous in their statements that Lubbe received many letters from Germany and that he always tried to conceal these letters from his friends. A guest of the Nazis. Van der Lubbe's return to Leyden in January or February 1932 was unexpectedly prompt. He sent a postcard from Berlin and arrived at Leyden at the same time as the card. He must therefore have traveled by train or by car. The question of where the money came from remains open. After an interval of about 2 months, van der Lubbe went on a third visit to Germany. But before that he achieved a little notoriety in Leyden, smashing some windows at the office of the relief organization which had refused to increase his allowance. He was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment for this. Before going to prison, however, he managed to pay another visit to Germany. We know that he went to Berlin and Saxony. On June 1st and 2nd, he stayed the night at Czernowitz, where he was seen in company with the local councillor Sommer and also Schumann, who owned a vegetable garden. Both are National Socialists. After the Reichstag fire, Councillor Sommer reported van der Lubbe's visit in June 1932 to the mayor of Brockwitz. This fact was recorded in a protocol which was forwarded to the Saxon Ministry of the Interior, which notified Frick, Reich Minister of the Interior, of these facts. The facts became public as a result of an interpellation in the Saxon Diet by a Social Democratic deputy. They have not been denied by anyone. The papers which reported this interpellation also reported that Councillor Sommer had disappeared a short time after he had made the report concerning van der Lubbe's stay at Czernowitz. This statement, too, has not been contradicted. After his stay in Czernowitz, van der Lubbe must have remained in Germany a few days longer. On his return to Holland, he was arrested in Utrecht on June 21st, 1932. He was 9 days in prison in Utrecht and was then moved to the prison at Schravenhage, Hague, to carry out his 3 months' sentence. Van der Lubbe attacks the Communist Party. Van der Lubbe was released from prison on October 2nd, 1932. He came from The Hague to Leiden and did not go out of the country again before the end of the year. He paid a visit to his father at Dordrecht and then went on to Amsterdam and The Hague. In these towns he spoke at a number of meetings, his speeches vigorously attacking the Communist Party. We have definite evidence of this. One document in our possession shows that van der Lubbe spoke at a fascist meeting for the fascists. A second document describes van der Lubbe's attitude at a meeting of taxi drivers who were on strike at The Hague. At this meeting, van der Lubbe not only attacked the communists, but tried to incite the taxi drivers to terrorist acts. Van der Lubbe followed a consistent line since he finally left the Communist Party. From 1929 to 1931, he had been trying to find scope for his anarchist tendencies within the communist movement, and when his connections with it were finally broken in April 1931, he turned to attacking the movement. This attack became more and more vigorous at every meeting he addressed. The arguments which he was using during the last quarter of 1932 were clearly influenced by National Socialist propaganda. Lower middle class in origin, and only temporarily in the ranks of the workers, he had returned to the fold. His last journey to Germany. In January 1933, van der Lubbe was making preparations for another visit to Germany. Before he left, he had to have treatment for his eyes again at the Leiden hospital, and he was 4 weeks in hospital. Shortly before his departure for Germany, he visited Frau van Zijp, in whose house he had lodged. She told our investigator of her last talk with van der Lubbe, who told her that his passport had very nearly run out. She asked him whether it was really necessary for him to go to Germany, and whether he would not do better to stay in Leiden. Van der Lubbe replied that she need not worry, he had something important to do in Germany. He would only need his passport for this occasion, and then it would not matter if it ran out. In the middle of February, Marinus van der Lubbe left Leiden. Before his departure, he had a new suit and new shoes. The Vossische Zeitung of March 2nd reported that he spent the night at Glindau, near Werder, on February 17th, and that he went on to Berlin on February 18th. In Berlin, he met the Nazi friends whose acquaintance he had made through Dr. Bell. Van der Lubbe, the Tool. On February 27th, van der Lubbe was arrested in the burning Reichstag. The flames were the background of the hoax in which van der Lubbe for a few hours played the leading role. Then he passed from the stage. The searchlights of truth have pierced the fog of deception and mercilessly shown up Goering and Goebbels, who made use of van der Lubbe as their tool. Why did the murderer Heinz and his associates, who had been entrusted by Goering and Goebbels with the technical carrying out of the Incendiary Act, choose van der Lubbe as the tool? Van der Lubbe had been in the communist movement in Holland up to April 1931. The men who were carrying out the orders issued by Goering and Goebbels believed that this was enough to make it possible to put the guilt for the Incendiary Act in the Reichstag onto the shoulders of the communists. Van der Lubbe's homosexual connections with National Socialist leaders and his material dependence on them made him obedient and willing to carry out the incendiaries' part. Van der Lubbe's Dutch nationality was a further advantage. It enabled Goering and Goebbels to represent the burning of the Reichstag as an international plot. For all these reasons, van der Lubbe was chosen as the tool to carry out the Incendiary Act. The leading figures in the plot were Dr. Goebbels, concocted the plot for setting fire to the Reichstag, also the fanatical lies and provocation. Captain Goering, a drug fiend, directed operations. Edmund Heinz, a murderer, was entrusted with the leadership of the incendiary group. Marinus van der Lubbe, the tool. When the Chicago police in 1886 staged a bomb explosion carried out by paid provocators, an explosion which killed a large number of the police, it was 7 years before the act of provocation was established. The tools had been well chosen. After the burning of the Reichstag, it took only 3 days to make the whole world certain that the National Socialists had set fire to the Reichstag. The tool van der Lubbe was too ill chosen. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. Brown Book of Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4. The Real Incendiaries. The German Reichstag. The foundation stone of the German Reichstag was laid by Wilhelm I on June 9, 1884. The building was completed in December 1894. The German Reichstag building is in the Königsplatz, opposite the Bismarck Memorial. The east front faces the Friedrich-Eberstrasse. The south front overlooks the Tiergarten, across the Simonstrasse, while the north front overlooks the Spree. The building consists of cellars, a ground floor, a main floor, an intermediate floor, and 2 upper floors. The front of the building is 137 meters long. It is crowned by a large dome, round which are 4 smaller cupolas. The central feature of the main floor is the session hall, in which the Reichstag met. The walls of the chamber are paneled in wood, except for the side behind the president's chair, which is stone. The dais, the tribunes, and the deputy seats are of wood. The seats are arranged in the form of an amphitheater in 7 sections, divided by narrow, thickly carpeted gangways. There is a corridor running round the hall, which leads into the lobby. The corridors and the hall are furnished with carpets, upholstered seats, and heavy curtains. In the main floor there are also numerous rooms and halls, with windows looking out over the streets. The reading room, the archives, and the library are partly on the main floor and partly in the intermediate floor. The heating and ventilating apparatus is in the cellars. A small flight of stairs leads from the cellar to a subterranean passage, which leads out under the portico of the Reichstag and under the Friedrich-Eberstrasse. A door shuts off this subterranean passage from the stairs and also from the other rooms containing the ventilation apparatus. Hot pipes run along the walls of the passage. The main entrance of the Reichstag opens on the Königsplatz, but this entrance is only used on special occasions. How does a visitor get access to the Reichstag? In all its reports on the burning of the Reichstag, the Hitler government gave no indication of how the incendiaries got into the Reichstag. They replied on the fact that practically no German or foreigner knows the formalities which have to be gone through in order to enter the Reichstag. The following shows what a visitor to the Reichstag has to do to get in. 1. Non-members and visitors can only enter the Reichstag through door 2 or door 5. Door 2 opens onto the Simonstrasse, door 5 onto the Reichstagschufer. 2. Anyone entering the Reichstag through door 5 comes into a lobby across which there is a rope barrier. The officials stand behind this barrier. 3. Each visitor has to apply to one of the officials. It is impossible to get into the Reichstag without giving particulars to an official. Each visitor has to fill in a printed card with the name of the visitor, the name of the member whom he wishes to see, and the reason for the visit. 4. This card is then taken by a messenger to the member concerned. The member is asked whether he is willing to see the visitor. 5. While the messenger is looking for the member, the visitor has to wait in the waiting room. He is all the time under observation by the officials on duty. 6. If the member agrees to see the visitor, the latter is then brought to him by a messenger. The messenger conducts the visitor personally to the member and only leaves when the visitor is with the member. 7. All visitors are listed in a special register, which is made up from the cards already mentioned. The fire in the Reichstag. Between 9 and 9:15 in the evening of February 27, 1933, fire broke out in the Reichstag building. The first public announcement of the burning of the Reichstag was made that evening by wireless. The Berlin broadcasting station also announced that the incendiary was a Dutch communist named van der Lubbe. He was said to have made a full confession and to have been caught in the building, dressed only in a pair of trousers, when the police officials came to the Reichstag. It was stated that he had a Dutch passport on him and also a membership book of the Dutch Communist Party. Early the following morning, the official Pressedienst circulated the following account of the fire. On Monday evening, fire broke out in the German Reichstag. The Reich Commissioner for the Prussian Ministry of the Interior, Minister Göring, immediately on his arrival took over the direction of all operations. As soon as the fire became known, Chancellor Adolf Hitler and Vice-Chancellor von Papen also came to the Reichstag. This is undoubtedly the most serious act of incendiarism as yet experienced in Germany. The police investigation has shown that the fire was started at a number of points all over the Reichstag building, from the cellar to the dome. Tar and torches were used, these being put in leather chairs and among the documents of the Reichstag. Also near doors, curtains, wood paneling, and at other easily inflammable spots. A police official saw persons with burning torches in the dark building. He fired at once. One of the criminals was caught. This is the 24-year-old bricklayer van der Lubbe of Leiden in Holland, who had on him a Dutch passport, which was in order, and stated that he was a member of the Dutch Communist Party. The central portion of the Reichstag has been completely burnt out. The sessions chamber with the tribunes and corridors have been destroyed. The damage runs into millions. This act of incendiarism is the most monstrous act of terrorism so far carried out by Bolshevism in Germany. Among the 100 centners of material which the police discovered in the search of the Karl Liebknecht house, there were instructions for the carrying through of the communist terror on the Bolshevist model. According to these instructions, government buildings, museums, mansions, and essential plant were to be burnt down. The directions also state that in disturbances and conflicts with the police, women and children should be sent in front of the terrorist groups, where possible the wives of the children of police officials. The systematic carrying through of the Bolshevist revolution has been checked by the discovery of this material. In spite of this, the burning of the Reichstag was to be the signal for a bloody insurrection and civil war. Plans had been prepared for looting on a large scale in Berlin at 4 a.m. on Tuesday. It has been ascertained that today was to have seen throughout Germany terrorist acts against individual persons, against private property, and against the life and limb of the peaceful population, and also the beginning of general civil war. The Reich Commissioner of the Prussian Ministry of the Interior, Minister Göring, has taken the strongest measures to meet this terrible danger. He will maintain the authority of the state in all circumstances, and with all the means at his disposal. It can be stated that the first attack of the criminal forces has been beaten back for the moment. Already on Monday evening, all public buildings and vital industries were placed under police protection to ensure public security. Special police cars are passing continuously through the parts of town which are chiefly threatened. The whole of the police and criminal police in Prussia has immediately been put in a state of readiness. The auxiliary police have been called up. Orders have been issued for the arrest of 2 leading communist members of the Reichstag on a charge of grave suspicion. The other Communist Party members of the Reichstag and officials have been put under protective arrest. Communist papers, periodicals, leaflets, and posters have been prohibited throughout Prussia for 4 weeks. All Social Democratic newspapers have been prohibited for 14 days, as the Reichstag incendiary in his confession admitted that he had connections with the Social Democratic Party. Through this confession, the United Communist Social Democratic Front has become a palpable fact. This situation demands of the authorities responsible for the security in Prussia decisive action to fulfill their duty of maintaining the authority of the state in this moment of danger. The latest events have fully established the necessity of the special measures which had already been introduced: auxiliary police, authority to the police to shoot, etc. These measures equip the state power to nip in the bud any further attack on the peace of Germany, and thereby on the peace of Europe. Minister Göring appeals for the strictest discipline from the German nation in this grave hour. He expects the unwavering support of the population, for whose security and safety he answers with his own person. The first press announcements. On the morning of February 28th, millions of people read the accounts of the burning of the Reichstag in their papers. The front pages shouted in great letters, "The German Reichstag in flames." This event overshadowed all other news. In London, Paris, New York, Amsterdam, Prague, and Vienna, the reader was furnished with long accounts of the burning of the Reichstag building. The reporters unanimously stated that the hall had been completely burnt out, including the dome above it, the glass roof being shattered, and the struts bent. The corridors round the Reichstag chamber and the lobby were also destroyed. The press of the world, however, contained a number of divergent statements with regard to the further details. The Prager Tageblatt of February 28th stated that the fire was noticed at about 10 o'clock in the evening. The Temps of March 1st stated that the fire had been discovered at 9:15 p.m. The London Times of February 28th reported that the fire had broken out at 9 p.m. The reports in the papers also gave different accounts of how the fire had been discovered. The Hugenberg News Agency, Telegrafen Union, stated in an announcement which was printed by a section of the press in the morning edition of February 28th. It has been established beyond question that the fire was developed into a conflagration with the aid of torches placed at various points. A police official noticed through one of the windows a man carrying torches moving stealthily and immediately fired at him. The Temps of March 1st states, on the other hand, that the first warning of the fire was given by an employee of the Engineering Institute opposite the Reichstag. The number of points at which the fire started is estimated differently by the various papers. The Prager Tageblatt of February 28th speaks of 20 points, Well, the Berlin correspondent of The Times states in the issue of February 28th that the police officers on duty told him that the fire had started in 4 or 5 places. The Chicago Tribune reports 10 points. The rapidity with which the fire spread shows conclusively that it was started at a number of points. The pogrom against the left begins. The fire in the Reichstag was still burning when police cars and motorcyclists and the Nazi storm detachments were already on their way. The first arrest was made immediately after midnight. By the morning, police headquarters were filled with hundreds of arrested persons who sat on long benches in the corridors. Communists, socialists, pacifists, writers, doctors, and lawyers had been torn from their beds in the night and taken to police headquarters. Many of them were already asleep when the wireless announcement of the fire was circulated. The noon papers gave the first names of the arrested persons. Among them were writers Ludwig Renn, Egon Erwin Kisch, Erich Baron, Karl von Ossietzky, and Otto Lehmann Russbild, the doctors Bonheim, Schminke, and Hoden, the lawyers Apfel, Litten, Barbach, and Felix Hall, the communist members of the Reichstag Walter Stecker, Ernest Schneider, Fritz Emmerich, Ottoman Geschke, and Willi Caspar. The Reichstag member Torgler, who was accused of being jointly responsible for the burning of the Reichstag, on the morning of February 28th, went to police headquarters to make a protest against the charge. He was arrested. The Communist and Social Democratic press did not appear on the morning of February 28th. The printing works of the Foreword and of the papers Berlin am Morgen and Welt am Abend were occupied during the night of the 27th, and the copies of the morning edition, which had already been run off, were confiscated. The printing works of the Rote Fawn, which are in the Karl Liebknecht house, had been occupied by the police some days previously, and the Rote Fawn had already been prohibited before the burning of the Reichstag. Emergency decrees. The fire in the Reichstag was put out during the night. Within a few hours, the president of the Reichstag signed a decree entitled Emergency Decree for the Protection of the Nation and the State. It contained the following clauses. In virtue of Article 48 of the Constitution of the Reich, and as it measures of defense against communist acts of violence which endanger the state, it is decreed 1. Articles 114, 115, 117, 118, 123, 124, and 153 of the Constitution of the German Reich are suspended until further notice. Consequently, restrictions on personal freedom and on the right of free expression of opinion, including the freedom of the press and of the right of association and assembly, are permissible beyond the limit laid down in these articles of the Constitution. In addition, the privacy of correspondence, of the post, telegraph, and telephone is suspended, and house searchings and the confiscation or restriction on the rights of property are permissible. 4. Any person who opposes any orders issued by the state authorities or officials authorized by them for the enforcement of this decree, or orders issued by the Reich government in accordance with Section 2, or who supports or incites to such opposition, is liable to imprisonment for not less than 1 month, or to a fine from 150 to 15,000 Reichsmarks, unless a heavier penalty is imposed under existing legislation. Any person whose opposition endangers life is liable to not less than 6 months' hard labor, in extenuating circumstances, and if the opposition has fatal results, to the death penalty, or in extenuating circumstances to not less than 2 years' penal servitude. Any person who incites to opposition to the public danger is liable to hard labor, or in extenuating circumstances to imprisonment, for not less than 3 months. 5. The death penalty is substituted for penal servitude for life, where this is laid down under the Criminal Code, namely under Sections 81, High Treason, 229. Poisoning. 307. Arson. 311. Causing explosions. 312. Causing floods. 315. Damage to railways. 324. Attempts to poison groups of persons. The following crimes are punishable with death, or, unless heavier penalties are imposed by previous legislation, with penal servitude for life or up to 15 years. 1. Any attempt to murder the President or ministers or commissioners, whether of the Reich or of the States of the Reich, or instigation to such murder, or agreement or conspiracy with others aiming at such murder. In cases under Section 115 of the Criminal Code, serious rioting, or Sections 125, serious breaches of the peace, any act involving the use of arms or conscious and deliberate cooperation with armed persons. 3. Any act to deprive any person of his or her liberty, with a view of using him or her as a hostage in political conflicts. The campaign. Special editions of the papers, ministerial speeches, wireless announcements and posters everywhere announced. The Communists have set fire to the Reichstag. Insurrection and civil war were to follow. The Communists intended to violate your wives and murder your children. The Communists intended to poison the water in the wells and the food in the restaurants and canteens. Every hour crimes of the Communists were hammered into the readers of the German papers, and those who listened to the wireless. The campaign was developed on a systematic plan. The press was crammed with atrocity stories of what the Communists had intended. The Vossische Zeitung of March 1st gave information which it had from government sources. The government is of the opinion that the situation is such that a danger to the state and to the nation existed and still exists. The material from the Karl Liebknecht House is now being examined by the government's legal advisers. Official reports state that this material contains proof that terrorist acts had been systematically prepared by the Communists on a scale that would place the nation and the state in the greatest danger. Among the confiscated Communist material, definite plans have been found for the seizure of hostages, especially the wives and children of particular individuals, plans for incendiary acts on public buildings, directions for terrorist groups who were to be placed at certain points in the uniform of the police. Storm detachments and Stahlhelm. There is, it is declared, well-founded suspicion that the Communist activities are to be continued, and that the central leadership of their operations will, if necessary, be removed from Berlin. There is also good cause to believe that, as in Karl Liebknecht House, there are subterranean cellars and passages at other points, through which the Communists escape at the moment of danger. In this connection, it is emphasized that the necessary steps have been taken at the German frontiers to make the flight of suspected persons into foreign countries impossible. In connection with the act of incendiarism in the Reichstag, it is stated that irrefutable proof exists that the chairman of the Communist section in the Reichstag, Deputy Torgler, had been for some hours in the Reichstag building with the incendiary, and that he had also been with others who had been concerned in the crime. It is added that the other criminals may have been able to escape through the subterranean passages, which, in connection with the heating arrangement of the Reichstag, link the Reichstag building itself with the building occupied by the President of the Reichstag. In this connection, reference is made to the arrest of two persons who telephoned from the Reichstag building, asserting that the President of the Reichstag, Goering, was the instigator of the incendiary act, and stress is laid on the fact that the people concerned were connected with the Social Democratic Party and press. The authorities state that the fight against communism will now be conducted with extreme severity. Anyone who works with the Communists, or regarding whom there are sufficient grounds to suspect that he is working with them, will be rigorously dealt with as the Communists themselves. The government statements also make it clear that the elections will be held under all circumstances. Quote, "It is to be noted that the decrees for the protection of the nation and the state, and the decree which punishes high treason more severely than hitherto, are supplementary to each other. The authorities state that the clauses of the decree for the protection of the nation and the state, which are particularly directed against communism, were necessary because of the documents found in Karl Liebknecht's house. Thus, for example, the increased severity of the punishments laid down in the criminal code for the administering of poison and poisoning to the common danger has been due to the fact that the communists intended to carry out acts of poisoning on a large scale, including the poisoning of food in restaurants frequented by politicians who were their enemies." Minister Goering spoke on the wireless on March 1st, and this was relayed from all German stations. According to the unanimous reports published in the press, Goering made the following statements in his speech. "The Communists are using leaflets and handbills to rally workers capable of using arms for red mass self-defense. This pretext was to enable the masses of the revolutionary communists to be mobilized and to bring them into battle against the nation and the state. I should like to state openly that we are not carrying on a defensive fight, but that we have passed to the offensive along the whole front. It will be my principal task to extirpate communism from our people. For that reason, we have also mobilized those forces of national Germany whose main task it must be to overcome communism." On February 15th, it was ascertained that the Communist Party was engaged in organizing terrorist troops in units up to 200 men. These groups were to dress in storm detachment uniforms and then to carry out attacks on motor cars, stores, shops, etc. Similar attacks were to be carried out on allied associations, such as the Stahlhelm and the national parties. By these means it was hoped to break the unity of the national movement. Terrorist troops in the uniform of the Stahlhelm were also to carry out similar activities. In cases of arrest, false particulars were to be given. In addition, numerous forged orders of the Storm Detachment and Stahlhelm leaders were found in which the Storm Detachments were directed secretly to hold themselves in readiness for the night of March 6th in order to occupy Berlin, and they were to be prepared to use their arms and beat down all resistance, etc. These forged orders were then to be circulated to the authorities and among the citizens in order to create the fear of a National Socialist push and to throw the workers into the necessary state of confusion. There were also forged police orders instructing the police to hand over armored cars. At a meeting of the Communist Party executive on February 18th, there was discussion of what was expressly called a pact of attack of the united proletariat against the bourgeoisie and against the fascist state. On the same day, the leader of a group which was intended to blow up bridges, who had fallen under suspicion owing to a considerable quantity of explosives being missing, was arrested. A short time afterwards, an organization of the Communist Party was discovered, which was to work with poison. A poison plan was discovered in Cologne, which made it clear that the poison was to be used in the food of the storm detachments and of the Stahlhelms. A further document proves that not only the wives and children of leading individuals were to be taken as hostages, but also the wives and children of police officials, who were to be put in front of demonstrations as a living wall of defense. The leadership of this murder organization was in the hands of the communist leader Munzenberg. On February 22nd, the Central Committee issued the slogan of the arming of the working class. The instructions state, "In the application of the terror, every means and every weapon must be employed." Mass strikes were organized. Solidarity strikes were to be prepared. All persons able to use arms were to report, and all members were to prepare themselves for illegality. Goering then spoke of an organization plan for the armed insurrection, entitled The Art of Armed Insurrection. He stated that this armed insurrection was the first phase of civil war. Instructions were said to be given in it for the use of small terrorist groups, and for the starting of fires in the thousands and thousands of places. The aim of these activities was said to be to entice the police and the Reichswehr into the country, and then to start the insurrection in the unprotected towns. In making use of hostages, no humanitarian motives should be allowed to intervene. Goering's concluding words were, "Let me tell the Communists, my nerves have never given way up to now, and I feel strong enough to repay their criminal activities in kind." Who were the incendiaries? From the moment when the news was spread of the burning of the Reichstag, the question was raised throughout the press of the world. Who were the incendiaries? Most of the German papers adopted the statement of the Hitler government that the Communists had set fire to the Reichstag. The whole of the foreign press, however, received the official information with considerable skepticism, which soon developed into open ridicule of the official count of the Temps of March 1st, containing the following statement. The official communiqué is obviously intended to rouse the population to fury against the left opposition. There is no way of testing the police statements. It can only be said that the burning of the Reichstag comes very opportunely for the government election propaganda. It serves as prelude to action, not only against the Communists, but also against the Social Democrats, and also serves the purpose of enabling the Nazi storm detachments and the Stahlhelm to come out as an armed force. In the same edition of the Temps, it is said that the democratic circles and circles of the left in Berlin are skeptical regarding the origin of the Reichstag fire. In the issue of the following day, the Temps further states, "The arrest of van der Lubbe and his accomplices is not sufficient to lift the veil which covers the Reichstag fire." The London News Chronicle of March 1st declared, "The suggestion that the German Communists had any official connection with the affair is just nonsense." The London Evening Standard of March 1st, 1933 stated, "It cannot be disputed that there are millions of people in Germany today who simply cannot and will not believe the extraordinary stories circulated officially about the Red Revolution, which has only just been averted. Nor is the official version of the setting alight of the Reichstag by a Dutch communist implicitly believed by many people. These few examples of the many press reports suffice to show that no credence was given outside Germany to the official declarations of the Hitler government. The whole world outside Germany was and is convinced that the National Socialists set fire to the Reichstag." We will give one more quotation, which brings out the view of the outside world with particular clarity. The leading article in the Daily Telegraph of March 2nd contains the following. "Van der Lubbe's examination will perhaps explain how he smuggled in his supplies of benzene, and whether he worked alone or as one of the 10, who are reported by the Nazis to have had a hand in the job. As to this, it may well be asked, first, where are the 9 others? And secondly, where were the lynx-eyed Reichstag watchmen?" Within 3 days of the Reichstag fire, the Hitler government was confronted with the fact that no one abroad gave any credence to its reports. Who benefited from the Reichstag fire? Every criminal investigator first puts the question, who derived any advantage from the crime? And this question must be put in connection with the Reichstag fire. The Hitler government asserted in its official report of February 28th that the Reichstag fire had been organized by communists, and that it was to have been the signal for a bloody insurrection and civil war. But is there, apart from the government's assertion, a single shred of evidence that on the night of February 27th, the Communist Party intended to resort to bloody insurrection? The Communist Party's tactics are definitely at variance with such a suggestion. On March 25, 1933, the German Communist Party issued a statement on the burning of the Reichstag, which contains the following. "Anyone who has even the slightest knowledge of communism, of the teaching of Marx and Lenin, of the decisions of the Communist International, and of the German Communist Party, knows that the methods of individual terror, arson, acts of sabotage, and so forth do not belong to the tactical methods of the communist movement. The Communist Party has always stated that its aim was carrying through of the proletarian revolution. In order to achieve this aim, the party uses the tactics of revolutionary mass struggle, the winning of the masses for the communist movement, through agitation and propaganda, and above all, through the organizations of the daily struggle for the immediate interest of the workers. These are the tactics through which the communist movement, on the basis of Marxist and Leninist principles, realizes its aim in every country. It is obvious that the Reichstag fire could have no imaginable sense or purpose for the communist movement. Could setting fire to the Reichstag bring any advantages to the communists? The German Communist Party had been increasing its influence steadily during the preceding years. In the presidential elections of March 1932, it secured 4,960,000 votes for its candidate, Ernst Thälmann. In the Reichstag elections of July 31, 1932, it secured, in round figures, 5,300,000 votes. In the elections of November 6, 1932, it reached 6 million votes. The Communist Party entered the campaign for the election of March 5, 1933, with exceedingly good prospects. The whole foreign press prophesied a great increase in the communist vote. The dissatisfaction in the social democratic ranks was growing. Repeated acts of provocation by the Nazis, the ejection of the social democratic ministers in Prussia by an officer and 3 men, the passivity of the trade union and party leaders, all contributed to driving wide sections of former social democratic voters into supporting the communists. There was equal dissatisfaction in the ranks of the National Socialists. In the November election of 1932, Hitler had lost over 2 million votes. The process of disintegration was developing. When Hitler came to power, many of his adherents expected a decisive change for the better. It did not come. There was a danger of still further secession into the ranks of the communists. The Hitler government included among the evidence of what the communists had had in mind the pamphlet, The Art of Insurrection. The Bayerische Kurier, the organ of the Catholic Bavarian People's Party, in its issue of March 3, 1933, referred to the fact that this pamphlet dated from 1923, and the pamphlet contains the following quotations from Lenin. One must make sure, first, that all the class forces hostile to us have fallen into complete enough confusion, and are sufficiently at loggerheads with each other, have sufficiently weakened themselves in a struggle beyond their capacities to give us a chance of victory. Secondly, one must ensure that all the vacillating, wavering, unstable intermediate elements, the petty bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeois democracy, in contradistinction to the bourgeoisie, have sufficiently exposed themselves in the eyes of the people, and have disgraced themselves through their material bankruptcy. Thirdly, one must have the feeling of the masses in favor of supporting the most determined, unselfishly resolute, revolutionary action against the bourgeoisie. Then, indeed, revolution is ripe. Then, indeed, if we have correctly gauged all the conditions briefly outlined above, and if we have chosen the moment rightly, our victory is assured. With the vanguard alone, victory is impossible. It would not only be foolish but criminal to throw the vanguard into the final struggle, so long as the whole class, the general mass, has not taken up a position either of direct support of the vanguard, or at least of benevolent neutrality towards it. Had Goering even glanced at the pamphlet, he would not have made the mistake of citing it as evidence against the Communist Party. Hitler as Hugenberg's prisoner. On January 30th, 1933, the so-called Government of National Concentration was formed with Hitler as Chancellor. The terms on which the Hindenburg appointed Hitler were extremely hard for the National Socialists. German nationalist ministers had the absolute majority in the cabinet. The Vice-Chancellor, von Papen, was appointed Commissioner for Prussia, although in previous governments this post had been filled by the Reich Chancellor himself. The Ministry of the Reichswehr, which the National Socialists had claimed in the last stage of the struggle for power, was entrusted to General von Blomberg, a loyal supporter of Hindenburg. When the new cabinet took the oath on January 30th, Hitler had to give an express undertaking, in the presence of all the members of the cabinet, that he would not alter the composition of the government, whatever the result of the election might be. The three National Socialist ministers, Hitler, Frick, and Göring, took their places in a government of German nationalists, who controlled all the economic ministries, besides the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of the Reichswehr. According to the plans of the German nationalists, Hitler was to be their prisoner. He was received by Hindenburg only in the presence of von Papen. There was no precedent for such treatment to a chancellor. No change could be made in this situation by legal methods. The German nationalists were very pleased with themselves. The second leader in command of the Stahlhelm, Lieutenant Colonel Duesterberg, in an election meeting on February 12th, made known to the public the fact of Hitler's undertaking not to make any change in the cabinet. The men round Hitler, especially Goebbels and Göring, did all they could to free Hitler from the embrace of the German nationalists. Only a changed distribution of power within the government could damp down the growing dissatisfaction of many National Socialist electors. An attempt at a putsch was too dangerous. The Reichswehr and the Stahlhelm were with Hindenburg. If it came to fighting, it was likely that the Reichsbanner would side with the Reichswehr, and the Stahlhelm against the Nazis. Dr. Oberfohren's Memorandum. It was in this situation that the National Socialists entered the election campaign. Dr. Goebbels, the most ingenious of the National Socialist leaders, saw how things threatened to develop. It was he who first thought of a grand coup, which would at one blow change the political position of the National Socialists. Evidence of the origin and carrying through of this coup exists. On April 26th and 27th, 1933, the Manchester Guardian published articles on the Reichstag fire, in which reference was made to a memorandum originating in German nationalist circles. This memorandum was produced by the former chairman of the German nationalist fraction in the Reichstag, Dr. Oberfohren. When it became known that Dr. Oberfohren was the author of the memorandum referred to in articles published in the Manchester Guardian, the attack on him began, and on May 7th he was found dead in his flat. The report issued by the Hitler government stated that he had committed suicide. In reality, he had been murdered by the Nazis. After the March 5th elections, Dr. Oberfohren had attempted to organize the fight of the German nationalists and the Stahlhelm against the Nazis. As a confidant of Hugenberg's, he was fully informed of all that went on in the cabinet. He set down in a memorandum what he knew of the preparations for the burning of the Reichstag, and sent this memorandum to his friends. We quote from this memorandum only the most important passages, which indicate what was taking place behind the scenes during February. After stating that the repeated searches of Karl Liebknecht House had produced no results, Dr. Oberfohren gives an account of how the plan for the burning of the Reichstag was developed by the National Socialists. Dr. Goebbels' plan. Herr Dr. Goebbels, untroubled by any scruples, had soon prepared a plan which, if carried out, would not only overcome the opposition of the German nationalists to the Nazi demands for the suppression of social democratic and communist agitation, but in certain circumstances, if completely successful, would also secure the prohibition of the Communist Party. Goebbels considered it necessary that material should be found in Karl Liebknecht House, which would prove the criminal intentions of the Communists, and establish that a Communist insurrection was imminent, and that therefore there was immediate danger in delay. As Melcher's police, Melcher was the police president of Berlin, had still found nothing in Karl Liebknecht House, a new police president for Berlin must be appointed from the National Socialist ranks. It was only with great reluctance that Herr von Papen allowed his nominee, Melcher, to be displaced. The National Socialist nomination of Count Helldorf, head of the Berlin storm troops, was not accepted. Finally, agreement was reached on Admiral von Levetzow, who, although he belonged to the National Socialist Party, also still had connections with the German nationalists. It was a simple matter to smuggle material into the Karl Liebknecht house, which was then empty. The police had the plans of the office section and the cellars. The necessary documents could therefore be easily put there. From the first, Goebbels was clear as to the necessity of underlining the seriousness and the credibility of the forged documents, on their discovery by some incident, even if this was only hinted at. Provision was in fact made for this. On February 24th, the police forced their way into the Karl Liebknecht house, which had been standing empty for some weeks, searched it thoroughly, and sealed it up. That same day, the official announcement was made that a quantity of extremely treasonable material had been found. On February 26, the Conti Bureau, the government's news bureau, issued a very detailed account of what the result of the search had been. It is not worth while to repeat this statement, the penny dreadful style of which struck even the most unprejudiced reader. A detailed account was given of secret passages, secret springs, secret tunnels, catacombs, subterranean vaults, and other contrivances of similar character. The whole content of the report produced a ridiculous effect, as, for example, the descriptions of the cellars of an office building in the fantastic terms subterranean vaults and catacombs. It was remarkable that in what were described as well-concealed rooms in the cellar, the police should find several hundredweight of precise directions for the carrying through of an imminent revolution. The statement that what had been found in these secret vaults was proof that the Communist Party and its auxiliary organizations lived a second illegal existence below the surface was particularly nonsensical. Admiral von Levetzow, police president of Berlin, on the afternoon of Sunday, February 26th, made a report to the Minister of the Interior, Herr Göring, on what had been found in the Karl Liebknecht house. The discoveries in the Karl Liebknecht house gave rise to considerable dissension within the coalition government. Papen, Hugenberg, and Seldte vigorously reproached Herr Göring for making use of such a swindle. They pointed out that the documents alleged to have been discovered were such clumsy forgeries that they could in no circumstances be produced in public. They pointed out that it should have been managed more skillfully, along lines similar to those used by the English conservatives some time previously in connection with the forged Zinevalve letter. The crudeness of the description of the Karl Liebknecht house given by the Conti Bureau was emphasized. German nationalists and Stahlhelmers pointed out that no one would believe that the Communists would have deliberately established their illegal headquarters in Karl Liebknecht house. The forgeries should have been carried out less clumsily, and the illegal rooms should have been discovered in some other quarter of Berlin. Nevertheless, as the whole affair had already been made public, the German nationalists could do nothing but agree to further strengthening of the decrees against the Communists, on the basis of the material that had been discovered. Of course, they were in no way concerned to protect the Communists, but merely objected to the crudeness of the methods used. At the same time, they also wanted to allow the Communists, in any event, to take part in the elections, as they wanted to prevent the National Socialists from securing the absolute majority in the Reichstag through the elimination of the Communist Party. End of Section 5, Chapter 4. Chapter 4 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 4, Part 2. Goebbels' plan is carried out. Dr. Oberfahren shows in his memorandum that Goebbels thought it necessary to heighten the effect of the material alleged to have been discovered in Karl Liebknecht's house by an incident of some kind. He thought that he would achieve the greatest success, we continue to give Dr. Oberfahren's account, by a series of acts of arson, which were to culminate in a fire in the German Reichstag on February 27th. It was agreed that the most important Nazi leaders, Hitler, Goering, and Goebbels, were not to make any engagements to speak at election meetings on that date, but were to be in Berlin. We give below an announcement published in the Völkischer Beobachter of the election speeches which would have been made by Hitler. It is especially noticeable that Hitler kept free from the dates from the 25th to the 27th of February. February 23rd, Frankfurt am Main. February 24th, Munich. February 28th, Leipzig. March 1st, Breslau. March 2nd, Berlin. March 3rd, Hamburg. March 4th, Königsberg. The Völkischer Beobachter adds, it is possible that election meetings will also be arranged for February 25th and 26th. The time of the meetings will be between 8 and 9 p.m. So, in order to be prepared for emergencies, Hitler had kept free the dates from February 25th to 27th. But in any event, it was announced beforehand that Hitler could in no circumstances speak in any election meetings on February 27th. Contradictions in the official reports. The first official report stated that a police officer noticed people carrying lighted torches in the dark building, and that he succeeded in capturing the criminal. It further stated that the criminal was found in one of the cellars and allowed himself to be arrested without showing any resistance. On March 4th, however, a further statement describes the arrest of van der Lubbe as follows. Police on the Brandenburg Tor side of the Reichstag noticed the fire in the building. One of the police saw torches quite clearly and immediately fired. At first there was some doubt about this incident. Since then, however, the marks of the bullets have actually been found. The police then rushed into the Reichstag. They found in the lobby, not as was originally reported, in the cellars, the man Marinus van der Lubbe, who was there overpowered by one of the officers after considerable resistance. This is the first contradiction in the official reports. Charges against Torgler and Conan. On the evening of March 1st, the official Pressedienst issued the following statement. The official investigation of the grave act of incendiarism in the building of the German Reichstag has up to the present shown that at least 7 persons must have been required for the bringing in of the inflammable material alone, while the placing of it and simultaneous setting fire to the various points in the huge building must have required at least 10 persons. No doubt whatever that the incendiaries were so completely familiar with all the details of the vast building that only unrestricted access over a number of years could have given this definite knowledge of all the rooms. Grave suspicion therefore rests on the Communist Party deputies, who particularly in recent weeks have been noticeably often meeting in the Reichstag building under the most diverse pretexts. This familiarity with the Reichstag building and with the duty arrangements of the officials also explains the fact that, for the time being, only the Dutch communist who was caught in the act was arrested, as after he had carried out his criminal deed, he was unable to escape owing to his ignorance of the building. The arrested man, who is also known in Holland as extremely radical, has been continuously present at the meetings of the Communist Action Committee, and was drawn in to carry out the act of incendiarism. The investigation has further established that 3 witnesses, some hours before the outbreak of the fire, saw the arrested Dutch criminal in the company of the Communist deputies Torgler and Koenen in the corridors of the Reichstag at about 8 o'clock in the evening. A mistake on the part of these witnesses is out of the question in view of the criminal's appearance, as moreover the deputy's entrance to the Reichstag is closed at 8 p.m., and the Communist deputies Torgler and Koenen at about 8:30 p.m. asked for their coats and hats to be brought to their rooms, and only left the building through another door at about 10 p.m. Extremely grave suspicion rests on these two communists, for it was between these times that the fire was arranged. The rumor that Deputy Torgler voluntarily presented himself at police headquarters is not correct. It is true that through his legal advisor he asked for a safe conduct when he realized that escape was impossible. But this was refused, and the deputy was arrested. On March 4th, the chief of the political police issued a report stating that, insofar as the investigation has up to now produced results giving rise to well-founded suspicion of the complicity of third persons, in the interests of the pending prosecution and of the security of the state, no statement can be made. So that on March 1st, grave suspicion rests on Torgler and Koenen, and the security of the state does not prevent the announcement of the grounds for this suspicion. On March 4th, any information bearing on the grounds for suspicion would endanger the security of the state. This is the second contradiction. In the precedienced message of March 1st, which has already been quoted, it is stated that Torgler and Koenen left the Reichstag building at about 10 p.m. According to the messages issued by the Wolf Bureau and the Telegrafen Union and the foreign correspondence, the fire was discovered in the time between 9 and 9:15 p.m. At 9:15, the fire brigade started operations. At about the same time, the police surrounded the Reichstag and prevented any access to it. A few minutes after the fire had been discovered, Göring arrived on the spot, and shortly after his arrival, Hitler, Goebbels, Papen, and Prince August Wilhelm also arrived. But in spite of this, the deputies Torgler and Koenen quietly left the burning Reichstag, which was cordoned off by the police and surrounded by a crowd of thousands of people, and it did not occur to anyone to ask them a single question. This is the third contradiction. A complete alibi. Two waiters in the Aschinger restaurant, near the Friedrichstrasse station, have deposed on oath that the Reichstag deputy Torgler took his evening meal in the restaurant not later than 8:30. Torgler must therefore have left the Reichstag at the very latest soon after 8 o'clock, and not at 10 o'clock, as the official statement asserts. A sworn deposition made by the Reichstag deputy Wilhelm Koenen is printed below. This shows that Torgler and Koenen left the Reichstag that evening between 8:10 and 8:15 p.m. We give the deposition in full, because Koenen arrived at the Reichstag at about 6:30 p.m. on February 27th, and was with Torgler until 1:30 a.m. the following morning. These two deputies have a complete alibi, which shows that there is not a word of truth in the charge against them made by the Hitler government. Koenen's deposition is as follows. In the afternoon of February 27th, I went, as I had done almost every day of the previous week, to the police headquarters in the Alexanderplatz to see Detective Commissioner Dr. Braschwitz, in order to discuss with him further the question of releasing election material from Karl Liebknecht House. Shortly after 3 p.m., we went round to Karl Liebknecht House with some detective officers, and there a few small lots of posters, streamers, and other election material were released by the police and packed and sent out. When this had been completed at 5:40 p.m., I took leave of the detective commissioner, arranged to meet some of our helpers next day in a neighboring restaurant to organize the dispatch of further material, and then telephoned to our fraction secretariat in the Reichstag, as I had to discuss some points in connection with the distribution of speakers for the last week of the election campaign. Following on this telephone conversation, I went direct to the Reichstag for the purpose stated, reaching there shortly before 6:30. There I met my colleague Ernst Torgler, who, as chairman of the official election committee of our party, was concerned in the allocation of party members of the Reichstag to the meetings which had been arranged. At about 7:15 p.m. I had settled the business I had come for, and Torgler asked me to visit a few minutes for him, as he was only waiting for a telephone call which would soon be through. Then we could go and have a meal together. I then told him of the constant difficulties which were being made over the release of election material from Karl Liebknecht's. We agreed that Torgler, as head of the party's Central Election Committee, should telephone to Dr. Diels, head of the political section of the Berlin police, to lodge a further protest against the withholding of election posters and other election material. This conversation with Dr. Diels took place at about 7:30 p.m. Following on this, I got myself put through to the assessor, who, as Dr. Diels' right-hand man, was responsible for handing over the material, and put my point of view as to the difficulties which were being created, also discussing what had to be done the following day, in connection with which I had already made a further appointment to meet the detective commissioner at Karl Liebknecht House. After this telephone conversation with police headquarters, Torgler had another telephone conversation at about 7:45 with the lawyer Dr. Rosenfeld. Then, as the call from a party friend, which he had been expecting since 7 o'clock, still did not come through, he telephoned down to the porter at door 5 and asked him, in the event of a call coming through to him after 8, when the exchange in the Reichstag is closed, to call him down on the internal telephone from the fraction secretariat room. Meanwhile, the cloakroom attendant at the south door telephoned to ask whether Herr Torgler was now leaving, or whether his hat and coat should be brought up as usual to the secretariat room. Torgler asked for his things to be brought up to him, and this was done at about 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock the cloakroom and door 2 are closed. Then at last, at a couple minutes past 8, the call which we had been waiting for came through, and had to be dealt with by the porter at door 5, the only door still open. Torgler was called down on the house telephone, and naturally, having to come down from the 3rd floor and not wanting to keep his friend waiting unnecessarily, he lost no time over getting down. A few minutes later, Torgler returned from the porter's office direct to the fraction room, and soon after that we put on our things, and together with the woman secretary of the fraction, left the Reichstag through door 5 at perhaps 8:15. So far from leaving the building in flight, as is alleged, it so happened that we left the Reichstag building that evening at a much slower pace than we had ever done before. The secretary of the fraction, who went out with us that night, was suffering from an inflamed vein, which made it difficult for her to walk, so that we went at a snail's pace. It was at this very slow pace that we walked to the Friedrichstrasse station, where the secretary left us, and went down to the underground. We went straight, that is, therefore, at about 8:30, to the Aschinger restaurant at the Friedrichstrasse station, where we had supper. There we met 3 other party friends, and stayed for some time talking to them. 2 of these friends left us after they had had a meal, somewhere between 9:30 and 9:45. At 10 o'clock there was a change of shifts for the waiters, so we paid our bills shortly before 10. It was already past 10 o'clock when the new waiter came to our table and, addressing me by name, said, "Herr Koenen, have you heard? The Reichstag is on fire." I was astounded, and replied, "Man, are you mad? It's quite impossible." He answered excitedly, "No, it's true. All the taxi drivers say so. You can ask them at the counter by the door. Thousands of people are already collected there." Thus it was that we came to learn of one of the most monstrous crimes in the history of the world. Signed, William Koenen. This affidavit exposes the 4th contradiction in the official reports. The message issued by the Preußische Präsidentschaftsdienst of March 1, 1933, states that Torgler did not present himself at police headquarters, but that he was arrested. The deposition printed below, which was given on oath by the barrister Dr. Kurt Rosenfeld, who accompanied Torgler to police headquarters, shows that this statement is untrue. On the morning after the burning of the Reichstag, Herr Ernst Torgler rang me up on the telephone and asked me whether I was willing to go with him to police headquarters, where he intended to go in order to rebut the charges which had been made against him in connection with the Reichstag fire. I expressed my willingness to go with him, and at once telephoned to police headquarters to inform them that I should be coming at once with Torgler. If I remember rightly, I spoke to an official of the name of Heller, then drove to police headquarters in a car with Torgler, and asked to see Herr Heller, to whom I said, "This is Herr Torgler, and I must ask you to question him in connection with the charge that he is supposed to have had some sort of connection with the Reichstag fire." The news that Torgler had presented himself voluntarily to be interrogated brought several police officers into the room where I was, asking, "Is it true that Torgler has come of his own accord?" Herr Heller then went with Herr Torgler into another room, while I waited in the anteroom. After a long time, Herr Torgler came out of the room again, and we waited together until Herr Heller called us both into another room, and in my presence declared that Torgler was under arrest. Signed, Kurt Rosenfeld. This is the fifth contradiction. The Preußisch-Präsident of March 1st reported that Deputy Torgler had been several hours in company with the incendiary in the Reichstag building, and that he had also been in the company of other persons implicated in the fire. If Torgler had really been an accomplice, the most elementary common sense would have prevented him from showing himself in public with van der Lubbe. This is the sixth contradiction. The statement issued by the official Preußische Präsident on March 1st asserts that the communist deputies of the Reichstag were familiar with the Reichstag building and with the duty arrangements of the staff. In fact, the communist deputies of the Reichstag were not familiar with the duty arrangements of the staff, as they had no seat on the presidium of the Reichstag and were moreover excluded from all committees which dealt with the administration of the Reichstag building. And moreover, as we shall show, on the day of the burning of the Reichstag, the duty arrangements of the staff had been altered by the National Socialist House Inspector, so that although Göring, president of the Reichstag, was in a position to know about this alteration, the communist deputies could not have known of it. This is the seventh contradiction. Van der Lubbe not a communist. The official President's messages of February 28th state that van der Lubbe stated that he was a member of the Dutch Communist Party. The version broadcast on the wireless that van der Lubbe had had on him a membership card of the Dutch Communist Party was dropped even on the night of the Reichstag fire because it was too incredible. The first journalist who interviewed van der Lubbe after the burning of the Reichstag was the reporter of the Amsterdam paper De Telegraaf, whose message was published in his paper on March 2nd. Marinus tells me that for some years now he's not been a member of any party. He is not a convinced communist. In fact, Marinus van der Lubbe resigned from the Young Communist League of Leiden in April 1931 in order to forestall his expulsion. This is the eighth contradiction. The Wolf Telegraph Bureau reported from Amsterdam on March 2nd. The attempt made by the Dutch communists to repudiate van der Lubbe cannot succeed, for police headquarters in The Hague have information that Lubbe was not expelled but merely removed from the front line and given the cold shoulder because his radical ideas did not suit the cautious party leadership in Holland. The German authorities wanted to create the impression that a communist who had been given the cold shoulder by the Dutch Communist Party, in reality van der Lubbe had not been a member of the Young Communist League since April 1931, was used by the Germanist Communist Party for terrorist acts. Was it not the National Socialists who had been for years asserting that the closest links existed between the communist parties, which are all only sections of the Communist International? How then can it be imagined that a Dutch communist who had been given the cold shoulder would be received by the German communist leaders with open arms and entrusted with the most confidential work? That is the ninth contradiction. The same report by the Wolf Telegraph Bureau goes on to say, As recently as December 22, 1932, Lubbe took part in a meeting of taxi drivers in The Hague who were on strike and made a long communist speech. This information given by the Dutch police is indeed extremely important in its bearing on the Reichstag fire. In the meeting of taxi drivers, van der Lubbe did not make a communist speech, but, as he had frequently done before, attacked the Dutch Communist Party. We have definite evidence of this in a signed statement made by A. Terrell, a member of the staff of the Tribune, and countersigned by a number of other persons present at the meeting. This is the 10th contradiction. The statement made by the chief of the political police on March 4th asserted that van der Lubbe knew German. Statements by everyone who knew him, and also the statements made by the journalists who visited him in prison and spoke to him, are all unanimous that van der Lubbe only speaks broken German. The local Anzeiger of February 28th states that van der Lubbe was interrogated with the aid of an interpreter. This is the 11th contradiction. The same statement made by the chief of the political police says, van der Lubbe is also known to the police as a communist agitator. On April 28, 1931, he was arrested by the police in Kronau in Westphalia for selling postcards of communist tendency. In actual fact, van der Lubbe did sell postcards at Gronau in Westphalia. They were postcards of himself and his friend Hovelde. The postcards bear the following text in 4 languages: Workers' Sports and Study Tour of Marinus van der Lubbe and H. Hovelde through Europe and the Soviet Union. Start of the tour from Leiden, April 14, 1931. There is not another word on the card, not the slightest indication of communist agitation. Van der Lubbe was arrested merely because he had no license to sell the cards on the street. This is the 12th contradiction. The chief of the Berlin political police further stated, he, van der Lubbe, in his examination, only admitted the true facts of the case insofar as he was confronted with witnesses. A few lines lower down, the same report says, he, van der Lubbe, confessed every detail. No names of eyewitnesses of the act of incendiarism have been given by the Hitler government. Even the official Preußische Präsident did not assert that van der Lubbe had been seen setting fire to the Reichstag by the police or anyone else. And if this is so, then, according to the statement issued by the chief of the political police, he did not make any confession. On the other hand, the same police official states that van der Lubbe confessed every detail. This is the 13th contradiction. The so-called national press, which is inspired by the police, announced the day after the Reichstag fire that van der Lubbe had been in Moscow and had been trained there. In reality, van der Lubbe had never been in the Soviet Union. He went direct from Leiden to Germany. This is the 14th contradiction. Van der Lubbe left Leiden between the 13th and the 15th of February. According to a statement published in the Vossische Zeitung of March 2, 1933, he spent the night of the 17th through the 18th of February in a hostel at Glindau near Werden. On February 18th, he went on foot to Berlin. In an interview which the Criminal Commissioner Heise gave to the Dutch press on March 13th, he stated that van der Lubbe had made the acquaintance of communists at labor exchanges and through them was brought into the Communist Action Committee. Van der Lubbe did not arrive in Berlin until the evening of Saturday, February 18th at the earliest. On the Sunday following, February 19th, the labor exchanges were closed. If the statement made by the police is correct, therefore, he could not have made the acquaintance of communists at a labor exchange before Monday, February 20th, at the earliest. The reader must imagine for himself. A Dutchman, speaking broken German, without any transfer papers from the Dutch Communist Party, on February 20th makes the acquaintance of communists at a labor exchange in Berlin, is brought by them into contact with the leaders of the party, and commissioned by them to set fire to the Reichstag on February 27th. This is the 15th contradiction. A statement issued by the official Preußische Pressedienst of March 1st says, "The arrested man has been continuously present at the meetings of the Communist Action Committee and was drawn in to carry out this act of incendiarism." On March 3rd, the Central Committee of the German Communist Party made the following statement in reply. "Of course, no meetings of any Communist Action Committee have been held in the Reichstag or elsewhere at which the man arrested in the Reichstag, van der Lubbe, was present. In the first place, no Communist Action Committee exists, but only the Central Committee of the German Communist Party and its political bureau. In the second place, no individuals take part in meetings of the Communist Party or of any of its units who are not members of either the German Communist Party or of some other section of the Comintern." This reply to Goering's assertions reveals the 16th contradiction. Catacombs in Karl Liebknecht House. A statement issued by the official Preußische Pressedienst on February 28, 1933, says, "Among the 100 centners of material which the police discovered in their search of the Karl Liebknecht house were instructions for the carrying out of the Communist terror on the Bolshevik model. According to these instructions, government buildings, museums, mansions, and essential plant were to be burnt down. The further direction is given that in riots and conflicts, women and children are to be put in front of the terrorist troops. If possible, the wives and children of police officials. The discovery of this material has checked the systematic carrying through of the Bolshevik Revolution." The Reichstag deputy Wilhelm Koenen, who was constantly working in the Karl Liebknecht house during the last few days of February, as a leading official of the Communist Party, describes the searches in Karl Liebknecht house as follows. "In the forenoon of February 17th, a gigantic crowd of detective officers, accompanied by several companies of ordinary police, rushed into the building and occupied every room. Every corner, every cupboard was thoroughly searched. They had taken the precaution of bringing skilled workers with them to take to pieces the desks for which there were no keys. All the cellars, too, were carefully searched. In the cellars, as usual, there was only the material which had been left over from various campaigns, or had been returned to the office in the course of years. In the basement rooms there were also supplies of paper and bookshop stocks. On that occasion the police inspector still considered it necessary, at my request, to show me any papers confiscated as suspicious, and to state that they were confiscated or to give me a receipt for them. Among the papers seized in the course of this exhaustive search, which lasted many hours, there was neither the book The Art of Armed Insurrection, nor any other so-called seditious publication. Nor was there any mention of these in the police reports issued immediately after the raid. It was only a week later, on February 24th, although I had been almost every day with police inspectors in the Karl Liebknecht house, in connection with getting out election material, that police headquarters suddenly asserted that in the course of a new search in the so-called catacombs, seditious material had been found, including the book The Art of Armed Insurrection. This alleged new search, if it took place at all, must have been carried out without any civilian witnesses, and without any representative of the people concerned being present. This is all the more significant as I had been practically every day in the Karl Liebknecht house negotiating with police inspectors to recover election material, paper, books, and so forth, and getting them dispatched. Although I was therefore available every day, I was neither summoned nor even informed when the alleged discovery was made. It would have been particularly easy to inform me of it, as I was there on the 24th, on Saturday the 25th, and again on Monday the 27th, and was talking to detectives and inspectors in connection with the delivery of the material recovered from the police. On February 25th, after the report of the passages, vaults, and catacombs had already appeared in heavy type in the great press, when I had finished with the inspector in charge in connection with the release of election material, I asked him where the catacombs were. A number of comrades who were helping with the dispatch of the election material were also present. He then, to our surprise, pointed to a trap door about a yard wide in a room on the ground floor, which was used as a porter's office. The trapdoor was raised so that we could see a ladder leading down into the basement. A comrade who had worked in the building for many years and knew it well said, "Man, that's the trapdoor to our old beer cellar." We all laughed and asked the same question. "Is that supposed to be the catacombs?" The inspector answered only with a rather embarrassed nod. That part of the building used to be an inn. The explanation of the passages through which people were supposed to be able to get away to other streets is equally simple. Karl Liebknecht House is a corner house, which as an office building for commercial undertakings had storerooms and working rooms in the basement, and these were described by Goering's police as vaults, passages, and catacombs. These two statements expose the 17th contradiction in the official reports. Signal for civil war, the Preußische Präsidente announced on February 28th. The burning of the Reichstag was to be the signal for a bloody insurrection and civil war. Looting on a large scale had been organized for Tuesday in Berlin. It has been ascertained that today was to have seen throughout Germany terrorist acts against individual persons, against private property, and against the life and limb of the peaceful population, and also the beginning of general civil war. The Vossische Zeitung of March 4, 1933 reported, "The work of the police has up to the present prevented the material being put into the hands of every communist. It has only got into the hands of a few functionaries in secret communications." The last search of Karl Liebknecht House took place on February 24th. It was on this occasion that the terrorist material is alleged to have been found. The political police state that the instructions for the terror did not reach all communists, but were only known to a few functionaries, so that the German Communist Party would have had to circulate through every area in Germany in the 3 days between February 24th and 27th, the materials stored in the Karl Liebknecht House. Secondly, within the same 3 days, it would have had to get together the special groups who were to carry out the terrorist acts. Thirdly, it would have had to instruct and train these groups to carry out the terrorist acts. And fourthly, it would have had to prepare and organize the rest of the members for the civil war, which was to be unleashed through these terrorist acts. In February 1933, the German Communist Party had over 300,000 members, distributed all over Germany. The party would have had to work miracles to organize within 3 days for the carrying through of all the plans attributed to it by the official statements. This is the 18th contradiction. The incriminating material has not been produced. During the evening of March 1st, the official Preußische Präsidente issued the following announcement. The Prussian Ministry of the Interior states, in connection with the decree issued by the Reich government against the communist danger, dated February 28th, that particularly heavy penalties have been imposed for a number of crimes, because of the grave and acute danger which has been fully established, and of the inhuman and carefully prepared system of unrestricted communist terror. Germany was to have been thrown into the chaos of Bolshevism. The assassination of individual leaders of the nation and of the state, outrages against essential services and public persons, the seizure as hostages of the wives and children of prominent men, were to produce fear and dismay among the nation, and cripple any attempt at resistance on the part of the citizens. The Reich Commissioner for the Prussian Ministry of the Interior, Minister Goering, will in the very near future make public the documents which prove the necessity of all the measures which have been taken. The enormous amount of material is being sifted once again, and a final examination of it is being made with a view to ensuring that the security of the state cannot be further endangered by its publication. Up to the present time, the documents have not been published. This is the 19th contradiction. Goering denies his own statement. On March 2, 1933, the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung and the Tägliche Rundschau published the following messages from the official Preußische Präsidentschaftsdienst. In certain foreign newspapers, the slanderous assertion, emanating from German Marxist circles, is being circulated that the fire in the Reichstag building was organized not by communists, but from the National Socialist side. The originators of this slander have already been arrested, and will be brought to due punishment as soon as the investigation has been completed. Among other things, it is asserted that the Dutch communist who was arrested is in reality an agent provocateur, and was induced to carry out the act of incendiarism by leading National Socialists. This is supposed to be proved by the fact that the criminal had used his coat and shirt as inflammable material, but had not even removed the communist documents and his passports which were found on him. Significance is further attached to the fact that the police authorities have not published the photograph of the incendiary and the documents found on him, and have also offered no reward for persons who could give further information about the criminal and establish his connections with communist and social democratic politicians. This unusual procedure in an important criminal case is supposed to be evidence that the authorities are hindering the elucidation of the crime, in order to be able to use a National Socialist act of provocation as a pretext for anti-Marxist measures. In reply to this, it is stated from official sources that these slanderous arguments are, of course, devoid of any basis. The photographs of the criminal and of the documents found on him have not yet been published, purely in the interest of the investigation. Publication will take place in the course of today. Moreover, the Berlin correspondents of foreign newspapers can obtain the photographic reproductions in the course of today from the IA department at police headquarters. The photograph of the criminal will also be handed today to the Dutch police in order to confirm the criminal's identity. This will remove the possibility of further slanders. A specific warning is issued against the dissemination of such slanders. But before the other German papers could publish this announcement, its publication was forbidden. Goering instructed the Wolf Bureau to circulate a statement that the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung and the Tägliche Rundschau had been taken in by a communist forgery. Apparently, Goering wanted to make people believe that anyone can simply ring up a newspaper and say, "Preußische Präsident speaking," and then secure publicity for any kind of story. In reality, telephone messages from press agencies to newspapers are very strictly controlled. Before accepting any message, the editorial stenographer first asks for confirmation from the control. Goering's dementi cannot cause any doubt as to the fact that at first he intended, through the Preußische Präsident, to bluff the world, and then later, too late, realized the danger of the message and tried to hold it back. This is the 20th contradiction. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of the Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 4, Part 3. The Hunt for Accomplices. The Conti service of the official Wolf Telegraph Bureau announced on March 4, 1933, that the Communist Reichstag deputy Schumann, at a Communist election meeting at Garen, Thuringia, on February 24th, foretold the burning of the Reichstag building. Schumann's actual words are reported to have been, "This evening the Reichstag will be in flames, but that makes no difference. If this dance hall is burnt down, then we will get a swung floor." The Vossische Zeitung of March 5, 1933 states, "A report was sent out from Thuringia and further broadcast by wireless to the effect that the district authorities in Arnstadt in Thuringia were in possession of a report relating to a communist election meeting held at Garen on the evening of the wicked act of arson in the building of the German Reichstag, The local police official who was present at the meeting recorded in his report a statement made by the speaker, the Communist Reichstag deputy Schumann, in which the fire in the Reichstag was foretold in advance. Investigations since made have, however, as the Thüringer Allgemeine Zeitung now states, shown that there is a wireless apparatus in the restaurant where the meeting was held, and that the landlord, on the basis of the radio announcement, had sent to tell the speaker in the course of his speech that the Reichstag was on fire. It has been established that the police officer concerned made an error of 1 hour in his report, and that Schumann only began his speech at about 10:15 p.m. It can therefore be taken for granted that he had already heard of the radio announcement that the Reichstag was on fire. This is the 21st contradiction. On March 7, 1933, the Vossische Zeitung stated on the basis of information received from the police: Duren 6-3. In the German village of Lammerdorf, near the Belgian frontier, a Russian emigrant was arrested yesterday evening on suspicion of having been concerned in the burning of the Reichstag. Shortly before his arrest, he had dispatched a telegram from a Belgian post office to Paris, the content of which cannot as yet be disclosed. On being sent back across the frontier by Belgian frontier guards, he was arrested on this side of the frontier. He admitted during his interrogation that he came originally from Russia and had been living for some time in Berlin. He had severe burns on his arms and legs. The mysterious foreigner was today handed over to the criminal authorities. He obstinately refuses to say anything more regarding his activities in the capital of the Reich, and up to the present has not even given his name. On March 8, 1933, the Vossische Zeitung printed a statement received from the authorities at Aix-la-Chapelle. Not an accomplice of the Reichstag incendiary. The authorities of Aix-la-Chapelle state that the Russian citizen who was arrested near Freundshaus as an incendiary, as investigations have shown, cannot be implicated. The man concerned has been active as a journalist in the Communist Party. For this reason he was expelled from the country a year ago, but there is no further evidence against him. His expulsion has been carried out. This is the 22nd contradiction. Did van der Lubbe alone start the fire? Early in March, the Hitler government sent Heisig, a detective commissioner, to Leiden to make investigations regarding van der Lubbe's antecedents. Heisig gave an interview to representatives of the Dutch press, which was published in a number of papers on March 14th. This contains the following: As for the important questions whether Lubbe had assistants or accomplices, it is probable that he alone started the fire, but that the preparatory measures had been carried out by accomplices. This statement absolutely contradicts the official statement made on March 1st, that the simultaneous lighting of the fire at so many points in the gigantic building must have required at least 10 persons. The judge in charge of the investigation, Voigt, therefore hastened to deny on March 15th the statement made by Heisig. A report has been published in a number of papers that van der Lubbe started the fire in the Reichstag by himself. This is not correct. The investigation conducted by the court has given good reason to believe that van der Lubbe did not commit the crime on his own initiative. In the interests of the investigation, details cannot at present be given. This is the 23rd contradiction. Lubbe's connections with the Social Democrats. The official Preußische Pressedienst of February 28th gave the information that in his confession van der Lubbe had admitted to connections with the Social Democratic Party. On February 28th, the executive of the Social Democratic Party issued a statement in the following terms: During the night of the 27th-28th February, the whole Social Democratic press of Prussia was prohibited for 14 days. The prohibition is based on the statement that an arrested man has confessed that he started the fire in the Reichstag building and had previously had a certain connection with the Social Democratic Party. The suggestion that the Social Democratic Party would have anything to do with people who set fire to the Reichstag is repudiated by the party. This statement issued by the executive of the Social Democratic Party was confirmed by a statement made by the examining magistrate, Judge Voigt, which was published on March 22, 1933. The investigation has so far shown that the Dutch communist van der Lubbe, who was arrested as the person who set fire to the Reichstag building, was in communication immediately before the fire, not only with German communists, but also with foreign communists, including some who had been condemned to death or to long terms of penal servitude in connection with the explosion in the Sofia Cathedral in 1925. The persons concerned are now under arrest. The investigation has not produced the slightest grounds for believing that non-communist circles had any connection with the burning of the Reichstag. On February 27th, van der Lubbe is said to have admitted connections with the Social Democrats. On March 22nd, there were not the slightest grounds for believing this assertion. This is the 24th contradiction. Van der Lubbe and the Bulgarians. In the statement referred to above, Judge Voigt declares that van der Lubbe had connections with the people responsible for the Sofia Cathedral explosion. Van der Lubbe had therefore not only performed the miracle of establishing, within 7 days, connections with the leaders of the German Communist Party, through communists whom he got to know by accident at a labor exchange. He also succeeded, within these 7 days, in getting into touch with Bulgarians who are said to have been responsible for the Sofia Cathedral explosion. This is the 25th contradiction. The Bulgarians who were arrested and charged with complicity in the burning of the Reichstag are Dimitrov, Popov, and Tanev. George Dimitrov was one of the theoretical leaders of the Bulgarian Communist Party. In 1923, he took part in the rising of the Bulgarian workers, and in 1924 he was sentenced in contumaciam to 15 years hard labor. He has not been in Bulgaria since 1923. He had no part whatever in the Sofia Cathedral explosion. Bourgeois Popov emigrated to Yugoslavia in 1924 and only returned to Bulgaria at the end of 1930. He also was not concerned in the Sofia Cathedral explosion of 1925. The third arrested Bulgarian, Tanev, is merely a worker who was not in any way concerned in the Sofia Cathedral explosion. The aim of the assertion that the arrested Bulgarians had blown up the Sofia Cathedral is quite clear. The Hitler government hoped to produce the impression that the burning of the Reichstag was an international communist plot. This is the 26th contradiction. The judge in charge of the investigation asserted that Dimitrov had been seen with van der Lubbe at 3 p.m. on February 26th in a restaurant in the Düsseldorferstrasse. The judge also produced a witness who swore that he had seen van der Lubbe with Dimitrov on that date. But the witness disappeared into oblivion shortly afterwards, for Dimitrov was able to prove that on February 26th he had not been in Berlin at all, but in Munich. This is the 27th contradiction. No material for a great communist trial. On March 27th, Judge Voigt stated that a criminal warrant had so far been issued only against van der Lubbe. But on April 3rd, he caused a statement to be circulated that in all 5 warrants had been issued in connection with the burning of the Reichstag, for van der Lubbe, 3 Bulgarian communists, and the communist Reichstag deputy, Torgler. Torgler was arrested on February 28th, the Bulgarians on March 3rd. Up to March 27th, that is to say during the period when the main inquiries were being made, no warrants had been issued for Torgler and the Bulgarians. The warrants were issued only when the announcement that the only criminal warrant issued was for van der Lubbe had created a sensation in the press of the world. This is the 28th contradiction. Judge Voigt's statement of April 3rd says that for the time being, only warrants for protective arrest have been issued in respect of a few other suspected persons. On June 2nd, it was officially announced that the preliminary investigation conducted by Judge Voigt against the accused van der Lubbe, Torgler, Dimitrov, Popov, and Tanev on charges of setting fire to the Reichstag and high treason was concluded on June 1st. All the documents have now been sent to the Reich Public Prosecutor at Leipzig. On April 3rd, there were still a few other suspected persons. On June 1st, they are no longer there. This is the 29th contradiction. On April 22nd, Judge Voigt authorized the following official statement with regard to the progress of the investigation. The Supreme Court proposes to combine the investigation in the many pending cases of high treason against members of the Communist Party into one single inquiry on a large scale. It is expected that the investigations will be concluded in 8 to 10 weeks, so that then all the cases of high treason can be dealt with together by the Supreme Court. The cases concerned are all those arising in connection with the change of government in Germany. That is to say, all crimes during the course of January and February. This will also include the proceedings connected with the act of incendiarism in the Reichstag. This case has so far not made very rapid progress, owing to the fact that the accused, and particularly the Bulgarians, refused to make any statement. The grounds for suspicion of complicity against the Reichstag deputy Torgler have been more securely established. A month later, on May 25th, there was no longer any talk of a great communist trial. The Hitler government was forced to issue, through a parliamentary news bureau, the News, that the trial in connection with the act of incendiarism in the Reichstag will be associated with other cases against communist leaders in a great communist trial, as has been suggested, is not to be expected. The trial of van der Lubbe and his accomplices will come before the Supreme Court as soon as the necessary preliminary labors have been concluded. This is the 30th contradiction. The Völkischer Beobachter, Hitler's official organ, published the following statement on March 3rd as coming from an official source. The chief of the press section of the National Socialist fraction in the Reichstag discovered a missing pane of the glass roof over the room of the Communist deputy Torgler, and after further search discovered a long ladder above it, lying against the window of a Communist deputy's room in the second upper story. Detective inspectors immediately instituted a thorough search, for it was here that the incendiaries must have come down before the crime, or got up again after the crime. On March 1st, Goering had declared that the incendiaries had got away through the underground passage, which connects the Reichstag building with Goering's house. This declaration of his confirmed what many people thought, that the Reichstag incendiaries had made their way into the Reichstag through his house, and had escaped through his house. In order to weaken the overwhelming impression caused by Goering's declaration, the chief of the press section of the Nazi fraction in the Reichstag was sent to discover a missing pane and a ladder. The detective force, after 3 days' thorough search, had failed to see what the sharp eyes of the leader of the press section discovered in a moment. This is the 31st contradiction. Van der Lubbe confesses what is required. Dr. Oberfohren stated in his memorandum that Goebbels' plan was to start a series of incendiary acts, which were to culminate in the burning of the Reichstag. For incendiary acts, incendiaries are necessary. Van der Lubbe confesses that he set fire to the Reichstag. Van der Lubbe confesses that on February 25th he tried to set fire to the Berliner Schloss. In connection with this, the press of February 27th reported. It has only now become known that a small fire broke out on Saturday in an office room on the 5th floor of the Berliner Schloss, which was quickly put out by a fireman stationed on the premises. The origin of the fire is not yet fully explained, but it is thought to have been an act of incendiarism. An hour before the fire started, the caretaker had started his round through the Schloss and had even passed through that room. At the time, there was nothing suspicious to be seen. Soon afterwards, the room was in flames. Investigation showed that there was a burning firelighter on the window sill, and another under the window, and also on the steam pipes. The police investigation has not yet been concluded. Van der Lubbe confesses that on February 25th he tried to start a fire in the welfare office in Neukölln. Van der Lubbe confesses that on February 25th he made an attempt to start a fire in the Berlin town hall. This Van der Lubbe is a real child of the devil. To start fires on one day in 3 different places in Berlin. And he is a man who only speaks German brokenly. He had only arrived in Berlin on February 18, 1933. 7 days later he had sufficient knowledge of the place to start fires in the Schloss, in the town hall, and in the welfare office. He only required 9 days to learn enough about the Reichstag to enable him to walk in and out as if it were his own house. Van der Lubbe had to appear as a dyed-in-the-blood communist. Such a communist, as conceived by Dr. Goebbels, must have a forged passport. Consequently, Van der Lubbe must make some alteration in his name on the passport. The passport was forged by putting 2 dots over the U, changing it into a U. Van der Lubbe was only too willing to take communist leaflets into the Reichstag with him. Certainly, no criminal has ever met the police so completely equipped with credentials. A talk with Torgler the day before the Reichstag fire. As chairman of the communist fraction in the Reichstag, Ernst Torgler was often called upon to answer enquiries from the press and from journalists. At a press conference on February 24th, he told the journalists present that the communists had information of an act of provocation planned by the Nazis. He stated that among other plans there was talk of staging an attempt to assassinate Hitler. The whole of the foreign press and a section of the German press published Torgler's statement. Shortly after this conference, the parliamentary correspondent of the Vossische Zeitung, Adolf Philippsborn, arranged an interview with Torgler, and an account of this interview written by Philippsborn was published in the Gegenangriff of July 1, 1933. It runs as follows. As a parliamentary journalist, I have for many years been in contact with deputies belonging to all parties in the Reichstag. It so chanced that I had arranged an interview with Torgler on February 26, 24 hours before the Reichstag fire. Torgler came with his daughter, who is 11 years of age. As the head of his party fraction, I showed him some material on the secret plans of the National Socialists. We then talked for about 2 hours about the whole political situation. I have never been a sympathizer with the Communist Party, and I referred to a number of weaknesses of the party. Torgler admitted some of the points, but energetically defended the general standpoint of his political friends. Finally, I put the following question to him. There is a rumor going about that the Communists propose to take some action against the Nazi government before the Reichstag elections, March 5th. Is this true? Torgler: that is nonsense. The government is only waiting for an opportunity to prohibit the Communist Party. Will the Communist leaders call a strike? Torgler: of course we are calling for a political mass strike as a means of struggle against fascist acts of violence. But we know that this can only be successful if the trade unions withdraw their opposition and line up with us in a fighting front. Can this interview then be summed up by saying that the Communist Party does not intend to take any action which could give the Nazi government the occasion for an offensive against the Marxist working class? Torgler, emphatically and with conviction: Yes, that is the position. We Communists know that by ourselves we are too weak for the fight. We know that Hitler, Goering, and his colleagues are only waiting for some pretext which will give them the opportunity to prohibit the Communist Party and cancel the mandates of party deputies elected to the Reichstag. We know that we are shadowed by spies and that our telephone conversations are listened to. We are not going to run into the trap these gentlemen have prepared for us. On the evening following this conversation, the Reichstag was in flames, and a few hours later, Torgler had been arrested as the criminal. I then had the conviction, and still have it, that Torgler told me the absolute truth, and for that reason, although I am an opponent of communism, I am prepared to say it to anyone, including Herr Goering, who knows it better than I do, and to the judges at the trial. Hands off Ernst Torgler. He is not guilty. The proof of the Nazis' guilt. The contradictions in which the Hitler government became entangled in its accounts of the Reichstag fire are by themselves enough to show who were the real incendiaries. But apart from these contradictions, there is direct evidence that the National Socialists were guilty of this act of incendiarism. We do not propose to print here all the evidence which we have at our disposal, but only the most important and striking parts of it. The fire in the German Reichstag was discovered at 9:15. The mass arrests in Berlin began soon after midnight. Almost all the warrants were accompanied with photographs of the accused, and the date of issue was inserted in ink. On February 28th, approximately 1,500 persons were arrested in Berlin alone. Is it possible to fill out 1,500 warrants, sign them, and in the majority of cases attach photographs to them, in 3 hours? Information which we have received from dismissed police officials provides the explanation of this promptness. The warrants were got ready during the days immediately preceding the burning of the Reichstag. Only the date was not filled in. By the morning of February 27th, all the warrants were ready. They were signed before the date was filled in. On February 22nd, the Prussian government decided to strengthen the police with auxiliary police. Only members of the so-called national associations, that is, of the National Socialist storm troops and of the Stahlhelm, were allowed to join the auxiliary police. While the control of the auxiliary police was left in the hands of the local authorities, the Minister of the Interior, Goering, reserved to himself the right to control them in Berlin itself. The decision was made public on February 27th, the date of the Reichstag fire. In the first official announcement of the Reichstag fire, Goering triumphantly stated that the organization of the auxiliary police, for which he was responsible, had proved to be justified and necessary. The National Socialist leaders and ministers were not content with setting up the auxiliary police. On February 27th, the whole of the storm troop forces in Berlin were confined to their quarters in barracks. A member of the storm troops, who left Germany at the end of March, gave the following information to the Paris Intransigent. At noon on February 27th, we received the orders to remain in our quarters until further notice. We were strictly forbidden to show ourselves in groups in the streets. Only our collectors were allowed out with their collecting boxes, and a few others were sent on special errands. We did not know what was in the wind, and we waited until suddenly at 10 o'clock in the evening the order came. All at the double to the Brandenburger Tor. Leave your weapons. You are wanted for cordon duty. The Reichstag is on fire. The Berlin leader Ernst collected a few of us in the tavern at the corner of the Wilhelmstrasse and the Dorotheenstrasse. He instructed us to go to various parts of town and to spread in the beer houses and at the street corners the story that the Communists had set fire to the Reichstag, that definite evidence had been found. In short, the whole story as it appeared in the press the following day. At that time it was not yet known that van der Lubbe was a Dutchman, and that Deputy Torgler had been the last to leave the Reichstag. This was all told us as an absolute fact, and indeed with such definiteness that we all felt violently angry with the incendiaries. We rushed out and carried out our tasks with the greatest zeal. The more often I told the story, the more detailed it became, and soon I felt as I had been an eyewitness of the arson. Group leader Ernst has a high position in the Hitler hierarchy, but it requires more than a group leader's intellectual powers to know, by a few minutes after 10 p.m., that Torgler had been the last to leave the Reichstag. Group leader Ernst was privy to the plan of Goebbels and Goering. He was allocated the special task of transforming the stormtroop men into heralds to spread the story of the communist incendiaries. Hitler betrays himself. On February 27, 1933, fire broke out in the German Reichstag. On February 27, 1933, although the elections campaign was at its height, the most important National Socialist leaders were in Berlin. On February 27th, Hitler did not speak at any meeting. On February 27th, Goebbels did not speak at any meeting. They were in Berlin with Goering. None of the three had any meeting or any work to do that night. A few minutes after it became known that the Reichstag was on fire, Goering made his appearance on the scene, and Hitler and Goebbels were there a few minutes later. Sefton Delmer, the Berlin correspondent of the Daily Express, one of the few English papers to back Hitler, was in their company, and the report he sent to the Daily Express is more damaging than any published by papers hostile to Hitler. Sefton Delmer describes the scene at the Reichstag, perhaps 20 to 30 minutes after the fire had been discovered. Hitler is reported as having turned to von Papen and said, "This is a God-given signal. If this fire, as I believe, turns out to be the handiwork of communists, then there is nothing that shall stop us now crushing out this murder pest with an iron fist." Then, turning to Sefton Delmer, he said, "You are witnessing the beginning of a great new epoch in German history. This fire is the beginning." The Chancellor of the Third Reich spoke these words at a time when the guilt of the Communists could not have been established, when van der Lubbe was only just being interrogated with the help of an interpreter. According to unanimous press reports, the interrogation of van der Lubbe, which began immediately after his arrest, continued into the early hours of the morning. Van der Lubbe was arrested at about 9:20 p.m. At the time when Hitler spoke the words quoted above, van der Lubbe could not have made his comprehensive confession, which might have served Hitler as the ground for his accusations against the Communists. Hitler's lack of self-control made him put the blame on the Communists a little too early. He did not wait for his cue. An ally charges the Nazis with the act of arson. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, the organ of heavy industry, had been demanding since 1930 that Hitler should be entrusted with the government. Heavy industry was then trying to make the German nationalists believe that Hitler would be content to share power with them. The first weeks of the national government's existence brought out the sharp contradictions within the coalition government. Oberfohren's memorandum shows these contradictions clearly. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung tried to strengthen the position of the German nationalists. In the early stages, it spared no criticism of the national government, and soon after the Reichstag fire, when the National Socialists became preponderant in the coalition government, it even went so far as to assert that Goering's statements were untrue and to express doubts of the guilt of the Communists. On March 2nd, the following appeared in the paper. From a political standpoint, there is only one quite incomprehensible point about the Reichstag fire: that a communist could have been found who was so foolish as to commit the crime. Apart from a few speeches, newspaper articles, and proposals put forward, up to now we have seen very little of any united front between the Communists and the Social Democrats. It is extremely improbable that such a united front could have been widened out to achieve an act of incendiarism in the German Reichstag. We fear that closer examination of the presuppositions for the well-known statement made by the Minister of the Interior will show that the charge he made cannot be maintained. If that is the case, it would have been better not to have raised it. This is not from a Marxist journal, but from the Journal of Heavy Industry. A few months after the Reichstag fire, the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung was brought into conformity. Its chief editor was removed, not before Hugenberg also sank into the background. But though the article failed to prevent the breakup of the German Nationalist Party, it is nevertheless significant that an ally of Hitler should expose Goering's lie and cast doubt on the guilt of the Communists. Why did Goering leave the Reichstag unprotected? The messages issued by the official Preußische Präsidentschaftsdienst on February 28th stated that among the material found in Karl Liebknecht House there were instructions for setting fire to the Reichstag. The search of Karl Liebknecht House took place on February 24th. Already on February 24th and 25th, the whole of the bourgeois press was in an uproar over the alleged murderous plans of the Communists. The police president of Berlin made a report to Goering on February 26th on the material alleged to have been found in the catacombs of Karl Liebknecht House. As Minister of the Interior, Goering was in control of the Prussian police. As president of the Reichstag, Goering was in control of the Reichstag building. There was no one else in such a position as he was in to protect the Reichstag against any plot. There was no one whose duty to do this was greater than his. Goering neither called on the police to protect the Reichstag, nor did he take any protective measures within the Reichstag itself. If the material alleged to have been found was real, then at the very least Herr Goering was guilty of abetting the crime. The only conclusions that can be drawn from the fact that the document alleged to have been found in the Karl Liebknecht House have not yet been published, as also from the fact that Goering took no steps to protect the Reichstag, is that the material from the Karl Liebknecht House existed only in the reports in the official Preußische Präsidentschaftsdienst. The Communists neither intended nor did they make any preparations to set fire to the Reichstag. The incendiaries were National Socialists. Goering sends home the Reichstag officials. Goering not only took no steps to protect the Reichstag building, he also saw to it that the Reichstag officials left the Reichstag before the normal time for finishing duty. On February 27th, the National Socialist inspector of the building released the officials on duty at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The staff told him that it was contrary to the terms of their employment to leave before the end of their spell of duty. The National Socialist inspector told them to go off duty, as there was nothing to do. Early in March, the foreign press published the information that the staff of the Reichstag had been released from their duties at an early hour on February 27th. The Hitler government has not dared to deny this. Fire Brigade Director puts the blame on Goering. On March 24th, the surprising announcement was made that the Chief Fire Brigade Director of Berlin, Gempp, had been provisionally granted leave of absence, as he had tolerated communist intrigues in the service. The communist intrigues which Gempp was supposed to have tolerated consisted in the fact that in a conference with the inspectors and men of the fire brigade he had made statements in connection with the Reichstag fire, which threw a curious light on Goering's attitude at the scene of the fire. Gemp's statements concern the three following essential points. In a conference with his inspectors and officers shortly before his dismissal, Herr Gempp complained that the fire brigade had been summoned too late. This was the only explanation of why a storm troop detachment, some 20 men strong, was already on the scene of the fire by the time that the fire brigade at last appeared. Herr Gempp complained further that the Minister of the Interior, Goering, had expressly forbidden him to circulate a general call, and thereby to summon stronger forces to fight the fire. Finally, Herr Gempp had noticed that in the parts of the Reichstag building which were not destroyed, there were great masses of unused incendiary material lying about. In fact, in various rooms and under and in cupboards, etc., there was material which would have completely filled a lorry. The above report was published in the Saarbrücker Volksstimme of April 25, 1933, and thence found its way into the press of the world. Goering did not reply to the report published by the Saarbrücker Volksstimme, not even by denying that the report was true. He used it as an opportunity of accusing Gempp of disloyalty. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung of April 29, 1933, reports how Goering reacted to the disclosure made by the Volksstimme. Disciplinary action against Director Gempp. We have received the following from Commissioner Dr. Lippert. Fire Brigade Director Gempp, Chief of the Berlin Fire Brigade, who was provisionally granted leave of absence by Dr. Lippert, State Commissioner, was accused of having tolerated communist intrigues in the service under his control. Gempp then requested that disciplinary proceedings should be started against him. This request was not granted at the time, in view of the fact that Gempp was suspected of other offenses. Disciplinary proceedings have now been opened against him, as he is charged with dereliction of duty under Section 266 of the Criminal Code, in connection with the purchase of a motor car through one of the functionaries at that time, the Social Democrat councillor Ahrens. It is not only in the Gempp case that the National Socialists have used the tactics of getting rid of dangerous opponents by means of criminal charges. From the charges brought by Gempp against Goering, it is clear that Goering was interested in the spreading of the fire and not in putting it out. The National Socialists intended to use the Incendiary Act to deal a deadly blow against Marxism. With this in view, it was necessary that the damage done by the fire should be as great and impressive as possible, and therefore it was not to be put out too soon. 3 days after the fire, the building was opened for the public to see the effect. The same National Socialist inspector of the building who had sent the staff away early on February 27th was now the official guide through the ruined building. Tens of thousands of people crowded in to see the sight. The guide explained, in an expert way, how the fire had been started by the Communists, and he did not omit to amplify his description with atrocity stories of what the Communists had intended to do. Goering, who had not the courage himself to deny what the Saarbrücker Volksstimme reported, compelled Gempp to issue a dementi. Gempp seems to have refused to do so for some time. It was only on June 18, 1933, that a statement by him appeared in the German press, in which he declared that the report published in the Volksstimme was false. There is some dementis which establish the truth of the report that is denied, and Gemp's delayed dementi is one of this kind. Under the pressure of the charges made against him, and from fear of the sentence of imprisonment with which he was threatened, Gempp gave way to Goering's threats. End of Chapter 4, Part 3.
Chapter 4, Part 4 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 4, The Real Incendiaries, Part 4. Where are the instigators of the fire? In the second March number of the conservative weekly journal Der Ring, which is edited by Heinrich von Gleichen, we find the fire in the Reichstag led to extremely severe countermeasures by the government of the Reich. The authorities are maintaining a state of preparedness for all eventualities. The public and the leading articles in the press are asking, how is it possible? Are we then really a nation of blind hens? Where are the instigators of this fire, whose results show how sure they were of their aims? To give a single answer to all questions, we must say in all seriousness and to the point, we have no secret service, such as the English and other nations have. If we had such an institution, then we should by now know exactly where the instigators of the Reichstag fire were to be found. In fact, we should already know the actual persons. They are perhaps members of the best German international society. Heinrich von Gleichen is one of the most influential members of the Herren Club. Since Papen was chancellor, von Gleichen has been one of the wire pullers of the government's policy. His connections with the President's palace are more than excellent. In the extract quoted by us from The Ring, von Gleichen openly charges the Hitler government with not having done anything to clear up the Reichstag fire. He asks, where are the instigators of this fire, whose results show how sure they were of their aims? Can anything else be meant by this than that the National Socialists organized the fire in order confidently to win one position of power after the other? After this issue, The Ring was prohibited. Dr. Bell tells tales out of school. Elsewhere in this book, an exact account is given of Dr. Bell's death at the hands of the Nazis. Here we deal only with his role in connection with the Reichstag fire. We do not propose to rely on the reports which state that before the Reichstag fire, between 8 and 9 on February 27th, Dr. Bell told English and American journalists that the Reichstag was on fire. This statement was deliberately circulated by the Hitler government. The Nazis wanted a favorable opportunity for a dementi, and for thus discrediting what Dr. Bell had really stated. Dr. Bell knew van der Lubbe very well, and he was also kept closely informed by van der Lubbe of the connections he had formed with Nazi circles in Munich and Berlin. Although for about a year Dr. Bell had been hostile to the National Socialist Party, he still had a number of men within the party who kept him informed. He knew exactly what had taken place in connection with the Reichstag fire. In the National Club in the Friedrich-Ebert-Strasse on March 3rd or 4th, Bell betrayed what he knew about the Reichstag fire to a politician belonging to the People's Party. This politician wrote to some of his friends, telling them the information which Bell had given him as to who were the real incendiaries. One of these letters fell into the hands of Daluegas, the chief of the secret police. The letter cost Bell his life. On April 3rd, he was murdered in the village of Kufstein in Austria by Nazis who went there from Munich. The murder of Hanussen. The clairvoyant Erich Hanussen gave a housewarming party on the day before the Reichstag fire at his new flat in Berlin, Leitzenbergstrasse 16, which he called the Palace of Occultism. Some of the Nazi leaders were present on this occasion, including Count Helldorf, leader of the Berlin Nazis, as well as artists, actors, and journalists. Among them there was also a reporter of the Berliner 12 Uhr Blatt. In the séance which Hanussen staged, he said, among other things, "I see a great house burning." In the first March number of his weekly paper, Hanussen's Bunte Wochenschau, Hanussen printed an article on the political situation. He wrote in this article that he had known in advance of the Reichstag fire, but that he was not able to speak openly of it. It is clear that some leading Nazi must have given Hanussen information before the Reichstag fire, which enabled Hanussen to foresee it. Hanussen must have known a great deal. This is clear from a sworn deposition given us by Dr. Franz Hollering, former editor of the Berliner 12 Uhr Blatt. The undersigned Dr. Franz Hollering hereby declares on oath, in my capacity as editor-in-chief of the Berliner 12 Uhr Blatt and of the Montag Morgen, I was brought into touch between February 1st and March 4th, 1933, with Erich Hanussen as the publisher of his National Socialist Clairvoyant Journal, which was set up and printed in the same printing works as the papers named above. I did not get to know Hanussen personally, but I had a telephone conversation with him on one occasion when he was trying to get in touch with the business manager of the printing works and the editor, Rolly Nürnberg, who were not there at the time. That was in the night of February 27th, the night of the burning of the Reichstag. The first report of the discovery of the fire had hardly reached the office when Hanussen rang up on the telephone. He wanted to know from me how far the fire had spread and whether the incendiaries had been caught. I replied that an unconfirmed report had reached me about a communist troop which was alleged to have set fire to the Reichstag with the help of torches. At the same time, I pointed out that this report was incredible. I said in so many words that the communists, particularly in the existing political situation, would never have committed such a suicidal act of folly. Hanussen replied in an excited voice that he was of quite the opposite opinion, that he knew it was a communist plot, and that I would very soon see the consequences. This call came through between 9:30 and 9:45. I made inquiries of my staff, which knew of Hanussen's close connections with Count Helldorf, particularly through his frequent telephone calls to the printing works. Hanussen was generally regarded as exceptionally well informed on National Socialist plans. Signed, Dr. Franz Hollering. Thus, at a time when the first vague reports of the fire in the Reichstag had only just reached the editorial offices of the newspapers, Hanussen was already saying that the fire had been started by the communists and that it would have serious consequences. This statement of Hanussen's shows more clearly than anything else that his informant is to be found in high Nazi circles. The Jew Hanussen did not long enjoy the rule of Hitler, which he had so earnestly desired. On April 7, 1933, his body was found in a little wood by the side of the Baruth-Neuhof road. He had died at the hands of the Nazis. The third man who knew the secret. After Bell, Hanussen. After Hanussen, Dr. Oberfohren. Of these three persons who knew the secret of the burning of the Reichstag, Dr. Oberfohren was the most dangerous. Bell could be got rid of as a political adventurer, Hanussen as a charlatan. Dr. Oberfohren was an influential politician, leader of the German nationalist fraction in the Reichstag. In February 1933, he had declared in an election speech that the Hitler government would continue to exist in its then composition, whatever the results of the election. Events after February 27th shook his belief that the National Socialists would stand by the undertaking sworn by Hitler on January 30th. Dr. Oberfohren put forward within the German Nationalist Party the proposal that it should begin the fight against Hitler's policy of concentrating power in his own hands. In order to win his friends for this fight, he recorded what he knew of the Reichstag fire and of the struggle within the cabinet in the memorandum which has already been quoted. The following description by Dr. Oberfohren deals with what happened after the Reichstag fire. The German nationalists and the fire. However much the German Nationalist Party is in agreement with the sharpest measures against the communists, it cannot approve of the act of incendiarism carried out by its coalition friends. It is true that the cabinet meeting on Tuesday agreed to the sharpest measures against the communists and partly also against the Social Democrats. However, no doubt was left that the act of incendiarism would most seriously damage the reputation of the National Front abroad. In this meeting of the cabinet, the sharpest expressions of condemnation were not spared. The National Socialist ministers did not succeed in pressing through the prohibition of the Communist Party. As already said above, the German nationalists needed the Communist deputies in order to prevent the National Socialists from having an absolute majority in Parliament. At this cabinet meeting, Herr Göring was strictly forbidden to produce in public his forged material from Karl Liebknecht House. It was pointed out that the publication of these crude forgeries would only make things still worse for the government. It was particularly inconvenient for the government that the Communist deputy Torgler, leader of the Communist fraction in the Reichstag, had put himself at the disposal of the police on Tuesday morning. His flight would have been preferable. The fact that after thousands of communist functionaries had been arrested, and in spite of the threat of a court-martial, he had presented himself to the police, was extremely inconvenient for the government. Herr Goering was commissioned to deny that Torgler had given himself up voluntarily. The echo in the world press, however, which followed the Reichstag fire, was so unexpectedly unanimous in attributing the act of incendiarism to leading members of the government that the prestige of the national government was most seriously shaken. However convenient it was for Goering and Goebbels that the Communist and Social Democratic election propaganda had been silenced, however well they knew that the broad mass of lower middle-class persons, clerks and peasants, would believe the story of the Reichstag fire and would consequently give their votes to the National Socialist Party as the leader of the fight against Bolshevism, they were seriously disturbed at the attitude of the German nationalist ministers in the cabinet. Once again, they did not get the prohibition of the Communist Party. In spite of their boundless pretensions, they felt that they were held in an iron embrace by the German nationalists, Stahlheim and the Reichswehr. It was clear to them that they must get out of this embrace as soon as possible. They discussed all kinds of proposals. Finally, the groups decided to make a bid for power by a coup in the night of March 5th to 6th. The plan was to occupy the government quarter and demand from Hindenburg a change in the composition of the cabinet. In this event, Hindenburg was to appoint Adolf Hitler to take over the functions of President of the Reich, and at the same time Hitler was to appoint Goering Chancellor. The discussions led up to the decision to carry through the plan in connection with the great propaganda march of Nazi stormtroops and protective corps through Berlin, at which Hitler would take the salute on Friday, March 3rd. This great propaganda march was then organized. Numbers of provincial stormtroop sections arrived in Berlin, the streets were cleared by the police for the triumphal march, traffic was diverted, and thousands of people crowded to the Wilhelmstrasse to see the march past the leader Adolf Hitler. As rumors had been gaining ground that the government quarter was to be occupied in the course of this march, at the last moment the German nationalist ministers in the cabinet insisted that Adolf Hitler should abandon the march past in the Wilhelmstrasse. The thousands waiting at the Wilhelmstrasse were suddenly told, to their astonishment, that the Nazi march would follow another route, and would not touch the Wilhelmstrasse, but would go through Prince Albertstrasse and to the west of the town. However, the German nationalists were obliged to agree for their part to abandon a Stahlhelm march through the government quarter, which had been announced for the day of the elections as an act of homage to Hindenburg. The Stahlhelm leaders agreed to the change. The position was extremely serious for the German nationalist ministers. The election results in Lippe-Detmold had shown how great the danger was, that German national electors would pass over the National Socialists in a body. German nationalist propaganda could not compete with the unrestrained propaganda carried on by the National Socialists. The Herren Club, the groups connected with the Stahlhelm, and the German nationalist leaders discussed the position. After the occupation of the government quarter on March 3rd had been averted, it was necessary to prepare for the threatened coup on the night of March 5th through 6th, with more than the Reichswehr and the Stahlhelm. It was clear that the masses were now no longer behind the old field marshal, but behind their idol, Adolf Hitler. It would be futile to oppose these masses and the sentiment of the masses merely by the use of arms. It was therefore necessary to act as unscrupulously as Goering and Goebbels had done in connection with the Reichstag fire. The following plan was made. An official statement was to be made public dealing with the results so far arrived at in the inquiry in connection with the Reichstag incendiaries. This statement was so worded that, if necessary, it would be possible to refer to it to show that they were already then on the tracks of the National Socialist criminals. This official statement could then be used for the press on the night of March 5th through 6th as weapon against the National Socialist ministers, if these really attempted to carry out their plan of occupying the government quarter. It was hoped by these means to throw the National Socialist masses into confusion and, if possible, to win them, for the National Front under the leadership of the German nationalists and for Hindenburg to disclose the plans for the forcible seizure of power, to accuse Goering, Hitler, and Goebbels of the act of incendiarism in the Reichstag on the basis of the official communiqué already issued, and to call on the millions of National Socialists to stand united behind Field Marshal Hindenburg to save the National Front against Marxism. It was hoped by these means to make the national masses prepared to accept a military dictatorship under Hindenburg. Hindenburg himself was not to be present at the Stahlhelm demonstration, but was to spend the night of March 5th to the 6th outside of Berlin under the protection of the Reichswehr, and the Reichswehr itself was to be mobilized for action. Murderer and incendiary. Dr. Oberfohren wrote in his memorandum, "In the meantime, the men charged by Herr Goering under the leadership of Heines, Silesian storm troop leader and Reichstag deputy, passed along the heating passages from the palace of the President of the Reichstag and through the underground passage into the Reichstag. The point at which each of the selected storm troop and protective corps leader was to start a fire was arranged in detail. A general rehearsal had been held the previous day. Van der Lubbe went with them as the fifth or sixth man. When the observation posts in the Reichstag sent word that the air was clear, the incendiary set to work. The starting of the fire was completed within a few minutes. Then, their work accomplished, they made their way back by the same route as they had come. Van der Lubbe alone remained behind in the Reichstag building." Dr. Oberfohren's statement that Heines was in charge of the incendiary column is confirmed from other sources, including Dr. Bell. Heines was especially suitable for this work. He murders when he is told to, he shoots when he is told to, and he sets fire when he is told to. The incendiary's base. Even if Goering's tools had prepared the act of provocation more carefully, and had not made the whole series of contradictions which in themselves are overwhelming evidence of the Nazis' guilt, the case against the Nazis would still be clear to all eyes to see. The Vossische Zeitung of March 1st, 1933, contains the following statement emanating from government sources. It is stated that there is irrefutable evidence that Deputy Torgler, chairman of the Communist faction of the Reichstag, was in the Reichstag building for several hours with the incendiary, and that he had also been in company with other persons who participated in the incendiary act. It is added that the other criminals may have been able to escape through the underground passage used in connection with the heating equipment of the Reichstag, which connects the Reichstag building itself with the building of the President of the Reichstag. As we have already said, there is in fact an underground passage leading from the Reichstag building to the house of the President of the Reichstag. At the time of the Reichstag fire, the occupant of this house, to which the underground passage leads, was Hermann Goering. He occupies the house through which, according to his own version, the criminals escaped. Hermann Goering is not only Prime Minister of Prussia, Minister of Police, and President of the Reichstag. Hermann Goering is also one of the chiefs of the storm troop organization. Hermann Goering has at his disposal a special storm detachment, Storm Detachment G. His house is constantly guarded by a staff guard consisting of at least 30 men. The official Preußische Pressedienst announced that at least 7 men must have been concerned in bringing the incendiary material into the Reichstag, and the actual operation of starting the fire must have taken 10 men. If we accept this statement, at least 10 men must have been concerned in the fire. It can be safely assumed that the fire was started at a number of different points in different parts of the building. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the rapidity with which the fire spread in the huge building. To start the fire at several points required a considerable quantity of inflammable material weighing several hundredweight. In his report to fire brigade inspectors and men, Director Gempp stated that after the fire he observed a considerable quantity of incendiary material which had not been used, and that a lorry would have been required to carry it. The statement by Director Gempp confirms the assumption that the incendiaries must have taken a large quantity of incendiary material into the Reichstag. How was the incendiary material taken into the Reichstag? We have given a description of the obstacles a visitor has to overcome in order to get into the Reichstag. Visitors are only admitted through door 5. They have to pass through a series of officials. Can it be imagined that between 7 and 10 men carrying several hundredweight of incendiary material can have slipped into the Reichstag without being noticed by a single one of the Reichstag officials? Even the most prejudiced observer must admit that no incendiary and no group of incendiaries could have dared to bring in the material through door 5. The case is just the same with the so-called deputies' entrance, door 2. Only deputies are allowed to enter by this door. The idea that deputies could have brought hundredweights of incendiary material past the officials at door 2 is no less absurd than the idea that the material could have been brought in by door 5. The incendiaries would therefore have been obliged to choose some other way, a secret way, which would allow them to bring the material into the Reichstag and distribute it at the points required. There is such a secret way into the Reichstag, namely the underground passage, which connects the house of the President of the Reichstag with the Reichstag building itself. This underground passage was the strategic route for the incendiaries. But anyone who wants to use the underground passage to the Reichstag was obliged first to pass through Goering's house, the house of the President of the Reichstag. He was therefore obliged to get past the guards, who were constantly watching Goering's house. He would also had to have run the risk of being seen by someone in Goering's house. Is it conceivable that communists could have got into Goering's house and through it and through the underground passage without being stopped and arrested by the guard of 30 men? Is it conceivable that communists could have taken hundredweights of incendiary material through Goering's house without having been stopped and arrested by the guard? Is it conceivable that communists could have escaped through Goering's house? It is out of the question. Any communist who in those days of February had tried to enter Goering's house would without a doubt have been arrested. It was impossible for communists to reach the Reichstag by way of Goering's house and the underground passage. But for whom, then, was it possible? Only leading National Socialists could have entered Goering's house without attracting attention and without arousing even the slightest suspicion. Many meetings took place in the house between Goering and the leading officials of the National Socialist Party. No storm-troop man would have thought of stopping men who held high positions in his party and whom he often saw visiting Goering's house. There was no danger for such people. They could go in and out as they liked. This is true of all the higher officials. They could have brought the incendiary material required in small quantities without any difficulty and without attracting any attention. The guards would not have noticed anything if a number of chests described as documents or even as arms had been delivered to the basement of the house. The transport of arms was taking place in those days wherever there was a Nazi headquarters. Goering's house was the key position for the attack on the Reichstag. Whoever controlled Goering's house could do what he liked to the Reichstag building. Goering's house was the bridgehead from which the incendiary column advanced to the assault. Goering's house was the depot where the incendiary material was stored. Goering's house was the safe port into which the criminals could flee when they had perpetrated their crime. The incendiary column. We said above that only leading National Socialists could have entered Goering's house without arousing suspicion. Dr. Oberfohren also speaks of selected leaders of the storm troops and protective corps. It is clear that the National Socialist leadership, which devised and organized the plan of the Reichstag fire, were very much interested in seeing that the carrying out of the plan was entrusted to their most reliable praetorians. Goebbels and Goering could not put themselves into the hands of any storm troop members. They could not run the risk that some discontented storm troop man might expose the real incendiaries. Therefore, they had to seek their accomplices in the ranks of the highest officials of the party. Men had to be found who, on the one hand, would not shrink from any crime, and on the other, were so closely linked to the National Socialist leadership and with their fate that they could not be suspected of any treachery. And the ranks of the leaders of the National Socialist Party leadership are full of persons who satisfy these conditions. We know from Dr. Oberfohren's memorandum that the murderer Heines was put in charge of the incendiary column. How was the incendiary act carried out? The incendiary column assembled in Goering's house. Heines, Schultz, Helldorf, and the others could get past the guards without interference, as they were known as storm troop leaders. Van der Lubbe probably went in with Count Helldorf. The first task which had to be carried out was the transport of the incendiary material, for which purpose the incendiaries used the underground passage to the Reichstag from Goering's house. It is probable that several journeys had to be made. They began their operations at an agreed signal which told them that the last deputy had left the Reichstag. There was no danger of discovery by the Reichstag officials on duty, for these had been sent home by the Nazi inspector before the end of their spell of duty. The distribution of the incendiary material at the various points, and pouring petrol, benzene, etc. over it, must have taken some little time, at least 20 minutes. Then the fire was started at different points. The first reports issued by the police and the fire brigade spoke of 7 to 10 incendiaries and of the fire having started at many points. No one in Germany believed that the incendiaries had got into the Reichstag in the usual way and had left by the usual way. The question was raised, how did the incendiaries escape? Any careless talk by a policeman, any careless talk from the fire brigade, any newspaper report might create an alarming position. Goering was in an extremely difficult situation. He resorted to an old trick. Before anyone else suggested that the incendiaries must have escaped through the underground passage, Goering wanted to say it himself. He hoped thereby to meet the imminent danger, to present something that was highly suspicious as quite harmless. Goering himself stated that the incendiaries had escaped through the underground passage. But later he bitterly regretted that he had said this. The trick had not come off. And so this underground passage to Goering's house was never again mentioned in any minister's speech or in any official report. Goering's statement was to be forgotten. We have not forgotten it. It is a fact that the incendiaries escaped through the underground passage, but they could only use this passage because they knew it led to Goering's house. Goering's house meant safety. The official Preußische Pressedienst of February 28th stated that the incendiaries had full knowledge of the building. Who other than Goering's friends were in the best position to gain full knowledge, to examine and test the underground passage? Goering was master in the Reichstag. He could give his friends information about every corner of it. He was master in the palace of the president of the Reichstag. He could receive his friends there. He could arrange a store and hiding place for the incendiary material. He was Prussian Minister of the Interior. He controlled the police throughout Prussia. All the possibilities of organizing the burning of the Reichstag were in the hands of Goering. Van der Lubbe in the burning Reichstag. The Preußische Pressedienst tried to persuade the public that van der Lubbe had been unable to escape because he did not know the building. According to Goering and the Preußische Pressedienst, all of van der Lubbe's accomplices were quite familiar with the building. It would have been easy for them to take van der Lubbe with them and to save him. But van der Lubbe could not be saved. He had to be left behind in the burning Reichstag, and was left behind because he was the evidence against the communists. Van der Lubbe played his part to the best of his ability. He let himself be arrested in the burning building. He had discarded his shirt and coat so as to present a true picture of a communist incendiary. He confessed to having set fire to the Reichstag. He confessed to any act of incendiarism required in the welfare office in Neukölln, in the Berlin town hall, in the Berliner Schloss. Van der Lubbe will confess to everything which his employers ask him to confess. He will say against Torgler whatever his employers tell him to say. He will say against Dimitrov everything that is wanted. He will inculpate everyone whom his National Socialist friends wish to destroy. He will exculpate everyone whom his National Socialist friends wished to protect. Hermann Goering. But all of van der Lubbe's confessions could not prevent the failure of the second task, which had been entrusted to him, by giving himself up and confessing to shelter the real incendiaries. The figure of van der Lubbe was too small for this. His role was too obvious. Everyone saw through the trick. They realized that behind van der Lubbe was Captain Hermann Goering, one of the stormtroop chiefs, minister of the German Reich, premier and minister of the Interior of Prussia, president of the German Reichstag. Captain Goering was born in Rosenheim, Bavaria, on January 12, 1893. His biographers tell us of his heroic deeds as an airman during the war. They forgot to add that his flights were carried out when he was under the influence of morphia. Goering's biographers tell us that in 1925 through 26 he was in Stockholm working for an airplane company. They forgot to add that Hermann Goering, according to the official reports of the Stockholm police, was put into the asylum at Langbro because a doctor had certified him to be of unsound mind. He was subsequently taken to the Konradsberg Hospital near Stockholm, but as a result of his conduct he was taken back to Langbro and there kept shut up. He could no longer be kept in private mental homes because the staff were unwilling to look after him. And in Langbro he had such bad attacks that he had to be put into the section for serious cases. All the attempts made by Goering to deny these facts are vain, as we have a photograph of the official registration card recording Goering's admission to the Langbro asylum. Goering's biographers like to record his marriage with Karin von Fock. She had previously been married to a Swede, Captain Kantzow. After the divorce, the former couple had a lawsuit over the guardianship of their son Thomas. During the court proceedings on April 22, 1926, a certificate signed by the police doctor Karl A. Lundberg was submitted. We print a photograph of this certificate, which says in so many words that Goering is seriously addicted to drugs. Goering's morphia craving has therefore been established before the courts. The court decided that Goering could not have the guardianship of the boy Thomas. National Socialism has given Goering the guardianship of 60 million Germans. On March 10, 1933, Göring made a speech in Essen, in the course of which he said, quote, "My nerves have never given way up to now." Unquote. He hoped by this remark to silence the statements published in the foreign press regarding his nervous condition. At that time he did not realize that there was in existence documentary proof of his nervous condition, his insanity, his craving for morphia. It is no accident that this man is playing a leading part in the Third Empire. He embodies the whole brutality of the old Prussian officers' corps, which has been striving for power ever since 1918. He is the embodiment of the sadism which in the last few months has led to thousands of murders and tens of thousands of brutal and cruel acts of maltreatment. He is the embodiment of that officers' clique which murdered Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, which shed streams of blood in Hungary, which set up white gallows in Finland, and is now making the whole of Hitler's Germany into a brown hell. Göring represents the content of the policy of the National Socialists. National Socialism does not represent the workers, or the employees, or the middle class, but it represents the interests of the ruling class, of the noble caste. Power was put into the hands of the National Socialists in order that they should maintain the existing economic system and protect it against the menacing forces of social revolution. To protect these interests, National Socialism has taken its highest officials from the ranks of the former officers' corps of the nobility and the high state officials. This Captain Göring, brutal in the extreme, lying and cowardly in the extreme, shows the true face of National Socialism. This Captain Göring was the organizer of the Reichstag fire. His party comrade Goebbels invented the plan. Göring carried it through. All the opportunities for doing so were in his hands. All the necessary power was in his hands. He held all the threads. It was the morphia fiend Göring who set fire to the Reichstag. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 5. Destruction of the Workers' Organizations. Now the hour of reckoning has come when we draw conclusions. Let them be under no illusion that this reckoning may come to some unexpected end. The end of the revolution is the end of the November criminals, the end of that system, the end of that period. We will hunt out these men from their last hiding places, and we will not rest until the body of our nation has been rid of the last traces of that poison. Hitler, on May 7th, 1933, at Kiel. Hitler expropriates. Hitler has not nationalized a single trust, nor has he expropriated a single financial magnate. But in the first few months of his rule, he has carried through the expropriation of the political and trade union working class organizations of Germany. All communist and social democratic newspapers were prohibited from the night of the burning of the Reichstag. During that week, the Karl Liebknecht House in Berlin, the former headquarters of the Communist Party, was expropriated under the Hitler government's emergency decree of February 1933. Then all the printing establishments and buildings owned by the Communist Party throughout Germany were expropriated, and the same procedure was applied to the Berlin evening paper fällt am Abend. The attack on trade union property. Even before the burning of the Reichstag, systematic attacks on trade union buildings and people's houses all over Germany has been made by storm-troop detachments. On March 9th, in Chemnitz, the business manager of the Social Democratic printing works, Landgraf, was shot by stormtroopers when they occupied the works. On the same date, workers armed with rifles and hand grenades defended the trade union house at Wurzen against a storm-troop attack. In Braunschweig, Hans Seile, the circulation manager of the Social Democratic paper Volksfreund, was shot by stormtroopers who occupied the offices of the paper. On the same date, there was a partial strike of the Dresden workers against the looting by Nazis of the people's houses in that town. On the same date, the trade union house in Berlin was looted. The following account of the attack on the trade union headquarters and the Otto Braun house in Königsberg has been given us by an eyewitness. The health section of the Trade Union Association was having its usual monthly meeting and social gathering. Nazi stormtroopers came into the building, and suddenly the doors of the room were torn open, and about 60 men, armed with revolvers, forced their way into the hall and fired a number of shots at the ceiling and the wall. 5 people were wounded, 1 seriously, by bullets glancing off the walls. Then the bandits drove men and women out into the street without their hats and coats, which were confiscated. After that, the Nazis went through the trade union offices, destroying everything. In the case of the Otto Braun house, 2 uniformed police officers came to the building at 11:20 p.m. and took away the revolver which was in the possession of the night watchman. They then told him that they would hold him as a hostage, and that they would have to shoot him if any armed person was found in the house. 10 minutes later, a strong storm-troop detachment made its appearance and entered the building. The caretaker of the building, with his wife and 2 daughters, lived there in a flat. 3 Nazis went to the flat and, threatening the caretaker with the revolvers, ordered him at once to open all the rooms in the building. Then the stormtroopers began to smash up everything. They first made for the office of the Reichsbanner organization and chopped up every piece of furniture into tiny fragments using axes which they had brought with them. Valuable pictures were destroyed, the cash box was broken open, and every desk smashed. The office was left simply a heap of rubbish. The district office of the Social Democratic Party was dealt with in the same way, and also the office of the Freethinkers organization. Then the business manager of the Königsberger Volkszeitung was fetched by 3 stormtroopers and forced to take them through the offices at the point of the revolver. He was then made to open the garages, which were let to private individuals and firms, and to put the motors there out of action. With the 3 revolvers pointing at him, he was forced to burn a black-red-gold banner in the street. The Saarbrück Volksstimme of March 13th contains the following report of the occupation by Nazis of the offices of the Mine Workers Union in Bochum. The central offices for the Reich, which are also the headquarters of the Bochum Mine Workers Union, were attacked by Hitler's bandits belonging to the storm troops and protective corps, and destroyed from top to bottom. All documents were set alight, the fire spreading to parts of the building, and the whole of the central executive, or those members who were there, including the president Husmann, a member of the Reichstag, were carried off by the stormtroopers and protective corpsmen. These few examples are only a small sample of what went on at the time in every part of Germany. The swastika flag was hoisted over every trade union building, every people's house, every newspaper office belonging either to the Social Democratic Party or to the Communist Party. Moral provocation. The burning of the Reichstag was not enough in the way of acts of provocation for the National Socialists, who also resorted to moral provocation. They called the Karl Liebknecht House Horstwessel House, and made it the headquarters of the political police. Karl Liebknecht's name is known to the workers of the whole world. In defiance of martial law, Karl Liebknecht raised his voice against the slaughter of the war. Who was the National Socialist hero Horst Wessel? He was a student, the son of a Berlin clergyman. Even the Nazis cannot deny that this hero, who used to hunt Marxists at night with his storm troops, lived on the earnings of a prostitute. He was killed in this prostitute's flat by one of her former lovers. The legend writers of National Socialism say that Horst Wessel only wanted to save this woman's soul. The National Socialist press asserted, and this became the official legend, that Horst Wessel had fallen at the hands of the communists. Organizations dissolved. There has not been, and there is not now, any formal prohibition of the Communist Party in Germany. But the campaign of terror has in fact put all communist leaders and functionaries outside the law. All organizations which were believed to stand on the basis of the class struggle were outlawed. The trade union organizations of the revolutionary workers, among the miners and the metal workers of Berlin, and the whole of the revolutionary trade union opposition were driven underground. Revolutionary workers' organizations uniting all parties, such as the Anti-Fascist League, the Red Sports organizations, the revolutionary associations of writers and artists, of photographers, etc., were treated in the same way as the Communist Party from the moment of the Reichstag fire. The German Red Aid, a working-class organization for the support of political prisoners and their families, which helped all workers irrespective of their political affiliation, was driven underground. Even aid for the victims of fascist barbarity has to be organized secretly. The International Workers' Relief, which organized help for strikers during industrial disputes, was also outlawed. Its property was confiscated and its officials and members were persecuted. All the social and cultural organizations of the working class were suppressed. The children's organizations, the League for the Protection of Motherhood, the Association of Social and Political Organizations. All pacifist organizations met the same fate. The League for Human Rights, the German Peace Society, and many others. The elections of works councils which took place at the end of March were overshadowed by the campaign of repression of the workers' organizations and could not give a true reflection of the feeling among the workers. A report from the Union Engineering Factory in Dortmund is typical of how these elections were carried out in almost all German factories. At the Union Works in Dortmund, the foreman, Dickmann, whose duty it was to superintend the ballot, was arrested on the day before the election. The Nazis took charge of the ballot papers and called on the workers to vote. Any workers who refused to vote was told that he would be regarded as an enemy of the national government. The table at which the ballot papers were filled was surrounded by armed Nazis. Each worker who came up to vote was listed, and a note was kept of which ballot paper he placed in the envelope and handed in. At the end of the ballot, the leader of the Nazis took charge of the ballot box and, with his friends, counted up the votes. Not a single worker of any other organization was allowed to check the result. Yet, in spite of such methods, the elections did not give the Nazis a majority in most factories throughout Germany. What the Nazis could not get by intimidation and falsification was therefore secured by them through the open use of force during the month of April. The cleansing of the works councils by the removal of all elected trade union and revolutionary representatives. Even representatives of the Christian unions, who were known as anti-fascists, were removed from office. Stormtroopers marched into the room where the Works Council was meeting, maltreated and imprisoned some, and forced them to resign under the threat of their lives. Appointed Nazi Works Councilors were put in to correct the election results in every factory. Destruction of the trade unions. The National Labor Day of May 1st, when hundreds of thousands of workers were driven to participate in the official demonstrations by the threat of instant dismissal, served as a preparatory step to the occupation of all trade union offices by the Nazis on May 2nd. The dissolution of the trade unions in the form in which they had hitherto existed was proclaimed in the name of a Committee for the Protection of German Labor, which no one heard of until that moment. It did not help the German General Trade Union Federation that it had called on the workers to participate in the Hitler demonstration of May 1st. The trade union offices were occupied and the trade union leaders maltreated. The German Labor Front took over the whole trade union apparatus. We give below a few documents showing the methods that were used in these attacks on the trade unions. The National Socialists take over the trade unions. The leaders arrested. Action throughout the Reich. Headlines in the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, May 2nd, 1933. Yes, we have power, but we have not yet won the whole nation. We have not yet won you workers 100%. From the manifesto issued by Dr. Leigh, May 2nd, 1932. Cleansing of the free trade unions and creation of a labor organization. Stormtroopers occupy all trade union buildings. 50 trade union leaders arrested. The second stage of the National Socialist Revolution. Headlines in the Völkischer Beobachter, May 3rd, 1933. After Germany, in the most comprehensive meaning of the word, had acknowledged on May 1st the National Socialist conception of the idea of labor, on May 2nd the implications of this acknowledgment were applied throughout the movement. So-called free trade unions have been disloyal to their own real nature and have degenerated themselves and the trade union idea to the level of international Marxism. From Alfred Rosenberg's leading article in the Völkischer Beobachter, May 3rd, 1933. The National Socialist Factory Organization Journal, the Arbeitertum, which deals with the theory and practice of the National Socialist Factory Organization, becomes from today the official organ of the German General Trade Union Federation and of the AFA Federation. From the Leigh Committee Manifesto issued on May 2nd, 1933. The chapter of Marxist incitement of the workers is closed, after the action taken against the Marxist trade unions met with such tremendous response throughout the nation and particularly in the working class. The General Association of Christian Trade Unions, the Trade Union Association of German Employees, Workers and Officials Associations, Herrschdunker, the Federation of Employees Trade Unions, and other smaller associations under the influence of this mighty national movement found themselves compelled to declare in writing that they put themselves unconditionally at the disposal of the leader of the National Socialist German Labor Party and would carry out without reserve the instructions of the Action Committee for the Protection of German Labor which he has appointed. From the manifesto issued by Dr. Leigh on May 4th, 1933. Innumerable cases of corruption among the leaders of the Marxist trade unions. Balance sheet mysteries and dark financial transactions. 8 million organized workers brought under the leadership of Adolf Hitler. Headlines in the Völkischer Beobachter of May 1933. The first manifesto issued by Dr. Leigh, the head of the Action Committee for the Protection of German Labor, was written in a very friendly tone. We have never destroyed anything which had any kind of value for our nation, nor shall we in the future. This is a fundamental principle of National Socialism. This holds good particularly of the trade unions, which have been built up out of the pennies which the workers have earned with such bitter toil and starved themselves to give. No, workers, your institutions are sacred and inviolable to us National Socialists. I myself am the son of a poor peasant, and I know poverty. I myself was for 7 years in one of the largest factories in Germany." It may be remarked in passing that Dr. Leigh was never a worker, but in his 7 years of employment with the IG Farben Industrie AG, the chemical trust, was a highly paid official of the company and received a large sum when he left. At the moment when they took over the trade unions by force, the National Socialist leaders used the tactics of making a solemn promise to the organized workers that their institutions would be maintained. At the same time, the National Socialist press started a great campaign on the corruption in trade union offices, and the Nazi stormtroopers stood ready with their revolvers and rubber truncheons to persuade everyone of the friendship felt by the Nazis to the working class. A few weeks later, on June 10th, Dr. Leigh issued his Fundamental Ideas on Corporate Organization and the German Labor Front, which he himself described as the foundation on which generations will be able to build anew for centuries. The essential paragraph in this so completely new foundation reads as follows: Leadership in the factory. Corporate organization will, as its first work, restore absolute leadership to the natural leader of a factory, that is, the employer, and will at the same time place full responsibility on him. Only the employer can decide. This passage, which proclaims the absolute dictatorship of the employer in the factory, contains not a trace of the sacredness and inviolability of the trade union organization. Henceforward, the trade unions are to be merely auxiliary instruments used by the state of fascist dictatorship. It is better that we should give it, Marxism, a last shot to finish it off, than that we should ever allow it to rise again. The Leiparts and the Grassmanns may hypocritically declare their devotion to Hitler as much as they like, but it is better that they should be in prison. Thereby we deprive the Marxist ruffians of their chief weapon, and of the last possibility of strengthening themselves afresh. The diabolical doctrine of Marxism must perish miserably on the battlefield of the National Socialist Revolution. From Dr. Leigh's Manifesto of May 2nd, 1933. Corruption on corruption. One of the National Socialist methods of fighting is to settle their opponents by bringing charges of corruption against them. It was this method that they used to silence Gemp, the Berlin Fire Brigade director, who knew too much about the burning of the Reichstag. And this was the method they used to settle accounts with large numbers of the officials of the Weimar Republic and many leaders of bourgeois organizations which had not yet been brought into conformity. And it was the method they used to revenge themselves on Gericke, who in 1932 had been head of the Hindenburg Election Committee and therefore one of the chief opponents of Hitler's candidature for the presidency. When under Dr. Leigh's guidance the free trade unions had been brought into conformity, the National Socialist leaders started their great campaign of exposing the corruption in the trade unions, by way of rounding off their soon-forgotten promises of raising trade union benefits and lowering contributions. Long accounts were published in the fascist press of how luxuriously the central offices of the various trade unions were furnished. Columns in the press recounted the high salaries drawn by the trade union leaders. The National Socialist leaders, who had placed the trade union apparatus under the bureaucratic political control of fascist commissioners, tried to rouse the militant members of the trade unions against the bureaucracy of their former leaders and against their policy of industrial peace, and to exploit this to get support for the cleansing carried out by the fascists. The poverty of the workers and the refusal of strike pay to them in former economic struggles was contrasted in the fascist press with the comfortable lives led by the trade union leaders. The Völkischer Beobachter screamed in heavy type that the president of the AFA Federation, Aufhäuser, had arranged compensation for himself when he retired amounting to 18 months' salary at 940 marks, a total of 16,920 marks. In addition to facts which savored of corruption, the National Socialist unmaskers produced cases of corruption which they simply invented. Any use of money which did not suit the policy of the Nazis was labeled as dishonest. It was unmasked that in the presidential election campaign 300,000 marks of trade union money had been handed over by the General Trade Union Federation to the Social Democratic Party in aid of their campaign for Hindenburg. The Central Union of Employees had given 50,000 marks to the Reichsbanner organization in the spring of 1932, and two amounts of 15,000 marks to the Social Democratic Party funds in July and November of 1932. The revolutionary trade union opposition always opposed the use of trade union money for supporting the capitalist policy of the Social Democrats. But it is merely political trickery for the National Socialist leaders, who have themselves destroyed the workers' militant organizations, to oppose the use of trade union money for purposes which have nothing to do with the class struggle. Confiscation of the Social Democratic Party's property. The next step was the confiscation of all property belonging to the Social Democratic Party and the Reichsbanner. Berlin, May 10, 1933. An order had been issued for the confiscation of all the property of the Social Democratic Party and of its newspapers, as well as of the Reichsbanner and its press. The ground for confiscation is the great number of cases of dishonesty which have been discovered as a result of the taking over the trade unions and the labor banks by the National Socialist Factory Organization. In addition to the confiscation of the property of the Social Democratic Party, it must be stated that the property of all organizations connected with the party is also confiscated. Angriff, May 10, 1933. On the same date, all money belonging to the Social Democratic Party in post office accounts, party publishing concerns, and in the labor bank was confiscated. The offices of the Social Democratic organizations of the Reichsbanner and of the party press were closed. The official Preußische Pressendienst announced that Leipart, the trade union leader and Social Democratic member of the Reichstag, was to be prosecuted for breach of trust and fraud, on the grounds that specific contributions of trade union money had been used for purposes other than those for which they had been provided. The same steps were taken against all organizations connected with the Social Democrats: the Workers' Gymnastic and Sports Federation, the German Free Thinkers League, the Workers' Welfare Association, etc. On May 11th, the Consumers' Cooperative Society was put into safe hands. In order to safeguard the immensely valuable property of the cooperative societies, which is undoubtedly in danger, in the view of the leader, the Reich Minister for Economics, and other authorities concerned, it is necessary to put the consumers' cooperative societies into safe hands with a view to their liquidation. It is desirable that the societies in the first instance should not be impeded in their operations, but it is expressly emphasized that, on the other hand, there should be no further extension of the societies. Dr. Leigh, leader of the German Labor Front, has entrusted the director of the Labor Bank, Karl Müller, with the carrying through of the necessary measures. Völkischer Beobachter, May 12, 1933. Under the slogan of the fight against corruption, the property of the trade unions was then confiscated. Following the confiscation of the property of the Social Democratic Party and of the Reichsbanner organization, the Corruption Department of the Prussian Ministry of Justice has now confiscated the entire property of the trade unions. Dr. Leigh, The leader of the German Labor Front has assumed responsibility for carrying this step into effect. Völkischer Beobachter, May 13, 1933. On June 23, 1933, the Hitler government dissolved the Social Democratic Party in the form which has now become usual. The party was forbidden to undertake any political activity, and its representatives were turned out of all parliaments. Even the support given by the Social Democratic Party to Hitler's declarations on foreign policy on May 17th in the Reichstag, and the efforts made by Lubbe, the new party leader, to secure toleration from the Hitler government by repudiating the section of the Social Democratic Party executive which had emigrated, proved to have been in vain. Expropriation of communist property. On May 27, 1933, after every piece of property of the Communist Party and of the press and organizations associated with the party had been confiscated for some months, the following act on the confiscation of communist property was published. Section 1. Subsection 1. The supreme authorities of the federal states, or officials authorized by them, may confiscate for the benefit of the state any property and rights of the Communist Party of Germany and of its auxiliary and substitute organizations, as well as property and rights which are used or destined to be used for the furtherance of communist aims. Subsection 2. The Minister of the Interior of the Reich may requisition the supreme authorities of the federal states to take measures for the enforcement of subsection 1. Section 2. The provisions of Section 1 do not apply to property, leased or put at the disposal of the Communist Party without transfer of ownership, except when the leasor or supplier had in view the furtherance of communist aims. Section 3. All existing rights relating to the property which is confiscated are cancelled. The confiscation of real estate does not, however, affect existing rights affecting the property. The authorities enforcing the confiscation may declare such rights cancelled where the value given in exchange for the rights was intended for the furtherance of communist aims. Section 4. In cases of hardship, creditors having claims on the confiscated property may receive compensation from the proceeds of this property. Section 7 provides that no compensation shall be given, and Section 8 empowers Dr. Frick, Reich Minister of the Interior, to issue regulations for the enforcement of the act. The Welt am Abend, a militant working-class paper with a big circulation in Berlin, was confiscated among the other property of the Communist Party, or of what were alleged to be communist organizations. When it became clear that the official National Socialist newspapers were not penetrating working-class circles, the Goebbels Ministry of Propaganda bethought itself of a new way of deceiving the workers. At the end of May, a new National Socialist journal began to appear with the same title and the same general makeup as the Welt am Abend. Its first few issues also followed the nature of the contents of the old paper. A so-called objective report on the Soviet Union was published, and in other ways an attempt was made to appeal to working-class readers. But within a very short time the new paper found itself obliged to defend itself publicly against the exposure of its aims, which had been made in illegal leaflets circulating among the workers of Berlin. The corporate aims of the National Socialists. The clearer it became that the National Socialist government could do nothing to overcome the economic difficulties facing Germany, but was in fact driving Germany forward to catastrophe, the more brutally the Nazis applied their dictatorial powers. They necessarily pushed forward towards the absorption of all power, towards the monopoly of all power in the hands of their own party, and of its pseudo-workers' organizations. The Catholic Convention in Munich, at which the Vice-Chancellor von Papen was one of the official speakers, was dissolved by the police. Christian organizations were forbidden to undertake any activity other than religious. The growing rival force of the German nationalist factory and defense organizations was forcibly destroyed by the police. The few representatives of the Christian trade unions in the newly formed Great Convention of Labor, which formed the central organization of all the trade unions, which had been brought into conformity, were thrown out of the convention under a regulation issued by Dr. Leigh on June 23rd, on the grounds that they were enemies of the national government. In his Fundamental Ideas on the Corporate Organization and the German Labor Front, which were published in the Völkischer Beobachter of June 8th through 10th of 1933, Dr. Leigh sets forth in programmatic form the corporate aims of the National Socialists after the worker organizations have been destroyed. A. The workers are forbidden to fight for higher wages, because such a fight is only the expression of greed for money. Leigh's actual words were, "We know how the greed for profit can get control of men. We know how the greed for money dominates everyone. One man strives to get more wages, another strives for higher dividends. But just because we know this, we recognize with equal clarity that this beast within individual men should not be allowed to be nurtured by artificial organizations, but that it must be the task of a higher state leadership to set bounds to this human weakness, to restrain it, if necessary, to put brutal limits and barriers in its way. B. The leadership of the employer in the factory is to be restored without any limitation. Dr. Leigh says, "For this reason, corporate organization will, as its first work, restore absolute leadership to the natural leader of a factory, that is, the employer, and will at the same time place full responsibility on him. The Works Council of a factory is composed of workers, employees, and employers. Nevertheless, it will have only a consultative voice. Only the employer can decide. Many employers have for years had to call for the master in the house. Now they are once again to be the master in the house." C. The inflexible wages agreements of the past are to be smashed to pieces. Wages agreements must be as living and flexible as possible. D. The last illusion of independence is stripped from the former labor courts. Their place is taken by so-called corporate courts, composed of representatives of employers and selected fascists masquerading as representatives of workers and employees. The program put forward by Dr. Leigh is not a private suggestion of his own, but a program worked out at Hitler's instructions on behalf of the party and the government. Its hostility to the workers and friendliness towards the employers is obvious. The corporate organization, which is supposed to be going to overcome the division of society into classes and the class struggle, is based at all points on the sharpening of the employer's class dictatorship. The appointment of 12 labor trustees, with power to dictate working conditions in all areas of Germany, is to serve the same purpose: the complete abolition of any rights possessed by the workers to a voice in determining their own conditions of life. The occupation by Nazis of all trade union posts and of all positions in the state and every form of organization paves the way for the establishment of a universal National Socialist bureaucracy. In the conditions existing under capitalism, with the forcible abolition of all control from below, this monopoly must necessarily be the source of the worst forms of corruption. But each day that passes shows that all the mania for destruction, the arbitrary measures and murder lust of the National Socialist leaders, is powerless to destroy the militant movement of the German working class. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Campaign Against Culture. At the same time as their main attack against the German working class and its organizations, Hitler and Goebbels are also waging war against the best sections of the German intelligentsia. Nazi boots trample on the life work of the most prominent scientists and artists. In the literal sense, they trample on the brutally treated bodies of many intellectuals who are hated by the Nazis on account of their independence, their progressive and liberal outlook, although in many cases they have had no connection whatever with the militant workers. Under Hitler, even a liberal outlook is a crime which must be mercilessly avenged. Goebbels commands the Brown Inquisitors, who think that they can turn back the wheel of history to long before the French Revolution. Everything Jewish or supposedly Marxist, everything that embodies the progress and enlightenment of the last 150 years, is to be rooted out. In Hitler's Germany, there is no room for conceptions of any spiritual freedom, for any moderate goodwill felt by bourgeois professors to scientific impartiality, for even the most distant expression of the social struggle for the freedom of the masses in works of art. These are driven from professional chairs, from the stage, from the desks of lecturers and conductors. They are driven from the hospitals, from the research institutes and the academies. The pyres of advanced literature in German city squares blazon far into the distance the message that the brown barbarians intend not only to extirpate physically the most courageous and self-sacrificing anti-fascists, but also to destroy everything of any vitality and worth, and even anything that was at all progressive, even from a bourgeois standpoint. The last standard-bearers of intellectual liberalism are now being physically and intellectually murdered by that brown force which the ruling powers have unchained in order to postpone the collapse of the capitalist system. The most recent events in Germany have shown more clearly than ever that in our epoch the future of culture is inseparably connected with the working class struggle for freedom. Persecution of scientists. Fascism's deadly hatred is naturally directed against those intellectuals who have sided with the working class struggle for freedom or are connected with pacifist organizations. The attack on them followed immediately after the burning of the Reichstag. The first series of arrests, which began after the incendiary act of the Brown provocateurs, affected particularly the German group of the League of Doctors Against Imperialist War, which had been formed at Amsterdam. Since the end of February, the leader of this group, Dr. Felix Bönheim, has been in one of Hitler's prisons. Dr. Bönheim is an extremely respected specialist for internal diseases, and his many scientific works have made him famous. He belongs to no party. The scientific importance of his works secured for him a responsible post in the Hufeland Hospital, one of the largest in Berlin. The mere fact that Dr. Felix Bönheim put himself at the head of the doctors' movement against war has been enough to expose him to the undying hate of the Hitler Fascists. His work on behalf of the International Doctors' League has been arbitrarily denounced as high treason. He has not been allowed any legal aid. In spite of his imprisonment for several months, he has been refused any contact with his family. Max Hodan, known for his activities in the sphere of advice to working men and women in sexual matters, and author of a number of popular scientific works, has for some months been in the hands of Hitler's myrmidons. The well-known Marxist scientist Hermann Duncker, a name which ranks high in the workers' movement throughout the world, has been imprisoned in spite of his age and the fact that he was seriously ill. His life is in serious danger. The man who was regarded by a whole generation of social democratic workers as one of their most esteemed teachers is now being physically and mentally destroyed in Hitler's prisons. The writer Karl August Wittfogel, author of an extremely well-informed book on China, the writers Ludwig Wren, Karl von Ossietzky, Kurt Hiller, Egon Erwin Kisch, Erich Mühsam, Klaus Neukrantz, Erich Baron, and many others, and the doctors Professor Scheller of Breslau, Dr. Asch of Berlin, and Dr. Wohlgemuth of Hamburg, have been arrested. The scientific institutes, universities, and schools are to be turned into drill halls for storm troop culture. The persecution of scientists of high standing who are suspected of Marxist, pacifist, or liberal ideas touches even the ranks of the German Nationalist Party. The lecturing staffs of the most important German universities are being wiped out with a relentlessness worthy of the Vandals. Denunciation and the grabbing of posts by incompetent but at least ambitious near-scientists are now the order of the day. The flower of German science driven out. We select only a few examples from the list of dismissals, persecutions, and of persons granted leave of absence. The best-known case is that of Albert Einstein, whose reputation as a physicist is worldwide. Albert Einstein, a Swiss subject, member of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, has incurred the hatred of the Nazis for his left democratic political views, his active interest in the Jewish question, and his world-renowned scientific achievements. Einstein's scientific works were burnt in the bonfire at the University of Berlin amid the delighted howls of the Nazis. This act alone is enough to make Hitler's Germany a laughingstock in the world of modern science. No branch of modern industry can thrive without the exact sciences. But Hitler's regime has driven from their posts the most outstanding representatives of the exact sciences and mathematics. The University of Göttingen has a long tradition behind it, and in the last 50 years has trained a whole generation of brilliant research workers. The most prominent professors of this university have been driven out. James Franck, an experimental physicist with a worldwide reputation and a Nobel Prize winner, was forced to take voluntary leave of absence because he is a Jew. Professor Born, also a well-known physicist, is no longer allowed to carry on his un-German researches in Germany. Courant is a mathematician, an authority on the theory of functions. Bernstein is one of the most important European experts in actuarial mathematics. Emmy Noether has a reputation in the field of mathematics and higher algebra. All of these were driven out. The Berlin Faculty of Mathematics was also deprived of its most outstanding teachers, and the Berlin Technical University has also to record heavy losses. Among those who have been driven out is Professor Arthur Korn, a physicist who invented the first practical method of achieving television. The Berlin mathematicians who were sacrificed in the cleansing of the university include Schur, the algebraist, and Professors Missis and Bieberbach. This outburst of fury directed against the representatives of the exact sciences is suicidal even from the standpoint of the modern capitalist development of industry, and stands in sharp contrast with the opportunities which the Soviet Union has offered to all genuine scientists. Among the victims of the Nazi cleansing, there was a Nobel Prize winner of the name of Fritz Haber. Haber, the leader of an important school of chemists, was a scientific figure of the first rank even before the war. He invented the first practical method of obtaining nitrogen from the air. He is anything but a pacifist. During the war, his inventions were of the greatest service to Imperial Germany. His name represents the highest development of modern German chemistry. The Times of May 4, 1933, justly remarked that it is an irony of fate that the Nazis should compel this man to resign his post, when the fact that Germany was able to hold out for 4 years was in all probability due to him more than to any other man. Professor Polanyi, who was also driven out, was one of Haber's principal colleagues. Among others who had to make room for the cultural barbarism of the Nazis, we must also mention Professor Buck of Berlin, who has worked on the Planckian quantum theory, and the Königsberg mathematician Hensel, known for his original work on the theory of number, the Kiel professor Adolf Frankel, author of an important work on the theory of quantity, and the Berlin physicist Pringsheim, whose works deal with important problems of radiation. All the scientists mentioned are well-known research workers and lecturers of high standing in scientific circles. even this very incomplete list is enough to show that these expulsions amount to the virtual destruction of German science, that German fascism is fighting every scientific advance with its inquisitions and incendiaryism. No passports for scientists. The appointment of Albert Einstein to the Institute of France and the lectures given in Stockholm by Professor Bernhard Zondek, a dismissed gynecologist, led to the demand being seriously put forward that the passports of expelled university professors should be taken from them, that the un-German spirit of these scientists should not be allowed to benefit foreign universities. In connection with Einstein's appointment at the Institute of France, the Tagliche Rundschau, a journal of the right, on April 17, 1933, demanded that the government should at once deprive the 16 dismissed university professors of their passports, as otherwise there could be no guarantee that one or other of them might not shortly occupy a chair in Paris, Oxford, or London, and use that post to carry on his anti-German politics. That in this connection it was necessary to remember that some of these professors, such as Kelsen, Lederer, and Bonn, had extremely good connections abroad. Germany's greatest doctors may not work in Germany. Bernhard Zondek has been described by Euler, the Swedish Nobel Prize winner for medicine, as the one outstanding genius. Zondek invented a method of chemical analysis of the urine which makes it possible to ascertain pregnancy in the earliest stages. This method is of extreme importance for social hygiene, as well as from the purely medical standpoint. Zondek has done brilliant work in the investigation of hormones. He has been attempting to produce the sex hormones, substances which are different in men and women. Their existence was only recently discovered. He is one of the pioneers in this method of research, and quite recently achieved astounding success in the artificial reproduction of sex hormones. But the Hitler government deprives him of his professorial chair. Friedmann, who has been carrying on research into tuberculosis, has been removed from his post in Berlin. He is the inventor of a very valuable anti-tuberculosis serum, tuberculin. Moritz Burkhardt, director of the surgical department in the Moabit Hospital in Berlin, was in his youth an assistant of the famous German surgeon von Bergmann, and subsequently doctor in charge of the Virchow Hospital in Berlin. He has applied surgery in the fight against tuberculosis. He has now been removed from his post by a National Socialist Commissioner of Health. The destruction of the Hirschfeld Sexual Science Institute. A reliable witness, who, although not himself attached to the institute, was able to see and hear exactly what occurred, has made the following deposition as to the destruction of this scientific institute, which is known throughout the world. On the morning of May 6, the Berliner Lokalanzeiger reported that the cleansing of Berlin libraries of books of un-German spirit would be begun that morning, and that the students of the Gymnastic Academy would make a start with the Sexual Science Institute. This institute was founded by Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld in 1918. In the house formerly occupied by Prince Hatzfeld, and was shortly afterwards taken over by the Prussian government as an institution of public importance. Its unique collection of exhibits, its research work, its archives, and its library won for it an international reputation and international connections. Many foreign scientists, doctors, and writers came to Berlin for the purpose of working at the institute. On the publication of the press notice referred to, an attempt was made to remove, for safekeeping, some of the most valuable private books and manuscripts, but this proved to be impossible, as the person removing the books was arrested by a guard which had evidently been placed round the institute during the night. At 9:30 a.m. some lorries drew up in front of the institute, with about 100 students in a brass band. They drew up in military formation in front of the institute, and then marched into the building with their band playing. As the office was not yet open, there was no responsible person there. There were only a few women and one man. The students demanded admittance to every room, and broke in the doors of those which were closed, including the office of the World League for Sexual Reform. When they found that there was not much to be had in the lower rooms, they made their way up to the first floor, where they emptied the ink bottles over manuscripts and carpets, and then made for the bookcases. They took away whatever they thought not completely unobjectionable, working for the most part on the basis of the so-called blacklist. But they went beyond this and took other books also, including, for example, a large work on Tutankhamun and a number of art journals which they found among the secretary's private books. They then removed from the archives the large charts dealing with intersexual cases, which had been prepared for the International Medical Congress held at the Kensington Museum in London in 1913. They threw most of these charts through the windows to their comrades who were standing outside. They removed from the walls other drawings and photographs of special types and kicked them round the room, leaving it strewn with torn drawings and broken glass. When one of the students pointed out that this was medical material, another replied that this was of no importance, that they were not concerned with the confiscation of a few books and pictures, but that they were there to destroy the institute. A long speech was then made, and a life-size model showing the internal secretion process was thrown out of the window and smashed to pieces. In one of the consulting rooms they used a mop to smash a pantostat used in the treatment of patients. They also took away a bronze bust of Dr. Hirschfeld and a number of other statues. On the first occasion they only seized a few hundred books out of the library of the Institute. The staff was kept under observation during the whole of the proceedings, and the band played throughout, so that a large crowd of inquisitive people gathered outside. At 12 o'clock the leader made a long speech, and then the gang left, singing a particularly vulgar song, and also the Horst Wessel song. The people in the Institute assumed that this concluded the robbery proceedings, but at 3 o'clock in the afternoon a number of lorries filled with storm-troopers appeared and explained that they would have to continue the work of confiscation, as the men who had been there in the morning had not had time to make a proper clearance. This second troop then proceeded to make a careful search through every room, taking down to the lorries basket after basket of valuable books and manuscripts, 2 lorry loads in all. It was clear from the oaths used that the names of the authors whose books were in the special library were well known to the students. Sigmund Freud, whose photograph they took from the staircase and carried off, was called "that Jewish sow Freud," and Havelock Ellis was called "that swine." Other English authors wanted by them were Oscar Wilde, Edward Carpenter, and Norman Hare, and also the works of Judge Lindsay, the American juvenile judge, Margaret Sanger, and George Sylvester Viereck, and of French writers the works of André Gide, Marcel Proust, Pierre Loti, Zola, etc. The sight of the works of the Danish author Lundbach also made them break out into oaths. Many bound volumes of periodicals were also removed. They also wanted to take away several thousand questionnaires which were among the records, but desisted when they were assured that these were simply medical histories. On the other hand, it did not prove possible to dissuade them from removing the material belonging to the World League for Sexual Reform, the whole edition of the journal Sexus, and the Card Index. In addition, a great many manuscripts, including many unpublished ones, fell into their hands. They repeatedly inquired when Dr. Hirschfeld would be returning. They wanted, as they expressed it, to be given the tip as to when he would be there. Even before this raid on the Institute, storm-troopers had visited it on several occasions and asked for Dr. Hirschfeld. When they were told that he was abroad, owing to an attack of malaria, they replied, "Then let's hope he'll die without our aid, then we shan't have to hang him or beat him to death." On May 7th, the Berlin and Foreign Press reported the attack on the Sexual Science Institute, and the Executive Committee of the World League for Sexual Reform sent a telegraphic protest, pointing out that a considerable portion of the material was foreign property, and asking that it should at least not be burnt. No attention was paid to this telegram, which was addressed to the Minister of Education, and 3 days later all the books and photographs, together with a large number of other works, were burnt on the Opera Square. More than 10,000 volumes from the special library of the Institute were destroyed. The students carried Dr. Hirschfeld's bust in their torchlight procession and threw it on the fire. The Nazi report described this deed of culture in the following terms: energetic action against a poison shop. German students fumigate the Sexual Science Institute. Detachment X of the German student organization yesterday occupied the Sexual Science Institute, which was controlled by the Jew Magnus Hirschfeld. This institute, which tried to shelter behind a scientific cloak and was always protected during the 14 years of Marxist rule by the authorities of that period, was an unparalleled breeding ground of dirt and filth, as the results of the search have proved beyond question. A whole lorry load of pornographic pictures and writings, as well as documents and registers, have been confiscated. The criminal police will have to deal with a part of the material found. Another part of it will be publicly burnt. Angriff, May 6, 1933. Un-German sociologists and jurists. In turning out well-known sociologists and jurists, the National Socialists have also got rid of many good conservative elements. The best known of these dismissed professors is the Heidelberg sociologist Alfred Weber, who in connection with his brother Max Weber, now dead, published many profound studies of the forms of development of the primitive economy of a number of peoples and cultures in countries outside Europe. Weber is by no means a Marxist, but a bourgeois professor, but he committed the mortal sin of not describing other peoples and cultures as half-apish and subhuman, as laid down by National Socialism. The Berlin Commercial Academy loses its rector, the prominent liberal economist Professor Bonn. The professor of constitutional law, Anschutz, was compelled to leave Heidelberg University. He had been for many years a professor at Berlin University. Even in Imperial Germany he was an authority of the first rank in his sphere, and subsequently he was an authoritative commentator on the Weimar Constitution. Many of his colleagues were also sent into the wilderness. Professor Kelsen of Cologne, Harms, his colleague at Kiel, Feiler, former editor of the Frankfurter Zeitung, the Right Social Democrat Emil Radbruch, the Social Democrats Sinsheimer in Frankfurt, Lederer in Heidelberg, and Heller in Frankfurt, all of them jurists. The greatest German authority on civil law, Professor Martin Wolf, was forcibly driven out of his lecture room by swastika students. The liberal Lewin Schucking of Kiel, an authority on international law, who represented Germany at the Hague International Tribunal, was driven from his post. Prominent psychologists, too, were driven from their lecture rooms. William Stern of Hamburg, who has published important works on child psychology, and Max Wertheimer of Frankfurt, are no longer allowed to lecture at German universities. In Hamburg, in addition to a half-dozen of less well-known professors, the philosopher Ernst Cassirer was dismissed. He was a man of great learning and reputation, of the so-called Marsburg school. Books by weight. In Berlin, the political police have confiscated approximately 10,000 hundredweight of books and periodicals and removed them to the stables of the former mounted police, where they are being carefully examined. The seizure of the books was not carried out everywhere without friction. As soon as it became known that the operation was in progress, many libraries put their books into hiding places to prevent their seizure by the police. Most of the hiding places were, however, discovered. Many of the books were found scattered in coach houses, cellars, sheds, under floors, and in private houses. Völkischer Beobachter, May 21, 1933. On the bonfires. We are not and do not want to be the land of Goethe and Einstein, not on any account. Berliner Lokalanzeiger, May 7, 1933. When the Caliph wanted to burn the famous Library of Alexandria, some people begged him to preserve this valuable collection. Why? Asked the Caliph. If these books contain what is in the Koran, then they are superfluous, and if anything else is in them, then they are pernicious. And so the Library of Alexandria was burnt. On May 10th, the square in front of the Berlin Opera House, opposite the university, was aglow with the flames of a great bonfire. The whole square was cordoned off with brown and black detachments of the storm troops and protective corps. Lorries brought in gigantic heaps of books. Bands played, orders rang out. The Minister of Propaganda, Goebbels, rushed up in a car. In the year 1933, this extraordinary spectacle of the burning books took place, to the sound of the Horst-Wessel and Deutschland songs. On to the bonfire were thrown the works of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Lenin and Stalin, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, and August Bebel. Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. Onto the bonfire were thrown the works of pacifist writers, bourgeois poets, and social reformers, whose names ranked high in bourgeois Germany. The flames consumed the works of Thomas Mann and Heinrich Mann, Leonhard Frank, Magnus Hirschfeld, Sigmund Freud, Jacob Wassermann, Stefan Zweig, Bert Brecht, Alfred Doblin, and Theodor Plivier. Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. This destruction of all advanced creations of the intellect took place not far away from the pedestal of Alexander and Wilhelm von Humboldt in the Berlin University. Wilhelm von Humboldt, who founded this university and became one of the standard bearers of the spirit of the Enlightenment, aimed at raising Junker Prussia to the level of the bourgeois world of the West. Now, German students in Nazi uniform carried out this pogrom against advanced literature in front of his statue. Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. The crackling flames in front of Berlin University, the pall of smoke over the heads of a chauvinistic mob, a speech from Goebbels, Reich Minister of Propaganda. This made a spectacle which the Berliner 12 Uhr Mittagsblatt, a loyal Hitler journal, with unconscious irony described as spectral. It has forgotten the fires lighted by the oppressors of every age and what came of them. The flames in front of Berlin University were to consume not only Marxist works, but the highest achievements of bourgeois culture and science of the last 150 years. The mania for the destruction of all advanced literature raged through every province of Germany. Tens of thousands of private libraries were confiscated in the course of raids on houses, and often destroyed on the spot. The library in the Leipzig Volkshaus, one of the largest and most valuable libraries in Germany, with rare and irreplaceable publications of the working class movement, fell victim to the brown culture bearers' hatred of Marxism. Here are some instances of the public burning of books, reported by the German National Telegraphen Union of May 10th. Berlin, May 10th. In Munich, a ceremony was carried out in the inner court of the university, which was presided over by the rector. The official speech was made by the Bavarian Minister of Education, who spoke of the national revolution and the tasks of the universities. At the end of the proceedings there was a torchlight procession to the Königsplatz, where the burning of un-German books was carried out. In Dresden, the poet Wilhelm Vesper spoke at the students' demonstration. Here, too, there was a long torchlight procession to the Bismarck Colonnade, where after an address by the senior Dresden student, all filthy and disgusting literature was burnt. In Breslau, the students' demonstration took place at the Castle Square. After an official speech by Professor Bornhausen, about 40 hundredweight of filthy and shameful books were burnt. In Frankfurt am Main, Professor Fricke opened the proceedings, which took place on the historic Römerberg. A wagon, filled with the books which were to be burnt as a symbol, was drawn by 2 oxen to the place where the bonfire had been made. The burning of the books concluded with the singing of the Horst Wessel song. A few days earlier, the works of the great German poet Heinrich Heine had been committed to the flames in Düsseldorf. In his speech at Berlin, Herr Goebbels spoke of the burning of the books as a very symbolic act. The burning was not symbolical. The German fascist reactionaries are determined in actual fact, and quite unsymbolically, to burn anything printed which does not suit them, just as they are determined physically to exterminate all writers and distributors of anti-fascist literature. A blacklist. The Hugenberg organ, the Nachtausgabe, published on April 26, 1933, the following blacklist of literature which deserved to be burnt. Belles Lettres. Shalom Asch, Henri Barbusse, Bertolt Brecht, Max Brod, except his novel Tycho Brahe, Alfred Doblin, except for Wallenstein, Ilya Ehrenberg, Albert Ehrenstein, Arthur Flesser, Leon Feuchtwanger, Ivan Gohl, Jaroslav Hasek, Walter Hasenclever, Arthur Holitscher, Heydrich Edward Jacob, Joseph Kalinikow, Gina Kaus, Egan Erwin Kisch, Heinz Liebmann, Heinrich Mann, except Flotten und Dolce, Klaus Mann, Robert Neumann, Ernst Ottwald, Kurt Pinthus, Theodor Plivier, Erich Maria Remarque, Ludwig Renn, only not Krieg, Alfred Schirokauer, Arthur Schnitzler, Richard Bierhoffen, Ernst Toller, Kurt Tucholsky, Arnold Zweig, Stefan Zweig, and Katharina wird Soldat by Adrian Thomas. Political science: Lenin, Karl Liebknecht, Karl Marx, Hugo Preuss, Walter Rathenau, Rudolf Hilferding, August Bebel, Max Adler, S. Aufhauser, E. I. Gumbel, N. Bukharin, L. Bauer, and Helen Keller. All of Lassalle, except for his Assizes speeches and on the special connection of the present historical period with the idea of the workers as a class. History. In general, all pacifist and defeatist works, also all pro-Bolshevik literature on Russian history, must be destroyed. This includes the work of Otto Bauer, Karl Schupik, Oskar Blum, Paul Hahn, Müller-Franken, Kurt Kerstein's Bismarck und seine Zeit, Franz Mehring's Zur deutschen Geschichte und zur prussischen Geschichte, and the works of Glacier and Upton Sinclair. Gutjahr, head of the Berlin-Brandenburg section of the German student organization, directed the burning of the books on the square in front of Berlin University. In addition to the works of the authors enumerated above, he also ordered to be thrown onto the flames the works of Engels, Sigmund Freud, Emil Ludwig, Alfred Kerr, Ossietzky, Theodor Wolff, George Bernhard, Bertha von Suttner, Rosa Luxemburg, Theodor Heuss, Freiherr von Schoenig, and Van de Velde. The ideological weakness of the Brown rulers manifests itself in this war of destruction waged against science and literature for the purpose of destroying everything that is necessary to an understanding of the history of culture and science. But Hitler's burning of all the works of progressive German thought cannot wipe out the memory of what mankind has owed in the past to German thought. The flames of the fires on the Berlin Opera Square have not destroyed Germany's ability to help forward the development of human culture. Not Hitler, Goebbels, Goering, and Rust are the representatives of the real German mind, but the millions of men and women whom the Hitler regime is now persecuting as anti-fascist workers, scientists, artists, and intellectuals. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 6, Part 2. The Campaign Against Culture. Cleansing of the Prussian Academy of Poets. We are not here concerned with whether the Prussian Academy of Poets has produced any positive and really creative work during the existence of the Weimar Republic. Measured by their swastika successors, the poets who have been ejected from the Academy or forced to resign from it are indeed giants. First among the purged members of the Academy is Thomas Mann, the Nobel Prize winner and perhaps the most representative writer of bourgeois Germany. His crime was that in recent years he had been drawing closer to a social democratic standpoint, and had even, on several occasions, raised his voice against deliberate judicial murders, as in the cases of Sacco and Vanzetti and Ráhosi. He once described the National Socialist Party as the most noxious refuse of the age, and this crime will never be forgiven him. His brother, Heinrich Mann, tried to maintain the position of a free and independent mind. He caricatured the middle class of Imperial Germany, der Untertan, and also of the Republic, die Große Sache. He supported the Amsterdam International Anti-War Movement, and he has therefore, like his brother, had his books burnt, and he himself has been hunted out by Hitler's culture bearers. Jacob Wassermann is another of the writers who has incurred the Nazis' hatred. His books have been translated into many languages. His chief crime is that he is a Jew, and that he has expressed liberal ideas in his novels. Alfred Doblin, by profession a doctor in a working-class quarter of Berlin, also wrote a number of fantastic and, to some extent, exotic novels. Die drei Sprünge de Wang Lun, Wallenstein, Berger, Mira und Giganten. His last novel was Berlin Alexanderplatz. In public debates, Doblin described himself as a class-conscious bourgeois. He experimented a great deal in his style and treatment, somewhat like the Irishman James Joyce in the American Dos Passos. Franz Werfel, who never went outside the range of bourgeois ideas, was the pioneer of Expressionism 20 years ago. His novel Verdi won him great popularity. The Nazis could not leave him alone. Others ejected were René Schickele, the German poet of Alsatian origin, and Leonhard Frank, author of the anti-war book Der Mensch ist gut and the novels Die Räuberbande and Die Ursache. Although he had been moving to the right during recent years, his past was enough to win for him the Nazis' hate. Dramatists turned out of the Academy included Georg Kaiser, whose talent was unique though extremely anarchist in tendency, and Fritz von Unruh, the dramatist of the Weimar Republic. Bernhard Kellermann, a gifted story writer of liberal tendencies, the poets Mombert and Rudolf Panwitz, and Ludwig Fulda, a writer of comedies, were all ejected. One of the few German women writers of any literary ability, Ricarda Huch, resigned from the Academy early in April. Among the politically colorless members of the Academy, such as Oskar Lurka and Jacob Schaffner, Gerhard Hauptmann must also be mentioned. These were allowed to remain in the Academy. Hauptmann, who wrote the story of the Weavers, had already been through many transformations. During the war, he was one of the 93 intellectuals who signed a manifesto supporting the warlords. After the war, he became the official poet of the Weimar Republic. And now he maintained a determined silence when the Brown Terror was driving the best bourgeois writers and scientists out of the country. And now for the men whom Rust, the Nazi Minister of Education, has brought into the Prussian Academy of Poets. The leading figure is Hans Jost, who once eagerly supported the revolution. But the crime of November 1918 is now forgiven. He is the only National Socialist writer who has achieved a certain reputation. At present, his Schlageter drama is being played, on instructions from the Hitler government, in hundreds of German theaters. Its hero declares, "When I hear the word culture, I get my Browning ready." Herr Rust's special attractions in the Academy, apart from Hans Karosa, are quite insignificant writers like Emil Strauss, Will Vesper, Wilhelm Schaffer, Agnes Miegel, and Peter Dorfler. Hans Grimm wrote a novel on The Nation Without Room for Expansion, and Boris von Munchausen has written slight ballads expressing German sentiments. In their endeavor to find names of any kind of significance, the National Socialists even approached the poet Stefan George, the most snobbish and superior of all German poets, hoping to be able to use his name to grace Adolf Hitler's cultural policy. Brown Poetry. Dr. Joseph Goebbels, Minister of Propaganda in the Third Empire, wrote a novel called Michael, A German Destiny in Diary Form. Michael, the yearning German soul, has visions. Evil appears to him in the form of Ivan the Russian, who tries to entice him into Bolshevism. Michael's soul struggles with the tempter. But I am stronger than he. Now I have him by the throat. Now I hurl him to the ground. There he lies. The death rattle in his throat and bloodshot eyes. Perish, carrion. I trample on his brains. And now I am free. That is the spirit which makes a man worthy of the Hitlerized Academy of Poets. I trample on his brains. Perish, carrion. The notorious writer Hans Heinz Ivers, who was appointed by Goebbels as head of the Association of German Authors after it had been brought into conformity, has not yet been officially admitted to the Academy of Poets. His pornographic novels, Alrana and Der Vampir, were subsequently put on the list of filthy and disgusting literature by the Nazis themselves, and they were the only ones which really deserved it. But he is the official biographer of Horst Wessel, the hero of National Socialism. On Hitler's birthday, a Horst Wessel play by Evers was broadcast by the German wireless. This writer's existence had been completely forgotten for many years until he was resurrected to be the official poet of the Third Empire. In 1922, Ivers wrote a foreword expressing great sympathy for the Jews, to Israel Zangwill's Die Stimme von Jerusalem. But the state of the market has altered since then, and Evers has become an anti-Semite. Thus, the Prussian Academy of Poets has been reconstructed under the banner of the spirit which expresses itself in such an awakening lyric as the following: All the little birds are already there. Nun Ada, and All Little Birds. 1. Now adieu, my dear fatherland. At Strasbourg a great lamentation begins. Hail to thee in thy crown of victory. A summons thunders through the land. Rosa Luxemburg is floating in the canal. Karl Liebknecht is hanging on the tree. 2. All little birds are already there. All little birds, all, thrush, finch, and tit, and the Reichsbanner black-red. What a pity that there's no gold, forever a pity. From Germany Awake, the Small Nazi Songbook, Edition B, published by Paul Ehren, Sulzbach, Oberpfalz, 8th edition. It must not be thought that this gem of brown poetry, broadcast in the 8th edition, is not typical. There is no difference between this and the most popular Nazi songs. When Jewish blood spurts from under the knife, things will be twice as good as before, or The red brood beat them to a pulp, storm troops are on the march, clear the way. The campaign against un-German music. Herr Joseph Goebbels, Reich Minister of Propaganda, told the German theatre managers and actors on May 9th that art comes from ability and not from the will. By way of illustrating this fine sentiment, we give below a further list of losses to German art. Bruno Walter, Otto Klemperer, and Fritz Busch were always reckoned among the best creative artists of Germany. For some years Otto Klemperer directed the Kroll Opera House in Berlin, and under him it became a centre of modern music. It was he who brought forward Hindemith and Kurt Weill. Klemperer was subsequently appointed to the State Opera House in Berlin, where he continued his work along the same lines. Now he has been forced to give up his conductor's baton because he is of Jewish origin. Bruno Walter, a conductor with a reputation throughout the world, is a Jew, and as art comes from ability, he may no longer conduct in Germany. His place is taken by a certain Herr Fusel, official musician to the Nazis. He was commander of a large brass band, in connection with whom no one can use the terms art and ability. But he will now show the awakened German nation how music is made. Busch, the musical director in Dresden, is fair, and so his Aryan origin cannot be disputed. He is a conservative, but as it happens not a Nazi. He brought a new era of fame to the Dresden Opera House. During the National Revolt, a Nazi denunciator appeared on the stage in the middle of a performance and demanded that Busch should resign his post. Berlin, March 8th. Yesterday evening 60 Nazi stormtroopers occupied the stage of the Municipal Opera House during the performance of Rigoletto, led by the famous conductor Busch. According to the account given by the Vossische Zeitung, the leader of the Nazis told the audience that in the future he himself would direct the theatre, and that the conductor Strieger would conduct the orchestra instead of Busch. As Busch nevertheless attempted to continue conducting, a terrific uproar arose among the Nazis who were present, and Busch was compelled to leave, while Strieger took his place at the conductor's desk. The best-known German pianist is Arthur Schnabel, who, in the course of 30 years' work, has developed into an interpreter of the great music written for the piano. He conducted an advanced class for piano music at the Berlin Academy of Music, and he has been turned out because he is a Jew. 2 of his colleagues have also been turned out of the academy. Emil Feuermann, who is now the only German cellist of any standing, and Leonid Kreutzer, a good pianist and teacher. The first-rate violinist Karl Flesch has been dismissed. Also the well-known conductors Oskar Fried, Fritz Stiedry, and Gustav Brecher, as well as the prominent pianist Bruno Eisner. Of the creative musicians in Germany, Marx von Schillings immediately joined the Nazis. His compositions are not original, and his conducting nowhere gets beyond the formal pattern. Schillings, who under the Republic accepted high positions, became president of the Academy after Max Liebermann's resignation. He has found a friend equally loyal to the Nazis in the composer Hans Pfitzner, and another representative composer, Richard Strauss, has joined them. It is true that the latter's works, viewed from the Nazi standpoint, would satisfy the wanton Jewish sensual appetites, but he is now on the way to becoming an official composer. Hardly a single one of the modern German composers remains with the Nazis. Arnold Schönberg has been driven out of his post at the Academy of Music. Whatever one thinks of his music, he has certainly had the most important influence on the development of modern music. In politics, a conservative, Schönberg was a formal revolutionary in music and found a new and original musical language. But Nazi Germany cannot use this pioneer. One of the best-known German composers is Kurt Weill, whom Hitler's Germany has proscribed. He wrote the Dreigroschen opera, which achieved success throughout the world. But he is a Jew, and so he is now homeless. Franz Schreker, the best known of whose operas is Der Fernerklang, was ejected from the Association of the Academy of Music. He is by no means particularly progressive, but his origin is not above reproach. The special hate of the Nazis was directed against the first proletarian revolutionary composer, Hans Eisler, who has also been driven out of Germany. In recent years, he has provided the German working class with choral pieces, Die Maßnahme, and popular fighting songs, which were sung in meetings and on the streets, and will soon become known in other countries. His music was consciously and consistently made for the working class. Hitler's Germany offered him either the drilling of the concentration camps or a martyr's death in some Nazi barracks. German music, which for some time has been in a general state of crisis, has now been deprived of its best forces. As a result of this action, the most famous conductor in the world, Arturo Toscanini, who works in Mussolini's Italy, has refused to take part in the Bayreuth Festival in connection with the anniversary of Richard Wagner. Early in June he sent the following telegram to Frau Winifred Wagner: "As events in Germany, which violate my feelings as an artist and as a man, in spite of my hopes show no change up to the present, I consider it to be my duty to break the silence which I have imposed on myself for the last 2 months, and to inform you that for my and your and everyone's peace of mind, it is better not to think any more of my coming to Bayreuth. With sentiments of unalterable friendship for the house of Wagner, Arturo Toscanini." Theatre, painting, films. The chauvinistic glorification of Schlageter and the idealization of Horst Wessel now dominate the German stage. Herr Goebbels has had his well-known drama Der Wanderer presented at a Berlin theatre. All actors who had given proof of any artistic ability are no longer to be seen on the German stage. All state, municipal, and private theatres have been brought into conformity. The actors' associations have been brought under the control of fascist commissioners. Fritz Kortner, Max Pallenberg, Massary and Bergner, and the stage managers Max Reinhardt and Jessner have been driven out of Germany as un-German. The artistic abilities of the opera stars Lotte Schöne, Frieda Leider, Alexander Kipnis, among others, no longer count under the dictatorship of Rust's brown culture. The proletarian singer and actor Ernst Busch, a highly gifted artist, who popularized Eisler's proletarian songs and won a name for himself among the German workers, was hunted out of Germany. Jewish actors only to play in negative roles. The UFA Film Company issued instructions that in their future films Jewish actors were only to be used in negative roles, such as swindlers, criminals, and pathological cases. On June 6, the general meeting was held of the Union of Stage Directors, which has been incorporated in the National Socialists' League of Fighters for German Culture. The government commissioner Hinkel announced at this meeting that there would be a new cleansing campaign among professional actors. On the recommendation of the Prussian Ministry of Education to the head of the government, Göring, the formation of a Prussian Theatre Commission has been announced. The work of this commission, of which Hinkel will be chairman, will be to investigate the position of all stage managers, musical directors, conductors, and soloists connected with all municipal theatres. Decrees will shortly be issued to facilitate the annulment, extension, or alteration of agreements in order to ensure that no obstacles stand in the way of the artistic work which is essential in the German theatre. Legal measures will be taken to provide for the dissolution of private obligations where these are in conflict with the interests of the German theatre. Frankfurter Zeitung, June 8, 1933. The Nazi work of destruction is being carried on in every field of art. The president of the Academy of Arts, the painter Max Liebermann, a conservative in politics, was compelled to resign his post on the basis of the Aryan Clause. It goes without saying that Kata Kollwitz, the gifted artist of working-class life, was banished by the Nazis. The number of painters and artists who have fallen victims to the German cleansing is legion. The best known and most progressive film directors have been forced to leave Germany to find employment. All film artists associated with the working-class movement and all proletarian or progressive films have been placed on the blacklist. The following are some of the films which were immediately prohibited by the Hitler government: Kühle Wampe, Niemandsland, Kameradschaft, Mutter Krause, Die andere Seite, Das Testament des Dr. Mabuse, Im Westen nichts Neues, Frühenglück, Frühennot, Hölzerne Kreuze, a French film. Soviet films banned included The Path to Life, Storm over Asia, Mother, Menschenarsenal, 10 Days That Shook the World, The End of St. Petersburg. Woe to those who were suspected of too close connection with working-class films. An example of this is the imprisonment and maltreatment of Dr. A. Steigler by stormtroopers and auxiliary police. Steigler was director of a film company in Berlin, which, in the course of its work, rented Russian films. This was enough. The offices of the company were occupied by storm troops and police, and the whole staff was arrested. All films were confiscated, and the offices sealed up. The staff was taken to the Maikäfer barracks in Berlin, where, in the presence of his employees, Dr. Steigler was subjected to the most terrible maltreatment and torture. Storm troopers attacked him with their fists, clubs, and belts, and kicked him when he fell to the ground covered with blood. The schools of the Third Empire. They say that in your schools boys and girls fight together naked and are thus trained as warriors and Amazons. But do they also learn anything? And are not their carnal desires excited when they see each other thus? Not at all, my friend, for we wear them out till they can no longer breathe, and when they are tired they can neither think nor feel carnal desire. But how then do they acquire the sciences and arts which they must have, O wise lawgiver? They must not learn and they must not think, for whoever can think may think evil thoughts, but whoever is made perfect physically and made to toil the whole day long is capable of becoming a useful citizen. From a discussion on Spartan education in Greece. The Weimar Constitution made possible some, though inadequate, new experiments in school organization. It enabled scholars, at least in the large towns, to pass through the public schools without religious instruction. It left undisturbed the educational privileges of the rich, but it did at least lead to some hesitating experiments in the admission of workers to the universities and in giving them special training for university work. Now the schools have once again been transformed, from top to bottom, into drilling grounds of the Christian religion. Experiments, such as that made by the Karl Marx Realgymnasium in Neukölln, the use of modern teaching methods, the subdivision of courses into a number of separate groups based on the special interests of the pupils, and the systematic preparation of workers for the universities have been stopped and prohibited. In My Fight, Hitler outlined his program for the schools. It was much the same as that of the Spartan cynics cited above. The meaning of Hitler's program is that the schools of the Third Empire will not be expected to provide the children with knowledge and science, but to make them obedient to the leader. And Frick says in a less open form what Hitler says bluntly and without circumlocution. On May 9th, Frick laid down his program at a meeting of the ministers of education of the various states. He told them that up to now the whole system has been wrong, that children have been instructed, not educated. A fine distinction, but what is Frick aiming at? Today, we have more reason than ever to recall that, hand in hand with our kindred Germanic peoples of Northern Europe and their daughter states beyond the seas, we have to fulfill tasks throughout the world which will give the Nordic race a wide field of constructive cultural work. The kindred peoples here are not clearly defined. It would appear that Herr Frick hopes to unite them all against the sub-men in order to create a world-embracing Third Empire, which will show the inferior peoples of Latin or other races how things are managed in a real Hitler Empire. Together with the development of purely physical suppleness and ability, special emphasis must be laid on the formation of willpower and the power to make decisions as the essential basis for the development of a sense of pleasure in taking responsibility, which lies at the root of character. Though expressed in involved language, this corresponds closely enough with the maxims laid down by the Spartan cynic. The schools are to produce uneducated, uninstructed, but well-drilled, dauntless soldiers of the Third Empire. In order to convince the children that nothing as good as the Third Empire exists in the world must be completely distorted as it is shown to them. Hence, history must be falsified and made National Socialist. The new history books must contain as little as possible. Considerable abridgment is indispensable. It is therefore sufficient to bring out the historical forces which have always been operative. The 2 last decades of our own age must be the main object of historical treatment. To make things plainer, Frick added that it would be particularly necessary to deal with the beginning of the awakening of the nation in the struggle for the Ruhr, up to the victory of the idea of National Socialist freedom and the restoration of the German nation at the Festival of Potsdam. In addition to this type of historical science, other subjects particularly insisted on for the schools are racial science and the elementary study of the basic conceptions of family research. The Bavarian Ministry of Education issued instructions containing the following passage. At the beginning of the school year 1933-34, apart from all other subjects and lessons, all classes in the state of Bavaria must arrange for history lessons in the first 4 to 6 weeks, covering the period 1918 to 1933. The remainder of the curriculum in this subject must be correspondingly shortened and allocated to the remaining months of the year. At the conclusion of this course, the last lesson must be organized as an ennobling celebration, with short addresses by the teacher and one of the pupils on the national awakening, the singing of patriotic songs, etc. This theme, the national awakening, which is most important for the reawakening of national sentiment among the Bavarian youth in the schools, is not only to be treated as a subject in the study of history, health science, etc., but must also be dealt with fundamentally as a principle of education. If examinations are to be held at the end of the year, special attention must be paid to this theme. The government commissioner in Berlin, Dr. Meinhausen, stated in a speech on the transformation of Berlin school life, which was published in the Völkischer Beobachter of May 6, 1933, that a halt must be put to all liberal sentimental dreams. In the Jewish question, the principle must be sentimentality is high treason. In accordance with this, the Nazi Minister of Education has completely reshaped all pedagogical colleges and dismissed all teachers who were suspect. All secular schools are liquidated. Religious education is once again compulsory. The reintroduction of whipping was the first achievement of Brown school policy. All modern tendencies in the schools have been completely rooted out. The pupils in the top class at the unorganized Karl Marx school in Neukölln have all been put back 2 years. Before they are allowed to proceed with their studies, they have to be first drilled in the pure Nazi spirit. Jewish students as well as Jewish professors were driven out of the universities. Henceforward, only 1.5% of new entrants to the higher educational institutions may be non-Aryan. Instructions of the Prussian Ministry of Education, May 8, 1933. All teachers are compelled to join the National Socialist Teachers Union. This is a condition of employment. The following clauses are contained in the Act against the overcrowding and excessive proportion of persons of foreign race in the universities. 1. In all schools other than compulsory schools, the number of scholars and students is to be restricted so as to guarantee adequate education and to conform with the needs of the professions. 2. In accepting new entrants, care must be taken that the number of those of German nationality who are of non-Aryan origin within the meaning of the law for the restoration of a professional civil service of April 7, 1933, in relation to the total number of students in each institution and faculty, does not exceed the proportion of non-Aryans in the German population. This proportion is fixed for Germany as a whole as 1.5%. 7. The Act comes into force from its promulgation. Legal examinations simplified for Nazis. The Reich Commissioner for the Prussian Ministry of Justice, Kurl, issued instructions on April 5th that all candidates in legal examinations who have served the fatherland for a certain period in one of the recognized national associations may, at their request, be allowed a shortened form of examination by way of compensation for the time lost to their studies. Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, April 12, 1933. The spirit of the students who burn books. 1. Language and literature grow from the nation. 2. Today there is a contradiction between literature and the German nation. This is a shameful state of things. 3. Purity of language and literature depends on you. 4. Our most dangerous opponent is the Jew. 5. The Jew can only think Jewish. If he writes German, he is lying. The German who writes German and thinks Jewish is a traitor. 6. We mean to put an end to this lie. We mean to brand this treachery. 7. We mean to treat the Jew as a foreigner, and we mean to take the nation seriously. We therefore demand from the censorship the following. Jewish works must be published in Hebrew. If published in German, they must be described as translations. Only Germans have the right to write in German. The un-German spirit must be eradicated from public libraries. The German Student Organization, from the 12 Theses against the un-German spirit, posted in Berlin University on April 13, 1933. Bringing the press into conformity. On the evening of January 30, 1933, the day when the Hitler-Hugenberg government was formed, the new minister, Frick, summoned the representatives of the Berlin press to a conference, at which he promised that the new government would be distinguished from its forerunners by its maintenance of the freedom of the press. A few days after the word of a German man had been given, a wave of prohibitions of the communist and social democratic press swept through Germany. By the middle of February, practically the whole of the German communist press had been closed down. Prohibitions of social democratic and democratic papers descended like hail. In the course of the Reichstag election campaign, storm troops went into the printing offices of the center newspapers in the Rhineland, compelled them to print the speeches of National Socialist ministers, and, with the support of the police authorities, exercised a rigid censorship over what was to appear. In the course of the last few days before the burning of the Reichstag, Frick's freedom of the press had been almost completely crushed out by the storm troops and police. The destruction of working-class printing works and newspaper offices was only prevented by defensive guards. When the Nazis succeeded in bringing off their monstrous act of provocation in the Reichstag, and the Brown Terror began to rage, the last remaining of the communist and social democratic papers were wiped out. Communist, social democratic, and bourgeois journalists of left tendencies were cast into prison or delivered over to sadistic tortures in Nazi barracks. The democratic bourgeois press and the center newspapers began to be brought into conformity with the new pogrom regime. The democratic publishing houses of Ullstein and Mosse and the liberal press throughout Germany began the voluntary removal of Jewish, pacifist, or other members of their editorial staffs who were not liked by the Nazis. And this press, too, celebrated the fateful events of these days and declared in support of the awakening of the nation for Hitler. It suppressed the reports of the massacres in the working-class quarters. It suppressed the acts of brutality which were taking place daily only a few minutes away from the editorial offices. The Jewish papers denied the persecution of the Jews. The foreign press, which was not so accommodating in the matter of suppressing the inhuman cruelties which were taking place, soon came into conflict with the Hitler government. On March 7th, an official government communiqué was issued. In view of the malicious reports in the foreign press as to what is taking place in Germany, serious measures against a number of foreign correspondents are in preparation. Some of the correspondents concerned have escaped the hands of the police by leaving the country. As far as the other correspondents are concerned, they will have to guarantee that in the future they will avoid any malicious tendencies in their reports and any ambiguous statements. In consideration of this, the correspondents in question have not been expelled for the time being. They have been granted a probationary period of 2 months. On April 5th, the Hitler government suffered a defeat at the hands of the Foreign Press Association. It had threatened the association with a boycott if it did not remove its president, Maurer, correspondent of the Chicago Daily News. The general meeting of the association decided by 60 votes to 7, with 3 abstentions, not to accept Maurer's resignation. In the course of the following weeks, public opinion abroad compelled the Hitler government to make further retreats in its dealings with the foreign press correspondents in Germany. The German Press Association was brought into conformity by the appointment of the Nazi press chief Dietrich as president. Similar measures were applied to the German Newspaper Proprietors Association and the Association of Publishers of Periodicals. All district organizations of publishers and journalists were brought into conformity. The German Press Association, under its new president, decided that in future no Jewish or Marxist journalists would be admitted to membership. The Germanizing of its editorial staff and its humble submission to Hitlerite policy was not of much avail to the Rudolf Mosse Publishing Company, which owns the Berliner Tageblatt. Early in April, the company was virtually expropriated and taken over by a newly formed company controlled by a Nazi commissioner. A new editorial staff, which could furnish the necessary guarantees of loyalty to Hitler, was appointed. Another example of the many cases in which non-working class papers have been brought into conformity is that of the Dortmunder General Anzeiger, which was voluntarily transformed into an organ of the National Socialist Party. This paper has the largest printing works in Europe and the biggest circulation of all German newspapers outside of Berlin. As its circulation was mainly in the thickly populated industrial areas of the Rhine and Westphalia, its contents made some concessions to the anti-capitalist and anti-fascist feelings of the workers there. On the formation of the Hitler government, the former editorial staff was dismissed to enable the paper to be brought voluntarily into conformity along the usual lines. But this did not satisfy the Brown rulers. In the issue of April 20th, among various hymns of praise for the occasion of Hitler's birthday, there appeared a drawing of Hitler, which the Nazi leaders declared was a caricature. They therefore seized the issue and closed the offices of the paper. The Dortmund police president entrusted the editor of the Nazi journal Red Earth with the management of the printing works. The Nazis then threatened the proprietor with the permanent prohibition of the Dortmunder General Anzeiger, on which the proprietor declared his readiness to transform the paper into an official Nazi organ. And thus the Nazis conquered this great printing establishment. It is not possible to enumerate all the prohibitions and warnings which have been directed against bourgeois papers and periodicals. The campaign of bringing into conformity led to a dictatorial transformation of the whole of the German press services. Readers of the newspapers which still appear in Germany are hermetically sealed off from all reliable foreign news. Over 250 foreign newspapers are forbidden in Germany, from the following countries: United States 9, Argentina 2, Belgium 7, Canada 2, Danzig 3, Great Britain 5, France 31, Holland 9, Lithuania 2, Latvia 1, Luxembourg 5, Austria 37, Poland 24, Romania 1, Czar Territory 4, Sweden 1, Switzerland 26, Soviet Union 9, Spain 2, Czechoslovakia 66. Germany was the country which had the greatest literary output. The following announcement is significant of the fall in production during the first few weeks of the Hitler regime. According to the Frankfurter Zeitung of April 15, 1933, in the course of the National Revolution, production in paper mills sank in many cases to 25%. The Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung of April 22 reports that the publishing output in the first quarter of 1933 was 30% lower than in the same quarter of 1931. The export trade continues to register a decline. The German book trade has been deprived of its best customers and of a whole range of science and literature. End of Chapter 6, Part 2.
Chapter 7 of Brown Book of the Hitler Terror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brown Book of the Hitler Terror by Lord Marley. Chapter 7. Brutality and Torture. Part 1. The National Socialist German Labour Party, which for years has been maintained by the German Kaisers of Industry and Agriculture, has studied history to guide it in playing its part in the period of social decline. It learnt arson from Nero, the persecution of the Jews from the Middle Ages, the murder of socialists from Mussolini. For many years, the official documents of the National Socialist Party have been proclaiming the coming of a St. Bartholomew's Night. The official description has been the Night of the Long Knife. This night began with the burning of the Reichstag, and it is not yet over. The workers and peasants have shown too much resistance. Too many millions have rallied behind the banner of freedom. The National Socialist Labour Party has had to turn the St. Bartholomew's Night into a St. Bartholomew's Year, and it is the first quarter of this year which is covered in the following report. The friends of the Hitler government are always ready to repeat the government's declaration that peace and order reign in Germany. Dementis are issued to calm feeling outside of Germany, and festivals and parades are staged to distract attention from what is actually taking place. The few foreign tourists who still care to visit Germany under the present tyranny are not taken into storm troop barracks or into concentration camps. It is only by chance that the foreign visitor may be an eyewitness of the nightly tortures, shootings while trying to escape, and secretly organized murders. Every message from foreign journalists to their newspapers, every telephone conversation, every visit they make is carefully noted, and they are threatened with immediate expulsion. And when the cries of tortured victims in the cellars of storm troop barracks reach the ears of neighbors, when the wife of some tortured prisoner speaks out, when the brutality of the Nazis is actually seen by hundreds of witnesses, then the official explanation is given that this is an exceptional case. But in Essen, on March 7, 1933, Minister Goering officially proclaimed to the applauding howls of a great mass meeting that when wood is being planed, there are always shavings. In reply, it must be stated that these shavings have been organized for many years, that the methods of the Middle Ages now employed by the Nazis have been worked out and advocated for years by the National Socialist leaders. It is the National Socialist leaders who have organized the pogroms and lynchings, the burnings and the pillories, the tortures of the first, second, and third degrees. The methods of the Middle Ages have been employed publicly insofar as they were effective for propaganda, but the tortures have been carried out in private in the darkness of the night. Even now millions of Germans are ignorant of them. The terror by night. The secret terror has raged continuously since February 27, 1933. There is a general settlement of accounts. Arrests are made systematically, tortures carefully arranged. And the ministerial reply to scruples about torturing is to lay down how far these tortures can go. So long as I do not see any communists running around with their ears and noses cut off, there is no reason to get excited. Tortures up to this point are therefore authorized. There is no need to examine the victims too closely or to investigate the denunciations. The Nazis in their arrests can follow the instructions of the French cardinal who told the faithful of the original St. Bartholomew's Night, "Kill them all. God will be able to pick out his Christians." Every day we are being visited by new victims of these tortures by night, who show us their still open wounds. We print below declarations made on oath and reports which we have investigated with the utmost care. The torture chambers. One report makes it clear that the Nazis have established a regular tariff for beating prisoners. Simple membership of the Social Democratic Party is punished with 30 blows with a rubber truncheon on the naked body. Membership of the Communist Party is usually punished with 40 blows. The penalty is increased when the prisoner has been an official of a political party or trade union. The punishment is to be modified in accordance with the conduct of the prisoner. One prisoner, Bernstein, was given 50 lashes because he was a communist, and then a further 50 lashes because he was also a Jew. There are therefore several degrees of torture, a fact which is brought out in the various declarations which are in our possession. The torture begins from the moment when the victim is fetched from his home. The person who opens the door is threatened with revolvers, the members of the family are threatened, furniture and books are destroyed or thrown out into the street, authors' manuscripts, the fruit of many months of work, are destroyed. In the case of workers, whatever remains of their wages is confiscated. The family is made to witness the proceedings. The children see their father struck in his face by unknown young men. The wife sees her husband's face streaming with blood. She asks what they are going to do with him. She gets only an insult in reply. Then the prisoner is kicked out of the room and down the steps to the car which is waiting for him. One report states that after an arrest has been made, the Nazis begin to beat their prisoner on the way down the stairs. The leader of the storm troop suddenly ordered them to stop beating the prisoner, who then saw that people in the house opposite had been roused. The storm troopers are disciplined in public. But from the moment when the prisoner enters the Nazi barracks, he is as much an outlaw as the Nazi leaders have been threatening for years to make him. Any Nazi who meets the prisoner on the stairs or in the passages kicks or strikes him. Cowards have become murderers. Day after day they wait outside the doors of the rooms where the first degree of torture is applied, and make the prisoners run the gauntlet of whips and boots and rubber truncheons. Then the prisoner is admitted to the presence of the storm troop leader or higher officer, and the trial begins. The court. The judge sits behind a table. 3 stars on his storm troop uniform give him judicial powers over all prisoners. Daggers and bayonets are stuck into the table, and there are flickering candles at each end. The prisoner is pushed forward to the table. Nazis press closely round him. When he answers, they hit him. If he declares his innocence, they kick him. Any attempt to defend himself is useless. There is no question of what the truth is. The trial is only a farce to provide a pretext for making another martyr. The prisoner hears the source of the denunciation which was the cause of his arrest, and thinks that he can at once disprove the charge. He begins to say something, and then blows are rained down upon him, and he is told not to speak unless he is asked a question. They ask him for addresses. They think that they will be able to make capital of the story, that the leaders of the workers' movement have betrayed each other. But the prisoner refuses to say anything. Then the rubber truncheons are used again with furious rage. It is to the eternal honor of the German working-class movement that thousands of workers have not flinched, in spite of all the brutality and torture inflicted on them. They have refused to give new victims to their torturers. The cellars. From the court, the prisoners are taken to the cellars, where they can see in the semi-darkness the flogging benches standing ready. The air is thick with the smell of dried blood and sweat. The prisoner is thrown on to the flogging bench, and steel rods hammer down on his back. 4 of the Nazis do the beating. Each new blow cuts the raw flesh to pieces. Then they get tired and push him into the next cellar, where he is no longer alone. Fellow victims are cowering in the corners. The worst mutilated victims are writhing on straw sacks on the ground. Some have lost control and are crying out. From the next room come the cries of the next victim. The prisoners in the adjoining room can now see everything, as someone has thought it right to leave the doors open. The next victim starts up at the first blow from the steel rods. His face is pale. A new command makes him bow down again. His movement was criminal, and the punishment was made more severe. He was forced to count the blows in a loud voice, till the numbers could no longer be distinguished from his cries of pain. The half-unconscious prisoner is then pulled from the flogging bench, and the storm troop leader walks forward and announces to the victim, "Now you will be shot." The prisoner is placed with his face to the wall. There is silence, broken only by the Nazis releasing the safety catches of their revolvers. Then shots. The prisoner hears the whiz of bullets past his ears, and begins to realize that they are not hitting him. At last he sinks in a swoon, and before he loses consciousness he hears the Nazis laughing. We have many reports of similar treatment, and give the following as typical. I live in the Judenstrasse near number 50, where a storm troop detachment was quartered. On March 19th, the arbitrary arrests I previously reported were resumed. About 9 p.m., shortly after another prisoner had been taken in, the neighbors heard a shot through the open window of the Nazi office. I was determined to see what was happening, and discovered that there was a man, presumably the prisoner, standing doubled up against the window. Then more shots rang out, but the bullets did not hit the man. Then I saw him fall to the ground, and Nazis bent down over him, laughing. One voice shouted several times, "Now then, get up, go home." The prisoner seemed not to hear this shout, and he fainted with fear. Is it strange that one should hear of men being driven mad by this? Hundreds of prisoners have been through this. They have been dragged from the torture chambers and thrown into the waiting room among their comrades. At the last moment, before they sink down exhausted on their straw sacks, they are told that they are to be shot the following morning. They are in such pain that they are indifferent to the new threat. But when they come to themselves some time afterwards, they begin to think about it. They have no reason to doubt that the threat will be carried out, so they sit there among their groaning friends, waiting for their last morning to come. During the night, the guard leans against the door and sings, "Dawn, dawn, you light my way to early death." A report from the Hedemannstrasse barracks in Berlin gives this detail. Sworn declarations repeatedly show that in many cases the prisoners have been left for days with this threat hanging over them. They hear the beatings beginning again in the adjoining room. The doors are kicked open so that they can see the tortures. From time to time, one of the victims is called out and tried again. The Nazis delight in filth. A new prisoner, who looks like an intellectual, is pushed into the torture chamber. The Nazis hold his head, force his teeth apart, and then pour a bottle of castor oil down his throat. Then they ask him politely to take down his trousers. He unbuttons his braces and his trousers drop. The Nazis do not put him on the flogging bench. They make him stand doubled up. The Nazis wait a quarter of an hour. Then they pick up the steel rods and begin to beat him. He screams and stands upright. The Nazis press him down and beat him again. Then suddenly his bowels empty. The Nazi leaders will deny these loathsome cruelties, but our archives show that these statements are true, and we have not only the declarations made by intellectuals and workers who have experienced this, but there is also in our possession a report of a confidential meeting of Nazis in Berlin at which Dr. Goebbels, the Minister for Enlightenment, explained how he would deal with editors who happened to have different opinions from his. The protective corpsmen must go to the offices of the paper concerned and give each member of the editorial staff a liter of castor oil. The Nazis, therefore, only act in accordance with instructions. The Red Cross in Nazi cellars. The Nazi doctors, as a rule, are only present at the actual torturing. They are not to render any medical aid, but only to determine whether the prisoner may still be beaten. They are like the doctors of the Inquisition. The torture is stopped when there is danger of the victim dying. All reports show that medical aid is only given when the victim appears to be dying. Injections are only made at the last minute. The victims are only carried away to the hospital when the medical expert certifies that they are dying. Propaganda to justify the terror. For years, the National Socialist leaders had been preparing the ground for the terror by systematic propaganda. This was directed in the first place against the November criminals, the revolutionaries of November 1918, who were represented as having been responsible for all the sufferings of Germany since 1918. Intensive propaganda was also directed against the Soviet Union. In My Fight, Hitler wrote, "It must never be forgotten that the rulers of present-day Russia are blood-stained common criminals, the scum of humanity." And on March 10th, 1933, German wireless stations broadcast a Horst Wessel play in which Hitler's lies about the Soviet Union were repeated. That since 1917, 2 million people had been murdered in Russia, that the Soviets are the embodiment of lies and deceit, looting and robbery. Then there was the systematic propaganda against the hereditary foe, France. Hatred of France was carefully nurtured, and the idea of revenge developed. The propaganda against the Jews is dealt with in another chapter. One example shows its effect in the brutalities shown to Jewish victims of the terror. A doctor was beaten up in Nazi barracks and was lying seriously injured and covered with blood on the straw. Someone who came into the room called attention to how serious the doctor's condition was. This made the Nazi guard furious with indignation, and from his excited statements it was possible to gather that his section leader had told the men the following legend: "All doctors who are Jews have for years been taking revenge on German women, who come under their care in hospitals by secretly cutting out their ovaries, so that only Jewish women could bear children, and thus the Jews would rule Germany." The Nazi guard followed up this story by kicking the severely injured man in the stomach. The blood guilt of the Nazi leaders. The responsibility of the Nazi leaders not only for the methods of their organized gangs, but for the murderous feelings among their followers is made clear from statements made by the leaders both before and after their seizure of power. the present Minister of the Interior, Frick, declared that it is not a bad thing if a few tens of thousands of Marxist functionaries come to harm. Stohr, the former vice president of the Reichstag, told a mass meeting, "We will make the hemp industry prosper." Immediately after the new cabinet of Oldenburg was formed, the premier, Rover, announced, "We will put the Marxists and the people of the center on the gallows to feed the ravens." On March 10th, 1933, Minister Goering spoke at a mass meeting in Essen. "I would rather shoot a few times too short and too wide, but at any rate I would shoot." Goering's words fell on fruitful soil. At the end of April, the police president of Dortmund issued an instruction. "In the last few days many communist leaflets have been distributed. I order the police to make immediate use of their weapons against any attempt to distribute communist leaflets." The terror was organized. 1. On the night of the burning of the Reichstag, 30 Nazi barracks were prepared for carrying out tortures in Berlin alone. Steel rods, whips, chains, cords for tying up prisoners, water pails, and castor oil were bought and taken to the barracks. The same night they were used. Doctors were allocated to each barracks. 2. We are in possession of reports from a number of German towns showing that on the same evening the Nazis were fully mobilized, and guards were put round houses where working-class leaders lived, as well as at railway stations and post offices. 3. A similar selection of victims was made in all towns. 4. The arrests were almost everywhere left to the storm troops and their special detachments. The police merely accompanied them, as the Nazis were not at that time quite sure of their attitude. 5. The enrollment of stormtroopers as auxiliary police began on February 22nd. This is a definite indication that action on a large scale was contemplated, and that it was proposed to keep the appearance of legality as long as possible. 6. In his capacity as Commissioner for Prussia, Goering, officially by an order issued on February 17th, authorized shooting without any form of trial. Every man who in pursuance of this duty makes use of his weapons will be protected by me regardless of the consequence of his action. On the other hand, every man who from any false scruples does not use his weapons can anticipate criminal proceedings against himself. Every officer must at all times remember that omission to take the necessary measures is more serious than a mistake made in applying such measures. 7. High officials of the National Socialist Party have constantly been present in the torture cellars of the Hedemannstrasse in Berlin and in other barracks. They directed the acts of brutality and conducted trials. We have definite evidence, for example, that Count Helldorf, leader of the Nazi storm troops, who was and remains in daily communication with Goering and Hitler, held parades of the victims of the brutalities. Our documents. We have in our archives 536 declarations made by persons who had been severely ill-treated. The statements have been checked and found to be correct. 137 certificates show that the victims have received serious permanent injuries. 375 declarations mention that the victims, before being allowed to leave the torture houses, were forced to sign statements that they had been well treated. Our material from the towns and villages of the Third Empire supports the conclusion that since February 27th, about 60,000 people have been subjected to violence. An unemployed worker. On Monday, March 6th, 5 p.m., 2 stormtroopers and a leader came to the door of the flat occupied by the Reichstag deputy X and demanded admittance. I was in the flat sorting out the washing. I opened the door, at first on the chain. A revolver was thrust through the opening, and I was ordered to open the door immediately. I was asked where X was living, but could give no information. Then they took me off with them. They took me in a sidecar to the Botcherstrasse. There they began to ill-use me. I still have, at the time of writing this, the marks of what they did to me, both eyes beaten blue, a bite on my left temple, my hands still swollen and scratched. They called me a young murderer, and similar names, without the slightest ground. Then they made me wash off the blood, which was streaming from my forehead, mouth, and nose. I had hardly washed it off when I was taken into the front room, and again they started beating me. I covered my face with my hands, or they would certainly have broken my jaws. But that did not satisfy them. Together with 2 other prisoners, I was taken in a taxi to the Hedemannstrasse with 2 motorcyclists as escort. I was told I should be thankful that they were so humane, as they worked differently in the lower groups. I nearly had to laugh when they told me this. At the Hedemannstrasse I stated, when they examined me, that I had been begging and had always got something at the door where X lived. Because of this I had gone there many times, also to talk politics, and eventually Frau X gave me some housework to do, beating carpets and so on. I told the Nazis that I had been very glad to get such treatment from communists. I told them that I was a communist sympathizer and had voted for List 3. Then the man in charge said, "We can always do with people who tell the truth. It is not you we want, it is your leaders we want to destroy and settle accounts with." But workers are brutally beaten. On the evening of March 5th, I was with 6 other workers in a public house in Berlin North. We were waiting to hear the election results. A group of uniformed stormtroop men came in, pointed their revolvers at us, and made us go with them, with their hands above our heads, to the stormtroop quarters in the X-Strasse. There we were beaten up as communist sows. Then we were put into a car and taken to the Nazi headquarters in Hedemannstrasse. We were chased up to the 4th floor, and driven along a corridor with repeated blows and lashes with riding whips. The corridor was decorated from top to bottom with conquered Social Democratic banners and posters. There was a figure against the wall which was supposed to represent Ernst Thälmann in the uniform of the Red Front, hanging on gallows. We were driven with blows into a general room. We were forced to go down on our knees and shout Heil Hitler, also to say the Our Father and sing the Horst Wessel song. Anyone who did not obey instantaneously was beaten till he was unconscious. Later we were placed against the wall of the room, and continuous volleys were fired close above our heads. After they had left us alone for a little while, we were put through the first interrogation. Each of us was summoned alone into a room where there were about 6 Nazis with riding whips. We had to strip, and were then told that we should be beaten until we told everything. They demanded that we should confess the most impossible things. We were asked to give the names and addresses of communist officials, and to reveal imaginary hiding places of arms and duplicating machines. During the interrogation we were beaten the whole time. Then we were given half an hour to think things over, and then the torture began again. Some anti-fascists who had formerly belonged to the Nazis had their heads shaved, except for a forelock, which was tied together. We were told that these people were to be shot next morning. When we arrived, they were lying unconscious on the floor of the general room. Besides ourselves, there were about 50 other Communist and Social Democrat workers in the room. When we were released, a document was put in front of us stating that we had left the building without any injury to our health. We signed. I found 2 of those who had been with me some time after in the Am Friedrichshain hospital. One of them had a bullet wound in the neck. Other typical cases. J.M., a worker living in the Wederstrasse, Berlin, was taken away by stormtroop men during the night of March 27th to 28th and severely ill-treated in the Nazi barracks in the Roteverstrasse. His whole body is covered with open wounds. R., A worker living in Schönberg, who was known to do political work, was found in his flat and there severely injured with steel rods, then being taken to a Nazi barracks. At the time when this report was being written, it was not yet known what had become of him. His flat was completely smashed up by the Nazis when they came to arrest him. Max F., a worker in West Brandenburg, was attacked during the night by about 40 armed stormtroop men. The door of his flat was broken in and they started shooting wildly into the flat. He was hit in the back, but managed to jump through a window and escape. As he ran, he was hit again in the arm, and another shot grazed his body. He got away and was taken in by a hospital. It had to be kept secret that he was in the hospital. Every day his relatives were threatened. Paul Paprocki, a worker of 36 years of age, living in number 23 Malplakstrasse, was taken from his room at 3 a.m. on the night of March 26th to 27th. A strong detachment of stormtroop men took him to their headquarters in the Utrechtstrasse. When he refused to give any addresses, they began to ill-use him. Some hours later, he was released with serious injuries from blows. The 18-year-old worker Kurt Hackenbusch, Grundthalerstrasse 63, was arrested with 3 of his friends on March 26th and taken to the Nazi quarters in the Prinzenstrasse. There they were beaten with heavy leather straps. The prisoners refused to say "Our Father." Further beating. Some hours later the prisoners were taken to an accident station, where they were forced by threats to state that the Nazis had rescued them from an attack. In addition to cuts in his face and back, Hackenbusch has a severe wound on his head. Jacob Ickler, a worker living in Kassel, Kettengasse 4, 20 years old, was carried off on March 20th, 1933 by Nazis who searched his father's flat. He was taken to the town hall, laid on a flogging bench, and then beaten with rubber truncheons. Some blows struck the lower half of his face and his temples. His back and upper legs were streaming with blood. A doctor's certificate testifies to the condition in which he was found. The doctor's name is not given here, as in Germany of the Third Empire it is no longer safe to give medical attention to a man who has been injured. Urine for thirst. Wilhelm Sollmann, a Social Democratic member of the Reichstag and a former minister of the Reich, writes as under of his ill usage at the hands of stormtroop and protective corpsmen, "On Thursday, March 9th, shortly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 cars filled with stormtroop and protective corpsmen pulled up at my house. As at the moment I was speaking on the telephone to a member of the town council, I was able to tell him, 'Nazis are forcing their way in. Give the mobile police the alarm.' At that moment a number of men armed with loaded revolvers, sticks, and knives forced their way into my study. Before I could say a word, I was struck down at my desk. The men were in a kind of frenzy of hate and joy at being able to take revenge on me. Most of the men went to the other rooms in the house and in a few minutes literally smashed everything to splinters. I was hit and thrown into an open car. My wife called out, 'Where are you taking my husband?' One of them answered jeeringly, 'You will soon know that.' First they drove me over the grass towards the wood, as there was a stormtroop man sitting in front of me and flourishing a revolver the whole time. I thought that they were going to shoot me in the nearest wood, but they drove on, abusing me all the time. Some of the abuse was quite insane, and then we crossed the bridge near Kalk. There they drove slowly, and all along the high street, which was full of people, I was exhibited to the crowd. 'This is the great Sollmann. See how small he is.' I was taken to the district headquarters of the National Socialists in the Mozartstrasse. I was chased up the stairs with blows and kicks and lashes, and then into the conference room. They had lowered the blinds so that the room was half in darkness. I was to be put before the tribunal. A large swastika banner was spread over the table. I saw that my colleague, Efferoth, was sitting near the window, in the same plight as myself. I had hardly taken a seat near him when the tortures began, and they went on for 2 hours. First, a man in stormtroop uniform, whom my colleague said was Councillor Abele, made a short speech attacking Efferoth, saying that retribution was now to come. Then protective corpsmen began attacking us with their fists. For about half an hour Efferoth and I lay on the floor, so exhausted that we could not get up. All the time we were being hit and kicked, and now and then our hair was pulled and our heads knocked together. Eventually we were pulled up and forced into chairs. A man held our hands behind the chair, while another forced us to open our teeth, and poured 1/4 liter of castor oil down our throats. One of our tormentors shouted for salts to increase our torture, but apparently salts could not be got quickly enough. Then they gave us a short rest again. I begged for a glass of water. When it was given to me, I saw its color and therefore only used it to pour over my hands, which were covered with blood. One of the men shouted, "Why don't you drink the water?" At the same moment he threw the glass with what was left of its contents into my face. Then we were struck and kicked again. All at once our tormentors seemed to get uneasy. I thought that the police must have been notified of our being attacked and carried off. About 5 o'clock the protective corpsmen took hold of us and with a shout of "Into the coal cellar!" literally flung us down the stairs. Apparently the coal cellar was locked, and they seemed to be in a hurry to get rid of us. They therefore pushed us across the street with blows and kicks, our faces were already a bloody pulp, to a motor, where we were made to squat on the floor. The ill treatment was carried on in the closed motor. One blow struck me in the right eye. We pulled up at police headquarters. Although we were in a state of collapse, we were forced to run in and up the stairs. One of the Nazis said that next day we would have to walk in front of the Nazis' torchlight procession, and at the finish we would be thrown on the heap of torches. The president of the police advised us to let ourselves be put under protective arrest. I referred to my parliamentary immunity. He agreed with what I had said, but nevertheless advised that Efferoth and I should go into the prison hospital. In the hospital we were sewn up and bandaged. During the torturing, one of the protective corpsmen had slowly and deliberately pressed a knife into Efferoth's side. The doctor stated that it would have been dangerous if it had gone a centimeter deeper. Next day the press published a report that we had been attacked by political opponents and suffered slight injuries. End of Chapter 7, Part 1.